Chapter 1. Is it bad to need a beer the moment you walk out of jail? Asking for a friend. Tate's secret thoughts. Tate. I flipped on my blinker and looked left before I took the final turn that would lead me to my house. When I was fully on my street, I saw what looked like 10 or so males gathered around something on the ground in a clearing right off the road. I cleared my throat. The woman's intense stare was almost emasculating. I continued, "That clearing belongs to Dr. Foreman, or did. I don't know if it does anymore or not, since I haven't been here." She waved me off. "Anyway, there isn't usually anyone in that field, so it made me pay attention. And that's when I saw the silvery blonde hair on the ground." Something switched in my brain. My past and present collided, and there wasn't a single thing that could stop me. Not anymore. "And can you tell me what happened next?" I shook my head. "No," I said. "I blacked out." The woman, the one that was currently making my dick hard, dropped her eyes to her papers that were sitting in her lap and started writing once again. Her slim, breakable wrist, that would take nothing for me to wrap my fingers around, moved as she wrote furiously. The delicate charm bracelet she was wearing jingled each time she moved lower on the paper. "When you say you blacked out, can you describe it to me?" I shrugged. "Not really. One second I was aware of what was going on, and the next, nothing." She looked up at me, pursing her lips. Jesus Christ. She was wearing ruby red lipstick. I'd never seen anyone in this town wear red lipstick. Hell, hardly anyone looked good in that shit, but this woman, she really pulled it off. She had white skin so fine that it looked like a fucking doll's, and her black hair was such a stark contrast with her skin that it kept drawing my eyes to where they met. Right along the line of her collarbone. She had the majority of her hair up in some complicated bun-looking thing, but there was this one rebellious curl that had escaped the confines and was brushing along her collarbone. "When do you remember coming to yourself?" she questioned. She was looking at me over the rim of her cat-eyed purple reading glasses with 4 rhinestones on each side, waiting for the answer to her question. If there was one thing I did not want to do, it was talk to this woman about my anger issues. I didn't have anger issues. I had issues that weren't solely based on my anger. I was one fucked up individual. I'd been in the Marines for nearly half my life. My sister had been brutally raped, beaten, and then tried to kill herself 4 times after. I'd been in an on-again, off-again relationship with someone since the beginning of time, and it was almost as if it was expected at this point. But to be honest, I didn't find her nearly as attractive as I did when I was younger. Yet, she was easy. What we had was easy. Convenient. Then there were my parents. My mom was a hooker, and my father was nowhere to be found. So yeah, I had fucking issues, and anger wasn't the only reason for them. Being fucked up was the reason. It just so happened that the judge that had let me off early for my good behavior had mandated that I see a psychologist that could help me work with those issues. I remember everything from the moment that the first cop shot me in the chest with a fucking sandbag. Her eyes narrowed. "Language like that is not needed to tell this story, Mr. Casey." God damn it, she sounded like a haughty librarian that was chastising me for talking too loud in the library. She dressed like one, that was for sure. She was wearing a black blouse that was buttoned up from the top of her collarbone all the way into the high-waisted, skin-tight black skirt, a skirt that came down to her knees. She was wearing what looked to be stockings, too, but I could neither confirm nor deny that. Not without actually checking, anyway. "Sorry, Ms. Haynes," I apologized, trying to make it sound genuine. Apparently I didn't accomplish it because she shuffled the papers she was writing on and uncrossed those goddamn legs. She placed both high-heeled feet on the floor and stood up to her full height, which was all of 5'4" at most. The heels she was wearing, however, made her height lengthen to about 5'7" if I had to guess. "That's 45 minutes," she said, looking at her watch. "Thursday, when you come in, we'll start where you left off, all right?" I shrugged and stood too. Then I walked toward the door without a backwards glance.
Chapter 2. I've never really been the type of girl that wanted a sugar daddy. Now, if queso daddies were a real thing, I'd for sure need one of those. Hennessy's Secret Thoughts. Hennessy. This is not good, Hen. Not good, not good, not good, not good. If I repeated that to myself over and over again, maybe I could get it through my thick skull. But I knew that me repeating that over and over wouldn't do any good. Not with how I was feeling right then. Tate Casey. Tate fucking Casey! He was a bruiser of a man. Tall, over 6'5", if not a little more. He was tan, muscled, and had a head of dirty blonde hair that looked like he'd just shaved it yesterday. Oh, and let's not forget my current weakness. The beard. Oh, God, that beard. It had a hint of red in it, and if there was one thing in this world I had a weakness for, it was a red beard. Why? I didn't know, but I knew that it was one, and I took simple steps to control myself around them. Wouldn't be good for the pastor's daughter to be caught ogling bearded men. Hennessy Harmony Haynes was not a girl that went for the rough ones, especially a redhead. Why? Because Mama, God bless her soul, had once had a thing for a redhead biker before she'd met my daddy, and now Daddy had a vindictive streak against men that looked or acted like him. And Tate Casey was that man. His arms were lined with tattoos, and it was clear that, even while on the inside, Tate hadn't missed a workout session. I wondered if he'd had to lift other men because the weights that they could fit into one bar likely wouldn't be enough. I looked down at my pad of paper that I'd done nothing but draw the man's freaking tattoos on for the last half an hour, and wondered if he'd noticed if I took a picture. That would probably be against some psychologist code somewhere, which I should probably know, but likely slept through that class. The man currently staring me down was waiting for me to reply to what he'd just said. But I couldn't find it in me to tell him what he likely thought I should say. You should really work on your anger issues was not something that I wanted to say to the man, not when I felt that what he'd done was justified. I'd seen that girl's story in the newspaper. I'd read her accounting on what happened and what Tate Casey had done to save her from that obvious hell. I knew, and I didn't freaking care. My dad, however, well, he sure did. Violence is not the answer, Hennessy. He'd said those exact words at the breakfast table the morning I'd read about Tate Casey's impending incarceration. Tate worked for Hale Auto Recovery and had been on a job one night when he'd come upon a gang of young men raping a girl. After beating the guys responsible for the actual rape to death, he'd then gone and taken out 5 more of the gang members who were just egging them on. Before he was caught and detained by police officers, he'd surrendered willingly and had done everything asked of him to cooperate with authorities. He'd been calm, cool, and collected, while also being covered from head to toe with the blood of the men he'd beaten to death. This was the second session of a mandatory 20 sessions, and he was about as approachable now as he had been the first meeting. I've heard of the Hellraisers, I said, acting like I was considering my notes as I did. Can you tell me more about them? Was that appropriate to ask? I couldn't tell. I was winging it here. Literally, I'd never once been this attracted to one of my patients before. This was all kinds of screwed up, and if I wasn't careful, this would cross the line into no-no territory. I couldn't help it, though. I needed to know more about this man, and if he didn't tell me, I'd then have to ask people around town. They'd, of course, know that he was being seen by me. Half the town had been present when he'd arrived at my office over an hour ago, due to the town's Summer Fest parade, passing right past our door. If I said something almost as if in passing, surely everyone else would fill in the blanks without me having to do any asking at all, right? Shit, this was bad. Bad, bad, bad. Hellraisers? He feigned ignorance. I nodded. The motorcycle club. He huffed out a laugh. We're not a club, he admonished. Half the men in the Hales employed don't even own a motorcycle. That was just something that was made up one day by some random Joe, and is stuck. Mostly because this fucking town can't let go of the past. I didn't correct him or admonish him for the coarse language. He seemed to like it when he got a rise out of me. Okay, then tell me about the men in the Hale's employ, I amended. We're just a bunch of like-minded individuals. He shrugged. Individuals that have all seen prison time, I filled in the blank. He shrugged. I don't think any of them but Evander has seen prison time. He paused. But I haven't really heard much about him since I've been in the slammer, so it could have happened. As for me and Evander, I think we're just misunderstood. I wanted to laugh. I didn't dare. Misunderstood how? I persisted. He tilted his head to the side. Is your dad coming to interrupt us today? He asked, changing the subject. I frowned and looked at him quizzically. No. Why? His arms were crossed tightly over his chest, and he was closed off as one could be without actually getting up and leaving the room. He gestured to the window behind me with his chin, and I turned to find my father standing in the inner sanctum of my office, staring at me through the glass window that portioned off one half of my office from where I met with patients. Apparently, he is, I said, standing up. If you'll excuse me, I'll see what he wants. Tate shrugged and put his feet up onto the coffee table that had been separating our two chairs. I got up, making sure that both of my feet were firmly underneath me, before I took a step in my heels. I was still getting used to them. I was more of a flats kind of girl, but I'd been informed by my best friend that professionals didn't dress like I did, or had. She'd then gone out and forced me to buy a whole new wardrobe. For the most part, I adored the clothes, but the heels were taking time to get used to. The clothes made me feel free. The heels were an almost defiant thing just for me, that I wore even though it was likely that professionals did wear flats, just so I could act like I wasn't the preacher's daughter that everyone knew before I went away to college. The only problem was that normally my father wouldn't see me in them. I knew the moment that I got up, and his eyes went from the top of my head to the bottom of my shoes, that this wasn't going to go well. I thought about closing the blinds and then sending Isidra, my receptionist, a text message to tell her to get rid of my dad. But I couldn't do that to Isidra. I glanced once over my shoulder to find Tate's eyes not on me or my father, but on the window that led outside. Specifically, a car. My father's car. I should have known when Tate's eyes first strayed to the window, and I heard the familiar purr of the engine, that it was my father. I should have paid more attention. I should have closed the blinds. Instantly, I pushed that thought away. I was a psychologist. Sometimes I had patients that were all over the spectrum. Some of them could be completely sane, while others could have problems. I didn't want to be closed in my office and not have a way for Isidra or anyone walking by to see that my patient was going fucking nutso and killing me with one of my paperweights. Yes, I had an overactive imagination, and no, I'd never had any indication that a patient was going to kill me. However, a lot of times my patients were unstable, and I wasn't a stupid woman. I planned ahead, just in case. My father knocked on the door again, his impatience evident. I winced and hurried. He'd never once come to my work. Why had he now? I opened the glass door and smiled at my father, my belly immediately tightening into a knot of dread at seeing the displeasure on his face. Hennessy Harmony Haynes, what in God's name are you wearing? I looked down at my outfit. It wasn't bad. The skirt was below my knees. It was tight, yes, but it wasn't revealing. The shirt was a flowy black number that was held in place by a wide red belt. The only thing one could call revealing about the entire outfit was the lace camisole I had underneath of it, circumventing the cleavage that one would normally see with this shirt. Even then, the camisole was above the part in my breasts. I'm wearing a skirt and shirt, Father. My father looked disgusted with me. You're wearing hooker heels.
Chapter 3. Ladies, Walmart panties will get the same attention that Victoria's Secret panties will if you're with the right person. Food for thought. Tate. You're wearing hooker heels. My eyes went from the Reverend's car to the Reverend himself, and what I saw made me want to gag. The man hadn't changed a single day since I'd last seen him before he'd gone to prison. He was still as nasty now as he was then. Dressed impeccably in a white button-down shirt, black slacks, and patent leather shoes, he looked like he was about to head straight to church. Did the man ever wear jeans? I doubted it. In the years I'd known the man, and my mother had forced me to go to his fucking church, I'd never once seen him in anything less formal than what he was wearing right then. God, sometimes I just wanted to rub my dirty, grease-stained hands down the front of his stupid white shirts. I'd also love to do it to his daughter's white fucking skirt that fit her like a goddamn glove, too. What was it with this family and white? I'm wearing red heels, Father, she said calmly, much more calmly than any woman I knew would have, and I'm in the middle of a session. Can this wait? He narrowed his eyes at her. Your father is less important than working with this useless, no-good... I smiled, knowing that he was talking about me. The naughty psychologist, hissed a shh at him. I nearly started to laugh right then and there. I'd never been the greatest fan of the preacher, and for sure he hadn't been mine. It had all started in the first grade when I'd started Sunday school. I hadn't wanted to be there, and I'd taught every single kid in the class the F word. That F word being fuck, in case you were wondering. From then on, he'd barely stood the sight of me. I'll have to talk to you later, Father, she said, closing the door. I have another 30 minutes here, and then I'll give you a call. The Rev's eyes flicked to mine, and I didn't bother to let on that I wasn't listening to every single word that they were saying. Nor did I take my eyes away from the man's calculating ones. Call me when you're finished here, he ordered, and make sure you keep your phone on you. Ms. Haynes, as she'd instructed me to call her, looked at me and then back to her father. I'll try, Father, she replied. Thank you. He studied her for a long second, then his jaw locked. Never mind, I'll wait. I watched as Hennessy's hand fisted at her side behind the metal of the door. With a quick jerk of her head in the affirmative, she cleared her throat. She finally closed the door and locked it for good measure, then put the blinds down. My brows rose at that. The woman apparently had a thing with windows, because each and every window in her office had the blinds open. It was like the girl was afraid of the fucking dark or something. Even with the afternoon sun glaring straight into her eyes, she hadn't put the blinds down. Her father waiting outside, though? That she put the blinds down for. Your father hates me, by the way, I thought to tell her. Hennessy turned to stare at me, eyes wide. He does not, she immediately disagreed. I snorted. He's hated me since I was a young kid and taught 21st graders the F word, I told her bluntly. When I was 12, I fell and broke my arm, accidentally tripping a little girl and causing her to rip her dress. He said I did it on purpose, and that little girl had pushed me away, and I deserved to break my arm. When I was 17, he refused to give me a letter of recommendation for a scholarship. At 19, I put him down as a reference for a promotion. The owner wanted to know what kind of character I had. So he called your father because I'd stupidly put down that I'd gone to that church thinking it would be in my favor. Your father made it a point to tell him my every sin, at least how he saw it. I got fired instead. Hennessy's mouth fell open. That little girl was me, she breathed. I never knew. I shrugged. Don't know what that man has against me, but seriously, he hates my guts. I'm pretty sure if it didn't break some kind of moral code, he'd have done everything in his power to get me kicked out of this county. She looked away. My father is very... She looked like she was struggling for the word, and I grinned as I filled in the blank. Asshole-ish? She snapped her gaze back to me. I expected an immediate denial, but she pinched her lips together and shrugged. Shit, I said. You agree. She looked away. Then when she turned back, her eyes were distant as they had been this entire time. You were telling me how you and the rest of the men in the Hail-Raisers were misunderstood, she said primly. I wanted to bring that light back in her eyes, the defiance that I saw shining there for a few short seconds while I told her about how much her father hated me. In fact, that became my new mission in life. I, Tate Edward Casey, was going to make Ms. Hennessy Haynes step out of her comfort zone. At first it started out as a flame. Much later, though? Well, then I wouldn't be able to stop myself from watching her eyes light with something, anything that wasn't blankness.
Chapter 4. When two people kiss, they create a long tube from butthole to butthole. Useless facts that you'll probably share with your best friend. Hennessy. I found myself counting down the days until the next session with Mr. Tate Casey. At first, I wasn't sure that was what I was doing, but as I got up the day that he was supposed to show, 4 days after the last time he'd come to my office, I found myself looking at my closet with a different eye. No longer was I going for clothes that said professional. Now I was going for clothes that screamed, I'm sexy. Or at least, that had been my intention as I stood in front of my closet. Everything that was in my closet was so new that most of it still had tags on it. I'd moved from the apartment my father had paid for and into my new place that I now paid for solely on my own a short 3 weeks prior. The moment that I had, not only had I bought a new wardrobe, but I'd also splurged on makeup and girly shit that I'd never been able to have before, like big hoop earrings that my father used to hate. Those were the first things I slipped into my ear that morning. And when I say big, these earrings were big, like the size of an onion ring from Outback Steakhouse. They hung so far from my ear that if I bent my head over sideways, the hoops would touch my shoulder. I freaking loved them. The next thing I found were the stockings. I hadn't worn this particular pair yet. I hadn't dared. They were too sexy. But as I pulled them out of my drawer and held them up with the garters I'd bought to hold them up, I knew that today I'd be wearing them. I sifted through my pile of lingerie, things that I'd only ever dreamed about wearing, and selected the matching pair of underwear and bra that I'd bought to go with the stockings. They'd all been online. When I'd found the stockings, I'd seen the customers who bought this have also bought this section of the page, and from there I'd gotten lost. I had $20,000 that I'd had left after I'd spent most of my inheritance on a new home and an office in the middle of downtown Hostel. An inheritance I'd received from the death of my mother's mother. And with that money, I splurged. $569 later, I had every kind of lacy lingerie that every woman dreamed of, and I'd never once thought about wearing it. Not until Tate had entered the picture. Now, as I slipped the thong panties on over my hips and turned around to examine myself in the mirror, I wondered if a man could tell a woman was wearing a thong through a skirt. Then, as I looked at myself in the mirror, the same monster that sounded exactly like my father started speaking in my head. Only sluts dress like this. High heels are for girls that plan on working their vaginas for a living. Short skirts scream for a man to rape you. Yes, that last one was actually said by him in the middle of a freaking church picnic when I was on the cusp of womanhood. I'd come outside, a medium-length skirt on that was flowy and wispy around my knees, and my father had seen me. Then he'd flipped a freaking switch and had gone from that loving man that everyone loved to the father and man that only I knew. It had been the one and only time he'd lost it in front of his congregation, and come to think about it, I remember seeing Tate there for that one. His mother had forced him to come, I remembered, and he'd been off in a corner, standing under the shade of a tree while all the other teenagers played frisbee. I hated frisbee. In fact, I'd always hated everything that had to do with anything remotely involving me getting sweaty. So I'd gone to the tree, too. I hadn't seen him until I was nearly standing right next to him. The heat of the day was enough to cause a sheen of sweat to form along my spine from the moment I stepped out of the back door of the church. I looked down at my skirt, wondering if it had upset my father that I was wearing it. It was white, flowy, and whispered around my knees each time I took a step. Although it looked transparent, it really wasn't thanks to the white slip that was sewn inside. Not to mention I was wearing black bicycle shorts, so just in case I sat down and wasn't crossing my legs, then I wouldn't be showing anything off. My top was black, covered in sequins, and barely came to just over my shoulders at the top. The rest of it was tucked into my skirt, where a wide, bright pink stretchy belt, also covered in sequins, completed the ensemble. My sandals were flat, ugly, and needed to be replaced. Unfortunately, since I had such a small foot, my best friend couldn't share her shoes with me like she'd done the top and the skirt. Chrisney, my best friend since I was old enough to walk, had grown over the summer. And although we were still the same size clothes-wise, She had a foot that was 2 sizes bigger than mine, meaning we could no longer share shoes like we once did. "Watch your step." Startled, I looked down at my feet and saw that I was inches away from stepping into a hole the size of a small tire. "Thanks," I smiled, looking up at the boy. Man, that short beard and deep voice, as well as multitude of tattoos, screamed that this boy, by age, but man by appearance, wouldn't appreciate being called a boy. "Hello, Tate." I smiled. I didn't know Tate well. If I were being honest, I wasn't sure anyone knew Tate all that well except for Tate himself. He was quiet, reserved, and standoffish on the best of days. He must be having a good day. I was convinced that the angry boy was bipolar. He seemed fine as long as there were no adults around. The moment that someone from the church, whether it be my dad or a freaking elderly grandmother, came around, Tate was hiding. I'd always wanted to ask him why, but that was also another thing I wasn't allowed to do. Talk to Tate Casey. My father had laid that ground rule out a long time ago, and seeing me here next to him would likely set my dad off into conniptions. "Oh, great," Tate muttered under his breath. "The band is coming." I snorted and looked over at him. "You don't like music?" I asked. He snorted. "Love music. Journey, George Strait, Garth Brooks, Jimi Hendrix." I didn't know who any of those men were, but I nodded as if I did. My father allowed me to listen to Christian bands, and Christian bands only. The one and only time I tried to listen to Britney Spears, he broke my radio by throwing it out the second-story window. That had been one lesson I'd never wanted to repeat. "Those men are music. The crap that the church band plays? Yeah, that's all shit." I wanted to laugh, but that would be encouraging him, and I wasn't very sure that I should be talking to him in the first place, now with my father only a few feet away, talking to his congregation. "I'm sorry to hear that you don't like them," I told him. "Did you get something to eat?" Maybe a change of subject would help. "Yeah, had a hot dog," he answered. "You got a bug on your skirt." I looked down, and it wasn't just a bug that was on my skirt. It was a giant, icky, gross roach. I squealed and flicked it off, only for it to crawl further up my side and around my backside. "Get it off!" I screamed, turning around like a chicken with its head cut off. Tate did, brushing his hand once over my backside, and then stomping on the offending bug. And that was when my dad rushed over and lost it. "What are you wearing?" he growled, yanking me to his side with a harsh hand on my bicep. "I'm wearing a skirt," I whispered, making it sound as if it was a question instead of a statement that I'd meant it to be. "You're wearing so little clothes that every single man here is having illicit thoughts about you. Go inside right now and stay in my office until it's time to leave," he ordered, shaking me slightly. Tears started to form in my eyes. "But the game—" He held up his hand for silence and squeezed my arm with the other. "What did I tell you?" I licked my lips. "Yes, sir." My father growled something low and angry, and then pushed me away. "Go." I went. I fastened the final clip and then smoothed my skirt down my thighs. After taking one final look in the mirror, I walked out of my bedroom and straight to the front walkway, where I kept my keys and phone. After making sure that I was ready, I walked to the door and opened it. It was when I was halfway to work, however, that I decided that maybe I wasn't all that sure about this man. Why did I care if I dressed up around him or not? He wasn't going to see what was underneath.
Chapter 5. Thongs, the best thing since sliced bread. Tate's secret thoughts. Tate. She was wearing a thong. The skirt she had on today was shorter, way shorter. It was also skin tight, and I had a feeling that she had no clue that she was showing me the goodies. Though that had a lot to do with the way the glass table was pushed up close to her knees. In the reflection of the glass I could see pink and bare skin. It wasn't much, not at all, but it was enough for my dick to like what it was seeing. When I'd arrived, she had me sit down, and then had jumped up about 5 minutes into our session when her pen had run out of ink. She'd stood up, placed the pad of paper in her seat, and then had turned around to grab a pen from her desk, leaning over the back of the wide plush chair to do it. That's when my eyes had gone to her ass. Hey, I was a man. What could I say? The lines had started at the top of her skirt, right underneath her lower back. The lines then went down the side of each thigh. I didn't have confirmation that she was wearing a garter belt and thong until just then, seeing the pink stocking clips on the outsides of her thighs and the reflection in the glass. Can you tell me what went through your head when you saw the victim in court? What victim? She growled and started to explain. When you saw the young men that you'd hurt after they'd hurt that girl, were you angry? Sad? Upset in any way? Tell me what you were feeling. I shrugged. Not any more or less pissed off than after I was forced under control by those officers. She sighed and closed the book I was convinced that she was doing nothing but doodling in, and set it on the table next to her left knee. All right, Mr. Casey. She stood and smoothed her skirt down. Doesn't matter if you do that. I still know what you're wearing underneath. I followed suit and started making my way to the door. I want to try something different next time, she said to my back. I halted with my hand on the doorknob and turned slightly to look over my shoulder at her. What kind of different? She crossed her arms over her chest. Somewhere not in a formal setting, she said. Somewhere where you can feel more comfortable to speak to me without the fear of having your words used against you. My brows rose. I'm not fearful that you'll use anything against me, I told her honestly. There's nothing I can say to you that'll cause this all to turn out any differently. I'm broken. Always have been, always will be. Ain't nothing you can say to fix that. She opened her mouth to protest, but I held up my hand. Text me with a time and place, and I'll be there. Then, without another word, I yanked open the door and walked out. I was unsurprised to find her father sitting in the reception area. I couldn't wait to see what he thought of today's outfit. He'd never had a problem with letting Hennessy know that her outfits were out of line. I remembered one time, what felt like 100 years ago, when he'd disliked something she was wearing. He'd forced her to spend the rest of the day in his office while the rest of the youth got to have a fun time, even though the rest of them were dressed nearly identically to what she was wearing. The guy was an asshole, plain and simple. Overbearing, hateful, and if I were being honest, not really a man of God. But that may be just me. Afternoon, Reverend Haynes, I drawled as I made my way out of the office. Reverend Haynes looked up at my voice and then skittered past me when a movement behind me caught his attention. I knew the moment he saw her. I also knew that he was about to lay into his perfect, untouched baby girl. Please, for the love of all that's holy, tell me you are not dressed like that in front of God and this entire town, Reverend Haynes growled, standing up. Hennessy came to a stop directly behind me and froze. Father, what are you doing here? I'm here because he's here. I pointed at my chest. Me? Reverend Haynes lifted his lip in silent snarl. You know what you are. Sure, I knew what I was. I wanted him to say it, though. But before anything else could come out of his mouth, another patient walked in, this one looking around like he was about to fuck up everyone in the room. My body tensed. I'd spent years in prison, and 30 years in hell before that. I was 37 years old, and I didn't have a single good memory where I didn't have to be on alert. When I walked into a room, it was getting scanned by me in case there was something in there that had the possibility of fucking me up. And no, my 15 years in the Marines, weren't responsible for that. My shit mother was. Seems like when you're raised in a house where your mother whores herself, not because she has to, but because she wants to, you have to learn how to defend yourself at an early age, or else. I learned that early in life, and when my mother watched me get the shit beat out of me instead of helping me, I realized that being a mother didn't make you a mother. So yes, on Sundays my mother may go to church and act like she was God's child, but on every other day of the week she spread her legs for fun, let her Johns pay her bills, and in return she turned the other cheek, if someone liked little boys. In a roundabout way, she was responsible for me learning how to protect myself early, and inevitably, that saved my ass when I was in the Marines. A whole lot of fucking times. Funny how life worked like that sometimes. Miss Haynes, I really need to speak with you, the man with the crazy-filled eyes demanded. I looked over at Ms. Haynes and gauged her reaction. Her flinch was telling. Mr. Finch, Hennessy smiled woodenly, won't you come back to my office? The Finch character did, slamming the door shut before Hennessy could follow. Mr. Casey, I'll see you next week. With that, she turned around. I'll see you next week, too, Reverend Haynes growled. I gritted my teeth and watched him leave, then took a seat in the lobby and waited. Exactly 46 minutes later, Finch walked out of the office, his eyes still as crazy as they'd been when he walked in. He paced into the reception area and looked at the walls like a cornered bear. "Gotta go." Then he left without another word, looking over his shoulder twice at the building he'd just exited before he rounded the corner. "What are you still doing here?" I looked to find Hennessy standing there watching me with surprise-filled eyes. "Guy gave me the creeps," I said, dropping the magazine about 4th of July recipes onto the counter. "Wanted to make sure he didn't shoot you." My words were harsh, but the smile she gave me was nothing less than sweet. "Thank you." I walked out without telling her that she was welcome. I wanted to, though. I really, really wanted to. "Tell me again why you can't go to this one?" Travis asked, pinching the bridge of his nose. "I'm not going to repossess another woman's car like that," Baylor said. "I repossessed the last one, and she cried. It fucking sucked. Give me all the men. I'll take getting shot at over being cried on." Travis looked at Baylor like he'd gone soft. "She's behind on her bill," Travis interjected. "You don't have a choice here. I don't have a choice here if you want to keep getting paid." "You have a choice," Baylor grunted. "Don't act like you don't." Travis looked to me, and I nodded. I had no problem repossessing a woman's car. I'd be able to do it, but normally when nobody else wanted to do it, Dante took it. He'd respected his employees' right to choose what they were and were not willing to do. "Where the fuck is Dante?" I asked suddenly. "Didn't he used to do this?" The sound of crickets preceded my comments. Travis cleared his throat, then looked up at the ceiling. "Dante's wife and kids were killed in an automobile accident, an accident where my sister was driving." My stomach clenched. The sister I'd known had committed suicide. That was one of the first things that Baylor had told me when I'd gotten back, but only because I'd asked how she was doing. Now to hear this? Couldn't this family catch a break? "He's gone off the deep end, I suspect." Travis nodded, then looked to Baylor. "We've had to make some adjustments to our usual routine. As of right now, Dante no longer has anything to do with us, this business, or the town of Hostel." I could imagine. Dante and his wife had gotten married at the park in town. They'd had their first baby shower at that same park. Their daughters played in that park. That park was the whole fucking town. Yeah, I knew why he'd left. Hell, I would have too. Especially if I had the one thing that Dante did, and then got it taken away so ruthlessly. God, the idea of never seeing those two faces of Dante's children again, that fucking sucked. It sucked so bad that I found myself tearing up. "Yeah, you're about like we are," Baylor muttered, obviously reading the look on my face. "Still in shock, even though it happened a while ago. Fuck, I still feel like I'm going to hear them scream my name when I get to the shop late on school days." I looked down and studied my hands. Fuck. That about summed it up.
Chapter 6. No, I don't care if I eat like a child. At least I don't look like one. Hennessy to Chrisney. Hennessy. I smiled at the checker that was ringing my Lunchables up. "How old are you again?" I looked over at Chrisney and grinned. "Don't judge me. You know you still eat them too," I growled. "Not to mention the fact that I swear I saw you eating those crackers the other day that you spread cheese on with that little red stick." Chrisney shrugged. "I'd have killed to have these in Germany," she told me. Chrisney had been posted in Germany for a stint in the reserves before she'd resigned completely just a few weeks ago. Although I couldn't figure out why she'd left. Each time she talked about it, or I asked her what she planned to do now, she'd get this sad, faraway look on her face. "Oh, no." I turned to the checker and tilted my head. "What?" "My car." I turned to face out the windows that lined the front of the store and saw the tow truck backed up against the back of a red Volkswagen Bug. "Oh, shit," I said, turning back to her. "They're taking your car?" She looked down and scanned the next item. "Yeah," she whispered, almost soundlessly. "They are. I haven't paid the note, apparently." Anger and uneasiness competed in my gut. "Do you have anything in the car that you need?" She shook her head. "Learned that lesson the first time it happened. The only things in there are a couple of jackets that I got at the Goodwill. And a few books." She bit her lip at the word books, and I realized that those books probably meant a whole lot more to her than she was saying. "Chrisney, "Can you pay for this?" I asked her, handing her my credit card. Chrisney nodded and took the card. There was no reason to tell her my PIN. She knew mine and I knew hers. We were best friends for a reason. As a best friend, Chrisney had to always be available to listen to me gripe. She had to bring me donuts, randomly, and she had to be able to French braid my hair whenever I wanted her to, since my French braid sucked ass. It was only reasonable that she would know my PIN number. I hit the asphalt of the parking lot and stared directly for where I could see the top of the tow truck driver's head. It was in a buzz cut, and I could swear I knew him from somewhere. The coveralls were throwing me off, though. I could see the man's feet and legs, as well as his upper half, but any and all available skin was covered in an old dingy black coverall that hid any distinguishing features from sight. It wasn't until I rounded the hood of the tow truck that I got a good look at the man's backside. It looked good. Really good. "Excuse me," I said, "but—" The man whipped around, eyes filled with surprise, and I got my first good look at the man towing away the poor Checker's car. "Tate!" The moment he saw me, his entire demeanor changed. He'd been frightened and on the defensive, but once he realized I wasn't a threat, he turned loose. "Miss Haynes," he greeted, turning back around to mess with some knobs at the side of the truck. Then he pulled a lever, lifting the car up in the air. I said, feeling silly now. "Do you think it'd be okay to grab some clothes and a couple books out of this car for my friend?" He looked over at me, those hazel eyes of his leaning more toward green today than blue. "Company policy says no." Company policy says no. Okay. "But it's only a few books," I excused. "And she wasn't going to even ask for them, knowing your policy, but I could tell it would break her heart if she didn't have them. Please?" He grunted something unintelligible. "Go ahead, get what you need, but just know that she already had them out of the car when I came and took it." I grinned at him, but it was lost on him, seeing as he turned around the moment he said that, continuing to do whatever he was doing at the levers and buttons. I hurried past him to the car, snatched open the door, and looked inside. There weren't just a few books in here and a few jackets. There were clothes, pillows, a few toiletries, and what looked to be bread and peanut butter in the front seat. The Checker wasn't just using this as a vehicle. It looked like her whole life was in the car. Shit. I looked back at Tate and could see him looking in the car right along with me. He looked up at the sky, counted to 10 aloud, and then turned around. He came back moments later with a big black trash bag. I didn't bother to ask him why he had that in his truck. I just thanked him and started shoving everything that would fit into the bag. By the time I was finished, not only was there so much in the bag that it was bulging out the top, thank God for the force flex part of the bag, but I also had an armful of books, and I had no freaking clue how the hell I was going to get it to the Checker or what she was going to do with it all from there. "Go." I turned, noticed Tate staring at me with his arms crossed over his chest, and reached for the bag. He brushed my hand away and took the bag himself, nothing straining at all as he picked it up and started walking toward the front of the building. He didn't stop at the sliding doors, didn't smile or greet any of the people that were standing there, only walked with single-minded determination straight to the Checker. "Here," he said, dropping the bag on the ground behind her, blocking her into the little cubicle. "You left this outside." The Checker looked at me, then to Tate, and then back to me. "I did?" He nodded once, and then turned on his heel and left. What the hell? I turned to find Chrisney standing there, eyes wide. "Was that Tate Casey?" I nodded my head. "He's gotten big." He had. Much bigger than he'd been when I'd seen him at the church picnic the day my father had embarrassed me in front of the whole congregation. And Tate. "He has," I agreed, going up to the bag and moving it after I placed all her books on the counter. Only when I went to move it, the sheer weight of it surprised me. Wow, I grunted. The man acted like this weighed nothing. Chrisney came up to my side, and we both dragged it out of the way so the checker could make her way out. "Let me help," the checker said. "We can take it to the break room for now." "Are you okay, Lark?" Chrisney asked. Lark, the checker, looked away and started dragging. Luckily, there were no other customers in the store, so they didn't know how pathetic we all were trying to get the bag through the line of checkouts and to the break room. "This has to weigh 100 pounds, I muttered under my breath. "Seriously, how?" Tate was always big. Chrisney pushed it the last few feet. "I'm just seriously impressed that the bag could hold up with all those books in it. 100 pounds seems mighty impressive." "It's probably more like 50, Lark argued. "But since it's packed so full and awkward, there really isn't much to hold on to except little pieces with the tips of your fingers. That's why it feels like it weighs more." I hummed something under my breath. Then a loud voice came from somewhere outside the store. "We're ready to check out." Lark waved a small goodbye and raced away, as if her entire world hadn't just tilted on its axis. "She's taken this a whole lot better than I would have," I murmured to Chrisney. "Isn't that odd?" Chrisney nodded. "Yeah, it is." I hummed in agreement and walked out of the break room. "Where'd you put my groceries?" "In the car," she said. "Are we still doing lunch?" I nodded. "Tacos, right?" I nodded again. It's Tuesday. It's a rule in Texas that you have to have tacos on Taco Tuesday. I was 2 tacos and 2 dirty martinis into Taco Tuesday when he came in the door. My entire body shuddered, and Chrisney immediately took notice. "What was that?" she asked, leaning into me, her face only inches from mine. "That," I lied, "was nothing." Chrisney leaned even closer, allowing me to smell the spicy tacos on her breath. "You're lying." I turned and our noses touched. "We look like we're about to do it." Chrisney laughed and backed off. I turned and surreptitiously looked behind me at the door, only to see the object of my desire watching me. His eyes were intense, and I turned away. My smile kicked up a notch, and I reached for my last taco. "This place is hopping," Chrisney said. "And it looks like we're not the only ones to think Taco Tuesday is a great thing." I didn't bother to look at where her gaze was pointed. I knew where the man was. My entire body seemed fine-tuned to his every movement. He sat across the room from me, which unfortunately was only about 4 tables away, since the place we were currently occupying was on the smaller side. The taco shop, literally the actual name of the place, was brand new, but already it had become one of my favorite places to eat. They served all kinds of tacos: brisket tacos, original beef tacos, chicken tacos, and even shrimp tacos. They were also all you can eat and were brought out 3 at a time. I was on my one and only serving of chicken tacos and working on my rice and beans. I tried really, really hard not to notice how Tate didn't have anyone sitting with him. For 10 minutes, anyway, until a buxom brunette with legs up to her ears walked in and immediately found him. I then lost any and all appetite I had. The woman that had walked in was none other than Tate's on-again, off-again girlfriend. Her name was Araya Diebold, and I hated her from the moment my dreaming self had fallen for the town bad boy who never, ever returned her feelings or gave her a second look. Araya was, for all intents and purposes, a very attractive woman, as long as you didn't listen to the words that came out of her mouth. Tate, however, obviously didn't have any problems with her mouth because he'd been going back to her in her bed for years now. I hated her, and everything about her, and had since the day she saw me looking at Tate with longing in my eyes. Oh, shit. I knew then that Chrisney had seen her. She wasn't my best friend for nothing. That day all those years ago, I knew that we'd be friends forever. But I wouldn't allow my mind to go down that dark path. I had a nearly full martini in front of me, and I was not going to let that bitch break me like she did when I was younger. Today was for celebrating. Today was the day that I would not let Araya Diebold hurt me.
Tate. "What's that look for?" I asked Araya. Araya grimaced and looked away from where she'd been staring. I chanced to look and saw Hennessy and her best friend Krisney leaning toward each other again. They were whispering something, making it to where I couldn't hear any of their conversation, and my dick instantly hardened. I wasn't one to want to do a threesome, though I had indulged in a few over my lifetime. They weren't my thing then and weren't my thing now. But looking at the two beautiful women, light and dark in coloring, inches from each other's mouths, had done nothing for the semi-hard-on that I had for the woman. It had been that way since I'd seen her that morning for our scheduled appointment. I really needed to get laid, which was where Araya came in. Araya's and my relationship was a tough one. Neither one of us loved the other, at least not anymore. We'd both done some things that the other couldn't forgive, and over time, we'd continued to do those things until those feelings weren't enough anymore. But we still had the occasional fuck, at least until I'd gone to prison. She'd gone on with her life, but the day I'd gotten home, she'd made it known that she'd be willing to take up our old relationship where we'd left off, as fuck buddies. Though at the time I had a feeling she wanted something more. We were both getting older, both of us in our mid-30s. She wanted something more with her life, but she wasn't the woman I'd ever be willing to do that with. I hadn't been interested in her advances then, and to be honest, still wasn't. She was a good woman, and she deserved to find someone who wouldn't ruin her life like I would. But it was hard to find someone that wasn't either A, disgusted with me for going to prison, or B, only wanting to be with me because she knew I was a bad boy. I wanted someone nice. My dick was at the point where it no longer cared if they were nice, only if they had a warm, willing hole that I could stick it into. Which was why I was toying with the possibility of taking Araya home. And very well might have done so had Hennessy not been there to let me know just how much I was craving her. God, was I craving her. However, I kept my eyes forward and on the woman that I'd semi-invited when I'd been at the grocery store earlier. "Gosh, can you believe we're getting so many restaurants?" Araya asked, bringing my attention back to her. And her tits. "Seems like they've added at least 10 since I've been gone," I noted. "Only been to 2 of them so far, though." Araya smiled her come-hither smile and leaned forward, giving me an unencumbered view of her breasts. Breasts that were large, inviting, and nowhere near as arousing as the ones on a certain psychologist. Araya had a low-cut black t-shirt on that hugged every available inch of her skin. She was tall, slim, and had breasts that had always been just a little too big for her body. Her hair was long, blonde, and straight, her cheekbones high, lips puffy, and eyes a deep sea green. Everything I thought I was once attracted to. Then I saw Hennessy. Where Araya was blonde, Hennessy was dark. She had jet black hair that looked almost blue in certain lights. Her skin was porcelain white, so creamy and smooth that it looked like you could take a lick and taste heaven. Her hands were small, but her hips were curvy. Her breasts were on the smaller side, but would still be a perfect handful for any man. Her lips were plump, yes, but they were also kissable, if that even made sense. And Araya, I realized, wasn't going to work. Not when I'd be comparing every single thing she did or looked like to the woman at my left. The woman who kept glancing at me, just like she used to do when she was a kid and I was a man. Then it had always made me feel uncomfortable. My father had been a shit dad and an even shittier person in real life. When he was 38, he'd been busted for indecent exposure with a minor, and that had been the day that I'd promised never to take up with a younger woman. A younger woman exactly like Hennessy had always been to me. Though the age difference didn't seem like it was a lot now, it was back then, back when she was a starry-eyed young girl and I was a man. Back when it was still fresh in my mind that my father had tried to have sex with a girl that was over half his age younger. Back when everyone compared me to him. "You okay?" I looked up to see Araya frowning at me. "Just fine," I said, sitting back. "You ready to order?" Araya lifted her lip. "They don't have anything here that I can eat. I'm on a vegan diet until I can lose this last 5 pounds I gained while I was sick last month." I grunted something under my breath. "Then why did you agree to come here if you weren't going to eat anything?" Araya smiled. "I've been trying to get you to go out with me since you've been back. I'd have gone to the movies, or even Hale House if you'd asked me." I snorted. She wouldn't have gotten into Hale House. Not without my permission, anyway. The boys at the door had a list that they'd never let in, and a lot of the exes of the club members, i.e. the boys that worked at Hale Auto Recovery and the club itself, were known do not allow in, meaning they knew who they were, and if one of us didn't give it the okay, then they weren't allowed entrance. It was easier to circumvent any possible fights before they happened, rather than to allow them in and hope for the best. "All righty, then," I said, holding up my hand and flagging the waitress down. She came over in seconds, her eyes wary of me. Everyone knew who I was. It was hard to miss the guy that was 6'5" and tattooed from the tips of his fingers to the base of his neck. If they hadn't seen me in person, they'd heard of me, and it only took one look to realize that the stories of what I looked like weren't an exaggeration. "What can I get you?" she asked. That's when I realized I knew the waitress. She was also a checker at the grocery store, and the woman whose car I'd repossessed not even a few hours before. "I'll have 2 of what that girl a couple tables over is having." I pointed in Hennessy's direction. "No drink, though, except for water." The waitress turned, nodded her head, and then moved away without asking if Araya wanted anything, which I thought was secretly hilarious. Araya found it annoying. See, that was the thing about Araya. We were polar opposites. Where I found joy in doing outside activities, she didn't want to do anything if it didn't involve air conditioning. For example, fishing. She hated to fish. Despised it, actually. That was my favorite thing to do when I wasn't working. She also hated getting dirty, where the majority of my life was spent enjoying the finer things in life, such as taking a lifted truck through a mud puddle just because I fucking could. Then there was her idea of kids. She wanted 3, and all of them were to be put through private school so they could get the best education known to man, and she wouldn't settle for anything less. I had no problem with 3 kids. I also had no problem sending them to private school if that was what they needed. What I had a problem with was paying for said private school. I never had been or would be made of money. I made money so I could spend it. I didn't have a healthy savings account, and if I were being honest, I likely would have if I didn't keep buying toys, such as a new motorcycle or a new truck that I could fix up just to sell in 3 weeks. Then there was my baby, my Chevelle. I bought parts for her on a daily basis, fine-tuning, nitpicking. Anything that I thought she needed, I'd give to her. And Araya thought that was stupid. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but it was my money and my decision to make. A woman would never dictate what I was and wasn't allowed to spend my hard-earned money on. Which was another reason why Araya and I never got along. Our views on life were completely different. "That was rude," Araya said. Then her voice changed. "Is that little Hennessy Haynes over there?" I didn't have to look at the woman to know that Araya had finally noticed her. The two had never gotten along, which was surprising since Araya's father had been a youth pastor for Hennessy's father. "Yes, it is," I muttered without moving. "God, what is she wearing?" "Jeans and a t-shirt." "What's wrong with what she's wearing?" I questioned. "Her pants are too tight. I can see a roll of fat over the top." "Muffin top, anyone?" I knew the roll of fat she was speaking of, and it was more than a pinch, and that was only because she was sitting down as well as leaning forward in her chair as she spoke adamantly with her friend, Chrisney. "And God, hasn't anyone told her that if she's going to wear a white tank that she should make sure it's not completely see-through?" I gave Araya a jaded look, then pointedly looked down at her top. "I can see the top of your bra over your tank," I told her. "What's it matter if I can see her bra through her shirt?" Araya smiled, liking the fact that I'd noticed her bra, and bared her teeth in a predatory smile. I would have found that enticing at one point in time. Now I wanted to lick the guacamole that had fallen off of Hennessy's chip onto the front of her white shirt. I started to chuckle under my breath when she growled and then pulled the shirt up to her mouth and licked the offending goo off. The move exposed her belly, and her adorable little roll on the top of her pants had me wanting to bite that, too. "Are you even listening to me?" I turned to find Araya staring at me and then looking back over at where Hennessy now had her shirt back in place. "You have the hots for her, don't you?" I shrugged. There was no use in denying it. I'd always had a thing for her, even if it had been borderline creepy when we were younger. "That's kind of sad, Tate." Araya curled her lip at me. "You know who her father is. You know what she did." I nearly rolled my eyes. Araya was speaking about when they were in high school, and Hennessy had accidentally bumped into Araya, causing her to spill hot wax from 2 candles all over her hands and lower stomach. Why Araya had the candles, I didn't know, but it had been before a service that I'd been forced to attend, so I'd been there when Araya had cried and screamed that Hennessy had done it on purpose, when in reality it had been an accident on both of their parts. However, Hennessy's father had taken her into the back room and then proceeded to beat the shit out of her with a belt. Not one single person had intervened, and by the time I'd realized what was going on, I'd only been in time to walk into the room to see tears of pain rolling down Hennessy's face, and Hennessy's father repositioning his belt back around his hips. I'd hated him from that moment on. The feeling had also been mutual. She hadn't screamed. What I knew then as well as now showed how strong she actually was. I sat back as the server brought my food and winked at her when she didn't so much as stutter when she spoke with me about the kitchen staff taking too long. And as I tasted my first bite of the tacos, I realized why Hennessy had moaned each and every time she'd taken a bite. It was fan-fucking-tastic. Chapter 7. Get a fixer-upper, they said. It'll be fun, they said. They were liars. Fixing an old house up fucking sucks. Tate's secret thoughts. Tate. Remind me again why I said I'd take this place, I asked Baylor. Baylor looked over at me with amused eyes. Because it was free? I snorted and turned my eyes back to the dilapidated house. It's a piece of shit, I muttered. It is a piece of shit, Baylor agreed, but it's your piece of shit. He handed over the keys, and I took them, making my way up the front walk. The porch groaned underneath my weight. I winced and kept going, ignoring the way the wood creaked with each additional step I took. I turned and surveyed the porch. The house itself was built in the 1900s. It was a 2-story monster with over 10 rooms. The house itself needed work. A lot of work. There were places in it where I could see straight through the walls to the outside. It was built on pier and beam, and I wondered if the beams holding up the house were even whole. With the way that the wood underneath my feet groaned with each step, I doubted it. May have been free, I sighed, but it might not be worth it to fix up. Baylor grunted something behind me. Yeah, sure, he agreed, but the Historical Society will pay you to fix it up to their expectations. Not to mention if you do get it fixed up, they'll buy it from you. That had been one of the reasons I'd agreed to take it. I needed somewhere to live. This place was available, seeing as it was left to me after an uncle died 3 years ago, and I wasn't in a position to complain. That apartment building is supposed to be coming down next month, and that house right there, Baylor pointed, belongs to your best friend. I looked in the direction he pointed. The house itself was old, like mine, but it was cute and fixed up, where mine was in need of a complete and total overhaul. You knew about this, didn't you? I accused. Baylor's lips twitched. I thought you could use some eye candy while you fixed this place up. He didn't tell me how he knew whose house it was, but it was Baylor. He had his ways, and I never questioned him because he wouldn't tell me anyway. I flipped him off and started to turn around to head inside when the front door of the house I'd been studying opened. Then she was there, in a pair of sweatpants, an old T-shirt that looked to be from high school with her pirate volleyball on it, and tube socks that were slouched down around her ankles. It was the least sexy thing any woman could wear, but on her, she totally fucking rocked it. God damn, I muttered. Baylor started to laugh, and I tossed him a glare. Fuck you. You've always had the hots for her, TC. I rolled my eyes at Baylor's old nickname for me. I didn't know why, but during school everyone always called me by my full name, Tate Casey. They never, ever shortened it, or only used Tate. Everyone but Baylor, that was. He shortened it to TC, and I'd let him. Now I wasn't sure why I allowed him to do half the things he did, but whatever. I walked through the house with an experienced eye, calculating what I would need to do to make this place livable for the time being. The summer of my junior year and the entire year of my senior, I'd worked for a construction business, fixing up houses almost exactly like this one. In that year and a half, I'd learned a lot and had continued to do it on my own when I was on leave from the military. Then, when I'd gotten out of the Marines and started working with Travis at Hale Auto Recovery, I'd done it on my days off. At first, it had started out as a hobby, but then had turned into a side business as I started flipping houses on my own. So no, this wouldn't be my first rodeo. But it would be my toughest. This is going to be a disaster, I said. But the inside structure is solid. I pointed to the studs I'd exposed when I'd ripped a piece of paneling off. The support structure is good, too. The only thing I'm worried about at this point is the roof, but I can have that knocked out by Wednesday next week if I can get a dumpster out here by Monday. I'm sure you can make it happen, buddy, Baylor agreed from the other room. Do you want me to get rid of this? I looked at him. In his hands was a snake, about 4 feet in length. It was harmless, a rat snake, but where a rat snake was usually indicated there were rats. Fuck, I grumbled. Yeah, go ahead and throw him outside. We'll see if we can plug whatever hole he came through. Baylor started to laugh. I sighed and growled under my breath. I'm going to have to pull the RV over here and live out of it. There's no way in hell this is livable until then. Has running water, at least. I looked at where Baylor turned the water on and winced. Doesn't have any plumbing, though, I pointed out when water started to leak out of the drain pipe underneath the sink. Oops, Baylor burst out a laugh. I ignored the water and continued the inspection. Then I drafted Baylor's help in getting the RV out to the house and set up. Lucky for me, Baylor was a licensed electrician in his spare time because by the end of the night I had power to the RV as well as a few plugs in the house we were able to wire in about 4 hours' time. And not once did I think about my new neighbor. Also, I was a liar.
Chapter 8. That face you make when you go back and read the text you sent in a fit of anger. Text from Hennessy to Chrisney. Hennessy. I laid in my bed, looking at the ceiling for well over an hour before I'd finally had enough. This shit had to stop. Tomorrow was a Friday, sure, but I still had to be up at the crack of dawn. A patient could only see me on Friday mornings before work, which meant I had to get up at 6 to get to the office at 7 to see him by 7:15. Getting up early was not conducive with getting no sleep, which was why, as I threw the covers off of me and stood up, I decided that this loud music couldn't go on. Not to mention the occasional whine of a saw or the tap-tap of a hammer. I couldn't do it anymore. I was on the block with one other house, and that house had been rockin' since the new occupants had moved into it 3 days ago. At first, I understood the noise. The house itself needed a lot of freaking work. But that work didn't need to be going on at 12 o'clock at night. Reaching down onto the floor for my sweatpants, I pulled them on, then walked in my slouchy socks that I'd stolen from Chrisney, who'd stolen them from Reed Hale when we were in high school, out the door of my house. I made it down the steps and to the front walk when I realized that I'd forgotten shoes. But I didn't care. I was too mad at this point to care if I had shoes or not. I was a determined woman, and this shit was about to go down. The closer I got to the sound of the saws and the music, the more I realized that maybe I wasn't as brave as I thought. What if this man was a killer? What if he was a woman-hater? What if he... "What are you doing here at 12 in the morning?" I looked up to find the last man I ever thought I'd see steps away from the stupid saw that was making so much noise in the middle of the night. My neighborhood was very quiet at night, usually. It was the road that led to downtown, and since downtown was closed after about 8 in the evening, most of the time I barely heard anything. There were 2 houses on the entire road, mine and the one that the man was standing in the doorway of. "I'm here," I said, licking my suddenly dry lips. "Because I have to be up at the butt crack of dawn, and you're over here making a lot of noise, though I didn't know it was you who was making the noise." Tate's lips twitched, and he held open the door. "What's too loud? My music?" I followed him when he disappeared inside and stayed on his heels the entire way, even though I wanted nothing more than to inspect every inch of the home I found myself now standing in. "Your music, and whatever saw thing you keep using that makes a loud zinging noise each time you use it," I explained loudly so I could be heard over the roar of the radio. He was in the process of turning down the music, so the last 2 words of my sentence were very loud in the sudden silence. He grinned, and I blushed, immediately turning away so my eyes didn't take him in. It was a useless endeavor, though. Every single solid inch of the man was burned into my brain. Tonight he was wearing a pair of jeans, brown work boots, and that was it. He was dripping sweat, and I wanted nothing more but to lick one of the droplets off with my mouth. I refrained, however, but only just barely. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't realize it was loud enough for you to hear it." I immediately went into "it's okay" mode. "It's okay," I lied, dancing from one foot to the other. "Well, see ya." And that was how I started walking out the door and ended up hitting my head on something I never saw coming. Come to find out, it was a ladder. "Hey, girl." I blinked open an eye and stared up into a man's beautiful eyes, wondering if I'd died and gone to heaven. "I like your beard," I told him. "It's nice." I brought my hand up to run over said beard, and liked how soft it was. You wouldn't think it was soft, though, not with the way the rest of him was so hard, but it was. "Thanks," he grinned. "How's your head feeling?" I blinked, then thought about that question for a little bit. "The top of it feels like I shaved it with a cheese grater," I told him. "Why would you know what it feels like to be shaved with a cheese grater?" he asked, tilting his head to the side. The movement made his Adam's apple bob, and I wondered if it'd be weird to suck it. Probably. "Why are you looking at my neck like that?" he asked. I blushed and returned my eyes to his, which was the wrong move. The man was laughing at me, and that made my back straighten as my cranky bitch came out to play. I was not a nice person when I didn't get enough sleep. Never had been. Even to Chrisney. She'd made the mistake of waking me from a nap one time, and one time only. And we were lucky to still be friends, seeing as I threw an entire can of Dr. Pepper at her that I'd been drinking before I'd nodded off. This had been during college when we'd shared a dorm room, and she'd not come home for 2 days in fear that I'd retaliate in some way. I'd, of course, felt freaking horrible. Nothing, I lied. And the cheese grater? I winced. When I was in college, I was dancing drunk on a table with a chandelier made of metal stuff. Part of it had holes in it that gave this decorative effect on the floor beneath it. When I was dancing, I thought it'd be a wonderful thing to start jumping. You can see where this is going. He blinked, innocently. No, I can't. Please finish. I rolled my eyes and said, I started jumping up and down, and one of those times I guess I did it high enough that I reached the chandelier. I scraped off the top of my head and the very edge of my forehead. He frowned. Your hair seems to cover the spots just fine. I shifted my bangs, that I grew out specifically to hide the lovely designs on my forehead, and showed him my scars. He whistled between his teeth. Groovy scar. I smiled, but it didn't reach my eyes. Thank you for turning it down, I said, making my way to stand. He helped me to my feet and looked down at me. That was when I realized that not only was he now shirtless, he was also pantless. I hesitated, searching for the right words. You're nearly naked. He nodded. I pressed the pant leg against your scalp to stop the bleeding. He paused. I didn't have anything else to use. That was when I realized that I was still clutching his pants in my hands. I offered them to him, but the moment I did, I felt a fresh wave of blood ooze down my forehead. Dang it, I grumbled, putting it back. Is it bad? He shrugged. It'll stop eventually. You just took the top layer of skin off the side of your forehead. Wonderful. Just freaking great. Perfect. I have a date today, I moaned. He's going to love seeing this. Something changed in his complexion, and I blinked, trying to ascertain what it was. The moment that I did, he smoothed out his features into an impenetrable stare. Who's the date with? He questioned. I shrugged. I don't know. It's a blind date set up by Chrisney. Since she's back, she's determined to have me dating again. Again? He questioned. You mean you stopped at one point? I nodded. I did. At first I dated a few men from the church, but since they go there, my dad is always in the back of their minds. They treat me like I'm a kid, or a woman who's a preacher's daughter, then wonder why I don't enjoy the date. He started to chuckle, and it was then I realized that I'd been staring at his abs, which jumped when he laughed, which were mighty close to the boxer briefs he was wearing, which covered his impressive... I looked away again, my mind really starting to run. Oh, God. He had a big cock. He was also not hard. What would it look like if he... I shut down those thoughts again. You're dating the wrong guys, then, he pointed out. If you were dating the right ones, they wouldn't give a fuck who your father was. They'd be caring about who you were. I smiled, and the move made my forehead throb, which reminded me that I was standing in the middle of the man's kitchen, which, might I add, was going to be fantastic when he was done, with his pants pressed to my forehead. I dropped the pants from my head and handed them back. When I felt the drop start, I brought the tail of my shirt up, thankful that I was wearing a stretchy one, and pressed it to my head. I'll see you around, Tate. He watched me go, not stopping me this time, and I found myself disappointed. I wanted him to ask me to stay, but even I knew how stupid that would be. I was the daughter of a man who hated his guts, and he was the man who hated my father. I wasn't fond of my father either, but he was still my father. That would never change. And even if it did, which I knew it wouldn't, Tate would never go for a girl like me.
Chapter 9. Here's a condom. I thought since you were acting like a dick, you might want to dress like one. Tate to Hennessy's date. Tate. It was purely coincidental that we ended up at the same place to eat twice that week. It also saved her life. This time I was with Baylor instead of Araya. Hennessy most definitely wasn't with Krisney. Aren't you tired of tacos yet? Baylor asked. I shook my head. Not really. I fucking loved the tacos here. They also had a hamburger for the days that someone wasn't feeling tacos. It was made out of buffalo, however, and it took some getting used to. I loved it now, though. I was eating 3 tacos as well as the burger and inhaling the chips and queso that we'd gotten when she walked in with him. I didn't know the man. In fact, I'd never seen him before in my life. But I could tell with just one glance what kind of man he was. One that her father would approve of. You want anything else to drink? The same server that I'd repossessed the car from served us, and I could tell within seconds that Baylor was nervous as hell. He kept watching her, like she was about to burst into tears at any moment, and if Hennessy hadn't been sitting 2 tables over with her date, I would have found it hilarious. However, I couldn't find anything humorous when I knew the moment they walked in that this date had the recipe for disaster in the making. I'd love another beer, Baylor muttered to his nearly empty mug. Thanks. His muttered reply had me smiling despite wanting to lean over the empty table in between Hennessy and I and pull her into my lap. You're being transparent, I said the minute she left. You got it bad for the girl? Baylor raised his lip in a silent snarl. Go fuck yourself right off a fucking cliff. Inventive, I chuckled. Fuck you. I rolled my eyes and they landed on Hennessy. She was staring at me, but the moment our eyes met, she looked away. Speaking of being transparent, Baylor drawled, you couldn't have it any worse right now. I flipped him off and picked up my drink, putting it to my lips and taking a healthy sip before replying. I probably could, I admitted, but I won't. Sure you won't, he countered, just like I don't have it bad for a girl that has trouble written all over her. That was the truth. We were both screwed. Here you go, the waitress said. Anything else? I shook my head and she left as if being there any longer would cause her to say something she might regret. It made me want to laugh, especially when I saw the anger written all over Baylor's face. How's your house coming? I shrugged. Can't get much done at night anymore. Why? My eyes slid over to the woman. She came over last night, this morning, and complained about the noise. Since I don't get off until sometime after 8 most nights, I don't have very much time to work on it. He grunted in understanding. Get up early. I thought about that for a moment and immediately discarded that idea. Got enough of that in prison, I admitted. The idea of getting up earlier than 8 o'clock literally makes me want to puke up these awesome tacos. Baylor snorted. You're so full of shit. I was. I wasn't going to throw up, but I damn sure wasn't going to entertain the thought of getting up early. Staying up late was easy. Getting up earlier than 8 to be into work by 8:30 wasn't something I was willing to consider. Do you like to eat tacos? I looked over at hearing Hennessy's date ask her that, and got to watch her stuff half of her taco into her mouth. Yes, she said through a mouthful of food. I could take them or leave them, her new friend admitted. I'm more into refined food. Food you have to eat with a fork and a knife. Like steak? She asked. He shook his head. Negative. Her brows went up. You don't like steak? He shook his head again. I'm a vegan. Hennessy's eyebrows furrowed. Would you like any more? The waitress asked. Yes, Hennessy whispered. Thank you, Lark. So that was the girl's name. My eyes went to Baylor to see his eyes fixated on the waitress's backside. He'd also taken notice of her name because his eyebrows went up. I'd like some, too, Hennessy's date smiled at the server. Like hers, only vegan, please. Could vegans eat cheese? I pulled out my phone and Googled, what do vegans eat? The first thing that popped up was a type of vegetarianism that excludes meat and all animal products. My immediate thought was, what a miserable existence. My second was that Hennessy's date had no fucking clue what was going on. I'd witnessed him eat not 1, not 2, but 4 tacos. Each of those tacos had cheese on it. Cheese was a byproduct of milk, which was derived from a cow. Did he know what being a vegan entailed, or was he just playing her? My curiosity was caught, and seeing as Baylor was looking behind my head at the mirror that I knew to be there, which had a prime view of the woman he'd been staring at for the majority of the night when she wasn't looking, I didn't feel bad. Instead, I turned my eyes to the 2 people at the next table over and studied them.
Hennessy. This was a disaster. I couldn't focus on the man in front of me because of the man beside me. I was so hyper-aware of everything the man did that I wasn't giving the man next to me the attention he apparently needed, which was, I realized, a lot. "Do you like avocados?" I was in the process of putting a slice of an avocado in my mouth, so I wasn't sure if he was joking or not. Yes," I said in confusion. "You look like you do," he grinned. "Did you know that an avocado is what they consider a superfood?" I shook my head, enjoying the creamy slide of the superfood down my throat. God, I loved avocados. "It's fattening, sure, but it has the good kind of fat in it, too. Good thing you don't care about your weight." I paused with the next slice of avocado halfway to my mouth. My eyes flicked to the side to see if the man at the next table over had caught the admission from my date, Tad. I winced when I saw that he had, in fact, caught it. I sent him a "don't do anything stupid" look and turned my eyes back to my date. "Tad," I said to him, "I'm not really sure that you should tell someone that it's good they don't care about their weight." Tad had the grace to blush. "Sorry, sometimes I get nervous and say stuff I wouldn't normally say, only think." I wasn't sure that was better, but I chose to let it go, otherwise I might brain him with the fork I was using to shovel the avocado into my mouth with. "Do you still live at home?" I shook my head. "No, I haven't lived at home in years. I moved out when I was 18 to go to college and never went back." "Interesting," he said. "I would think, since your father is the pastor and all, that you'd want to help him." I wanted to argue with him, but I knew that doing that would only prolong this date further than it needed to be. I wasn't sure if he was crazy or not, and honestly didn't want to know any more about him. What I wanted to do was finish my tacos and then find a quiet place to nap, preferably on my big sofa that liked to suck me in each time I sat on it. But then Lark showed up with the second serving of tacos, saving the day, but also prolonging it. The date wasn't going to be saved. I wasn't rude, though, so I sat there, ate my tacos, and wondered why they tasted different. It wasn't until I was halfway through my second taco that I realized why it tasted different. There wasn't any meat on it. My mouth fell open as I flicked the corn tortilla to the side, revealing its contents. My eyes went up to the man who was now staring at me with dawn and horror. "No," I winced. "There's cow in me." My hand covered my mouth to hide the laugh that wanted to escape. The asshole, Tate Casey, did nothing to hide his enjoyment of it, however. He laughed, he guffawed, he chuckled, he wiped the tears that were streaming from his eyes as he got a basic understanding of the horror 2 tables over. Then he bent over double and bellowed with utter glee. "There is cow in me!" Tad screamed again. "Oh, my God!" I bit my lip, trying so hard to not laugh. And I failed. I couldn't help it. I should really be more considerate. Really, I should. I had nothing against those members of society that wanted to be vegan for personal reasons, to each their own. But with the way Tad was crying and literally dry heaving, I couldn't help it. I laughed. I kept laughing longer than I probably should have, due to the man that was hunkered over his table now, beating on it with a big meaty fist. Even the man that was eating with him, Baylor Hale, looked like he was trying hard not to die of laughter. But my date saw me laughing and got mad. To show his anger, he picked up his plate and threw it at me. The contents of his plate landed on my shirt. The plate itself knocked me in the head where I'd run into a ladder not even 12 hours before. And the feeling of blood running down my forehead was almost immediate. That's when Tate Casey stopped laughing. I placed my hand to my forehead, brought my fingers away, and saw the blood there. Wincing, I reached for the stack of napkins and pressed it to my forehead while also standing. Tate drug my date out by his collar, opened the front door of the best taco shop and hostel, and threw the little punk outside. Immediately he closed the door, turned around, and surveyed the room. "Sorry," he muttered. "You had a trash problem." I bit my lip to keep the snort from escaping. Tate saw and walked toward me. His large fist came to my chin, lifted it up and to the side, and stared at my face. "Move the napkins." I did. "I think you'll live." I nodded. My entire body felt like it was floating with his nearness. He smelled like mint, tacos, and beer, 3 of my favorite things in the world, all rolled into one. "I will," I agreed, looking up into his eyes. His gaze met mine, and everything seemed to stand still. The room around us went silent. Despite being in the middle of a tiny hole-in-the-wall taco shop, it felt like we were the only 2 people on the planet. I wanted him to drop his mouth to mine and kiss me. I wanted him to wrap me up in his big muscular arms. I wanted to smell his scent around me as we made love. I wanted... "Go home, girl," he said, dropping his fist, as well as the connection that we'd formed. My entire heart fell. "I am." I paused to pick up my purse and pull out my wallet at the same time, keeping the napkins on my forehead. I didn't accomplish this, mostly because the man that was at my side pulled me away before I could accomplish my task. "I got it." "But..." He dropped 2 20s down onto the table. It was more than enough to cover the 2 meals, as well as my sweet tea. Generous and hot. I liked it. "Go home." I bit my lip and walked away, trying not to notice how everyone stared at me. Because if I had paid attention, I might have seen Tate making sure that I was okay, and watching every single movement of my ass. Chapter 10. I may not be everyone's cup of tea, but I'm too busy enjoying my beer to give a shit. Text from Tate to Hennessy. Hennessy. That morning, I had no idea that I was about to be a bad, bad girl. All I knew was that I was dressing up, knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that I was doing it only for him. "Are you sure that you want to do this?" I was FaceTiming with my best friend, and she was shaking her head. "I'm sure," I said, fastening the corset. "I'm sure that I need to wear this." I wasn't sure why. Maybe just the need to don body armor, to make myself feel pretty despite the fact that I'd never crossed that line between patient and medical professional. One could daydream, though. "At least wear a shirt over it that makes it to where you can't see it," she said. "And for God's sake, if you're going to wear stockings, make sure the skirt is long enough to hide them." I grinned and held up my long pencil skirt that I'd just bought yesterday on the way home from work. "I'm so proud that you're grown up," she admitted, smiling at my first purchase without her. "But you need to be careful here. I don't think your judgment can be trusted when it comes to Tate Casey." I wasn't sure it could either. He'd always been my weakness. "It'll be okay," I told her. "He has exactly 8 more weeks of time left with me. That's 16 more visits. I can do it." I hoped. "All right," she sighed. "If you need anything today, call me. I know you have a full schedule." I did. Tate was my first appointment at 8:30. Then I had a full patient load until 4 that afternoon, when I had a doctor's appointment for my yearly vagina check. I literally wouldn't have time to eat until I got home at 6 or so tonight. I'd overbooked myself, but honestly, I was okay with that. At first, I hadn't thought that hostel would benefit from having a psychologist in town. I'd been surprised, though, when on my first day of being open, the judge had declared that any referrals needed from the county jail would now be on my plate. From there, it just spiraled, and now I had a full patient load. I was making money and paying off stuff that I thought would take years to pay off. "Will do, friend," I said, smiling at Chrisney. "What are you doing today?" She grimaced. "I have to call a tow. My car broke down." I opened my mouth to say something, but she interrupted me. "No, I don't need a ride. I'm at home today and have no plans to go anywhere. I just need it fixed, and the easiest way to do that is by having someone come get it and take it to the mechanic." I shut it just as fast. Before she hung up, she yelled, "Don't do anything I wouldn't do." Then there was nothing but dead air in my ear. Sighing, I yanked the corset off, reached for a simple white V-neck camisole, paired it with the new skirt I'd bought yesterday, and settled with simple flats and the soft baby blue cardigan. Once I was as dressed as I was going to get, I went to the bathroom and started on the makeup. I didn't know how to do makeup. That was Christie's forte. However, I gave it my best shot and ended up with lip gloss, mascara, and a light gray color of eyeshadow that had glitter in it, shading my eyelids. It was very simple, but it helped my pale white skin look less ghost-like and more presentable. I'd just stepped out of my house and locked the door when I looked over at the house across the street, and the breath stalled in my lungs. Tate was there, standing beside his bike, staring at something. Something that I couldn't see, but he was definitely interested in. My brows furrowed as I took the steps down the walk, and then I tripped over a large book that was on the ground. "You need Jesus," I read aloud. "I need Jesus?" "You got one too?" My eyes went from the book lying on the ground to the man that was now straddling his motorcycle. "You mean the You Need Jesus book that was on my front walk?" He nodded. "Then yes, I got one too." I smiled, trying not to seem too overly eager to talk to him. I wanted to lay my head against his chest and listen to the rumble of it while he spoke, but that would probably be one of those patient-doctor boundaries that I probably shouldn't cross. "See you there," he muttered, then started his bike. I bit my lip as I watched him ride away and wondered if I could take a picture of him the next time I saw him get on his bike. I was in this beard watch group on Facebook, and each time someone from the group saw an exceptional beard that they loved, they snapped a picture and posted it. See, I wasn't all that great at it, like some people were. The group admin's mother was good. She'd walk right up to a bearded man and take a photo. Me, I'd be willing to take them through the blinds of a restaurant, but if it required me to actually interact with said bearded man, then I'd freeze. I got embarrassed easily, and when I got embarrassed, I forgot how to use my tongue. Hence why I sucked at doing anything outside of work. I was a social pariah. Annoying, but true. I got into the car and started it up, making the drive to the office in 10 minutes, and still beat Tate there. Deciding that he'd gone to grab a coffee or something, I pulled my office keys out of my purse and started walking, head down to the front door. That's why I never saw him coming until it was too late. Bitch. I looked up to find my date, Tad, standing there with a look of pure fury in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Tad." I hesitated. "I didn't mean to look at you." "You knew I didn't want to eat tacos," he hissed. "But you said this is my favorite place. You have to try it." And I caved. "That's all because of your stupid, stupid eyes." "My eyes? What?" "I don't know what you're speaking of," I admitted, "but I have an appointment in less than 5 minutes, so I'll have to finish this discussion later." "You'll finish it now, bitch." He wrapped his hands around my arm and squeezed. For a little dude, he was surprisingly strong. I yanked my arm away from his grip and took a step back. Then he lunged. I stepped back, but it proved unnecessary when a hand wrapped itself around Tad's shirt and yanked him back before he could take even one threatening step in my direction. Tad squealed. Literally squealed like a tiny little pig picked up when he didn't want to be. "I know that you weren't about to do anything to the good doctor here," came Tate's chilling admonishment. "Because if you were, I might very well have to defend her." Tate let Tad go, and the way he was straining to get away caused him to fall away with the resistance he was no longer being provided. He hit the ground with a dull thud, but caught himself on his hands and knees. "Fucking worthless cunt," Tad growled, making his way back to his feet. "You made me throw up all night long." "Why?" "Because you made me eat cow." My brows furrowed, and I couldn't quite grasp the link of him eating cow to me making him eat cow.
"She didn't make you eat cow, you dumb shit," Tate said. "That was an honest screw-up on the waitress's part. You can't honestly be dumb enough to think that Hennessy would have done that to you on purpose, can you?"
Tad's face went mottled with rage.
"I'll have you know that I was a perfect vegan until yesterday. You can't begin to understand the cruelty to animals that goes into making the products that you heathens consume on a daily basis."
Tate frowned at him.
"I assure you that I don't like the way that animals are treated either. However, you're not a perfect vegan. I read on Google last night that cheese used to be made using cow intestines," Tate drawled. "And let's not forget that it's made out of milk. You know, the thing that comes from cows. You were eating cheese tacos all last night before you ever ate the cow. If you were a true vegan, you'd know what your cheese was made of and why you can't eat it."
Tad turned his angry eyes on Tate and started to sputter out a dispute.
"What are you talking about?"
Tad hissed, pointing at me.
"You're a fucking cunt liar, and you're just a big cunt douchebag."
I wanted to beat my head against the wall. I was glad that I only suffered through one and only one date with the man. There was no way with that attitude that anything would ever have worked out between us.
"I hate the word cunt."
Tad bared his teeth at me.
"You'll hear from my lawyer."
I frowned, but before I could ask him for what, he was already gone.
"Well, that was fun," I muttered, brushing invisible lint off my shirt.
Tate snorted.
"You're lucky I was here."
I thought so, too. I didn't think you were, to be honest. I didn't see your bike. He pointed to the tow truck that was sitting beside the building, barely visible but for the back bumper.
"Went to get the truck so I can leave for a job after this."
I bit my lip and nodded, making my way to the front door and opening it. I felt his heat at my back, but I didn't turn. Didn't do anything. Didn't dare. Not with the way my hormones were practically urging me to do naughty things with a man and screw anyone or anything that tried to stop me.
"You want me to get those blinds?"
I shook my head and gestured to the door. "No, I don't want to see him outside if I can help it. Not to mention my father shows up at the worst possible times, ruining our sessions. You can lock that door. We'll open it after you leave. That way nobody knows that you're here." Tate shrugged and dropped the string he'd been holding to hoist up the blinds. Then he stalked toward me. "You want some coffee before we get started?" My question had him tilting his head.
"No, I had 2 cups before I got out of the RV this morning," he answered, taking his regular seat on the leather couch. "Is there anything you want to start with in particular today?"
I bit my lip and looked away, realizing rather quickly that the man was wearing tight blue jeans that hugged his hips, and his package rather deliciously. The shirt he had on clung to his chest, and I wasn't sure that I could make it all the way through this session without involuntarily coming. Not with the way I wanted him. Not with how he'd saved me earlier. Not with the way he was looking at me, like he wanted to eat me alive. Shit. I took a seat and crossed my legs, very much aware of the increase in sensation when I did that. The clench of my thighs sandwiched my clit between the lips of my sex, and I had to tell myself multiple times not to squirm. Although it'd feel good, it was nearly impossible not to know what the hell was going on, what I was doing on Tate Casey's end. This is so inappropriate, I thought morosely. Tate shifted in his seat, his eyes hot and on me, as he waited for me to begin. Though that was just how Tate was. So freaking intense that sometimes it was hard to get 2 words strung together that made any bit of sense. I uncrossed my legs and crossed them on the other side. His eyes tracked my movements. "We're going to start today off a little differently." I cleared my throat. "If you had to choose one thing to never happen, whether it affected you or the world in general, what would it be?" He pursed his lips, then casually crossed his arms loosely over his belly. His feet were stretched out in front of him, partially covered by the coffee table that was separating us.
Anything?
I nodded. Anything. He tapped his fingers loosely on the opposite hand and lowered his brows in concentration.
Rape.
Not murder? I asked curiously. He shook his head.
No, sometimes murder is a good thing.
I tilted my head. How do you figure?
Have you ever heard of assisted suicide?
He questioned. I nodded. I had. Texas wasn't one of the states that allowed it, but it was definitely something I'd heard about while going to school, as well as in the news and on Facebook.
That's a type of murder, he explained. If those patients weren't able to get help, they'd live a painful life however long they had left to live it.
I nodded, understanding where he was coming from. Any other examples? He had me curious. He laid his arguments out well and had backup and proof for everything he gave me. It was an amazing thing to have a man that could verbally spar with me.
Well, say that you were young. A kid, he said. Say that you walked in on your sister being raped.
My stomach clenched. I knew where he was going with this, and the anger at what Tate had to go through as a young child, and was then expected to live with it, was a harsh reality that I'd never been able to see past. I hated Tate's mother. I hated my father for not doing anything about what had happened to Tate's sister, Alyssa. I hated the town for not forcing the police force to follow through. Alyssa hadn't been anywhere near our age. She'd been in high school when her boyfriend of 6 months had gotten tired of waiting and had decided that it was time for Alyssa to give up what she'd been flaunting. Alyssa hadn't been flaunting anything. Alyssa had been a normal teenage girl. However, Alyssa's boyfriend had decided that no didn't mean no, and proceeded to rape her in her bedroom. All the while, Alyssa's brother, Tate, had been in the next room. Tate, at age 8, had gotten hungry and went to find his sister to see if she would cook for him. What he'd found when he'd come into the room was a sobbing Alyssa, and a still in the process of raping her boyfriend. Tate had tried to intervene, not quite understanding the repercussions of what he saw, but he'd tried to help anyway. He'd gotten a fist to the face for his trouble and had passed out. Once Alyssa's boyfriend had stopped, he'd left. Alyssa had then had to take not just herself, but her brother to the hospital. Then 2 months later, she found out that she was pregnant with his kid. It was rumored that Alyssa had then tried to kill herself, but nobody besides Tate and maybe his mother knew the truth.
Walked into that room, and what I saw will forever haunt my brain, he said. My 8-year-old self was able to twist what I did see, and now every time I get into a similar situation that reminds me of it, I black out. My rage is over the top and off the charts. I can't seem to control anything, not even my mouth. But here's where I think murder can be good in certain situations. I paused and waited for what he'd say next. Would it make me smile? Would I agree with him? Would it be morally and ethically wrong? And would I have to delve into this further? As all of these questions filtered through my brain, I was left blinking stupidly when he said what he did next. I witnessed my sister try to kill herself 4 times.
My eyes closed, and my pen stopped doodling on my paper.
The second time I stopped her, she screamed at me. She told me that I was selfish.
I bit my lip. This man wasn't selfish.
The 4th time, she was days away from having her baby.
He paused.
And that was the day, at the age of 9 years old, that I knew that sometimes killing someone was okay. Sometimes this earth can't handle them, can't make them whole again. Sometimes it's the most humane thing to do. Let them go. I've wanted to kill Duncan Trey every day for the last 20+ years. He paused. He's the reason I have never met my nephew. He's the reason my sister refuses to have anything to do with me. He's the reason that I am the way I am. He's the reason that I can't fucking sleep at night. He looked at me sharply. I've witnessed 7 girls get raped, as well as 2 men. My belly churned. Most of those I saw while I was overseas in the military, he added. And most of them were men doing that to their wives, though it's okay over there. The woman is supposed to do what the man says she has to do. If she doesn't, she can be punished for her sins. I bit my lip, trying hard not to interrupt him. This was the most I'd ever gotten out of him in one session. The good thing, though, was that all of those men were living on borrowed time. One by one, they all went down by either my hand or somebody else's hand, until there was only one left. My sister's rapist. You won't. His smile was fierce. I won't. But I want to. I licked my dry lips. This was towing the line for me. I was at a point where I needed to make a decision. I needed to either allow this one to go untouched, call his probation office, and tell them that this man wasn't going to be fixed in just 20-something sessions. Or I needed to let it go. Heavy thoughts, he teased. I shrugged. What I'm thinking is that you're a very strong man. He laughed and looked away, and I chose that moment to stand up and walk to my desk, where a Keurig was sitting. Coffee? He grinned but shook his head. Nah, I'm good. Thank you, though. I half-heartedly smiled at him and started myself a cup, waiting for the man to say he was through with this session. When he didn't, however, I realized that he didn't plan on going anywhere. He was giving me the answers today because something had changed. Tate? He'd never once taken his eyes off of me. Yeah? His voice was rough, and for the first time today, I took everything about him in. Tate? Hennessy? I took a step forward. Are you even a little bit apologetic? I asked, trying to keep myself from taking that next step. He shook his head so slowly that it was almost impossible to misunderstand. Prison sucked ass, he admitted. However, that little girl is 15 now, has a boyfriend, and is alive right now because of me. I bit my lip. Probably should be sorry, I nodded. But I'm not. No, I could see that he wasn't. As the person in charge of your case and the anger management issues, I should be encouraging you to never think the way you're thinking right now. He shrugged. But, I exhaled slowly. But I'm not going to. There's no reason to. Why is that? Because I can't say I don't agree with you, I answered. I would have probably done the same thing, being in your position. His lips tipped up. I'd hope that if you were ever put into a situation like that you wouldn't do anything as stupid as I did, he drawled. Otherwise, you might get that pretty little head hurt. He thought my head was pretty? Pretty little head? His lips twitched. And that cute fat ass. My mouth fell open. It's not fat. His eyes went to my hips. No, you're not fat. Your ass, though, it's not fat, but it's fat. Round. I bet it would take my hips pounding against it like a pro. He paused. Would like to see it flaming red from my hand smacking it, too. I swallowed
That was when I noticed that I wasn't across the room from him anymore, but standing near the edge of the couch, only a scant few feet away from him. I swallowed and started to step back, but his hand reached out and snagged my wrist, halting my backward retreat. "You know something, Miss Haynes?" I swallowed again and shook my head. The feel of his long, strong fingers wrapped around my delicate wrist was my undoing. I never knew that a touch on my wrist could feel like an electrode was connected straight to my clit. But damned if I wasn't pressing my thighs together to alleviate the ache. His eyes missed nothing. "What do I know?" I whispered hoarsely. "I know that this thing between me and you will never work." I frowned, anger that he'd write us off before we even started simmering in my belly. Before we'd even started? What the hell, Hennessy? "Want to know why I know that?" I swallowed and nodded. "It's not what you think," he said. I cleared my throat. "What do I think?" "You're thinking that this is a patient-doctor line that shouldn't be crossed." I nodded faintly. It was, very much so. "But that's not what'll ruin us." "What will ruin us?" I questioned. He grinned. "We will." I blinked. "What?" "You're the preacher's daughter. I'm the son of the town whore." I bit my lip. He was speaking the truth. Everyone knew who I was, and everyone knew who he was. Neither of us denied that fact. "You're all sunshine and giggling unicorns. A doctor that the whole entire fucking town can't help but love. And I'm the dark, dangerous man that's been to prison, that has killed someone. Nobody but my own crew likes me. You're sweet honey and I'm gasoline, highly flammable and something that everyone is wary of." "I like the smell of gasoline," I blurted. His lips twitched. "We're gonna do this once, and once only." He pulled me closer, and by God, if I didn't do what he asked without protest. "Straddle my hips." He'd see my garter belt, my stockings, the ones that I wore for him. Oh, fuck. I shook my head. What we're about to do could ruin my career. His smile was sort of scary. "How's your heart?" I placed my free hand to my chest and felt it beating. "It's racing." He smiled at that news. "What about your cunt?" I shivered. That word coming from his mouth would be my undoing. "My vagina is wet." Why was I being so honest with him? "Do you ever say cunt or pussy?" I shook my head. I tried really hard not to curse. The worst word I used was hell or damnation. Being the daughter of a preacher was one way to stop yourself from using those kinds of words. It had been touch and go in college, but I'd managed to stay strong. This man, though, he had the power to make me do anything. And I think he always had. "What about cock?" I shook my head, my eyes going to where his fingers still wrapped around my wrist to keep myself from looking at his lower half. Because if I did, I might very well throw myself at him. "No," I rasped. My eyes became fixated on his tattoos. Starting at his fingers, they flowed up his wrist into a perfect sleeve. There wasn't an inch of his skin that wasn't covered with something. A gesture, swirls from some tribal pattern, a flower, rose petals, a constellation, Mickey Mouse, the word Alyssa. It just went on and on and on. Each one I wanted to ask its meaning, but I couldn't make my mouth work. My body was focused on other things, like the throbbing between my legs. I wanted nothing more than to drop my hand between my legs and swirl my fingers around that unfamiliar bundle of nerves. Yes, You're hearing that correctly. Unfamiliar. I'd never had an orgasm. Never. I'd never once touched myself down there. I'd had sex one time and one time only. It was the night I got really, really drunk. I'd been at a party, had started drinking, and it had lowered my inhibitions enough for me to do something I'd never been able to do before. Have sex. It had been a boy from my physics class. He'd been what you would call a nerd and had been exceptionally terrible at sex. I'd come on to him, and he'd taken me up on the offer almost immediately. He'd taken me up to his room, shut the door, and followed me down onto the bed. There I'd let him touch me. I knew I hadn't gotten off. I was fairly sure I hadn't even been all that turned on, but I'd always been curious. However, when I was sober, I wasn't able to lower my walls enough to ask for what I wanted. There was a time that I thought something was wrong with me, but right now, standing next to this man, I realized that there wasn't anything wrong with me. I just hadn't been near the right man long enough to realize what I wanted. And I wanted Tate Casey, almost more than I wanted my next breath. His eyes watched my face, studied every single expression that crossed it. "Are you a virgin, Hennessy Haynes?" I shook my head. That was one thing I wouldn't be able to lie about, and didn't have to. I wasn't a virgin. I hadn't come, I never got myself off, and I hadn't had sex in over 10 years, but I wasn't a virgin. Practically yes, but technically no. My drunken night of sex with my first and only sexual partner had ended with him getting off the moment he'd sank his penis inside of me. I guess I should be lucky that I at least got that. Chrisney hadn't had sex with any man but her ex-boyfriend Reed. Reed, who had shown her what she was missing, and then had taken it away from her. Mine, at least, hadn't done that. "Good," he growled. Then I was in his lap. This was going to be bad. I knew it. He knew it. We all freaking knew it. My notepad hit the floor, and the next thing I knew, my mouth was on his. I was straddling his thick thighs. They felt like rocks underneath my ass, as well as the long, thick column of his cock. I told myself this was a bad idea. I was breaching all kinds of patient-doctor boundaries. Did I care? Hell no. Should I care? Hell yes. I felt his hands on my outer thighs, and it took me a long minute to realize that he'd gotten my skirt up to my hips, exposing everything from the waist down. I pulled away from him, my chest heaving, and stared worriedly into his eyes. He looked down, not realizing my rising panic. Why was I panicking? Because I don't shave my vagina. It likely looked like a woolly mammoth was covering my vagina. Oh, God. I started to pull away, but then I felt his thumb sweep over my panty-clad lips and froze. "Like that you got hair." My breath stalled in my lungs. I don't shave," I told him. He grinned at me, then slipped his finger into the top of my panties, exposing my lower region to his gaze. "I see that," he said. "Don't like looking at bare vaginas, to be honest. Makes me feel like a pedophile who's into little girls." I definitely wasn't that. "Trimmed like yours is how I want it," he growled. Then one finger dipped inside. The tip of his finger slid between my pussy lips and grazed my clit, causing my entire body to jolt. Oh, God. I wasn't going to make it. Another touch like that, and I was going to orgasm. That I knew for a certainty. Somehow, he knew it, too. So when he did it again, this time watching my face the entire time, I bit my lip and came. It was the best feeling I'd ever experienced in my entire life. I now knew what the big deal was, and it was everything. Stars burst over my vision, and my head went back. My bun that was situated nicely on the lower portion of my skull was knocked askew when my head went back, and a gasping scream left my throat. But the icing on the cake? That was Tate's reaction to me coming. One second I was on his lap, still fully clothed, and the next, I was naked except for my garter belt and stockings. My bra was the last thing to go, hitting the floor beside the skirt, shirt, and ripped panties. By the time I came back from having my mind blown, his mouth was descending toward my nipple. The moment that his hot mouth closed around the very tip and sucked it inside, I felt my juices leaving my body in a steady rush. I wanted this man more than anything. More than I wanted a cookie after a meal. More than I wanted a puppy. More than I wanted to win $1 million and spend it on a house and land where I could have horses. I wanted him with the ferocity of a hungry lion looking for its next kill. Then I felt his teeth nibble on my nipple, and I latched onto the first solid thing I could find. His shoulders. My nails dug in, and I stared, transfixed, as he watched me watch him. We were tied together right then, staring deeply into each other's eyes, as something profound passed between us. "Unzip my jeans," he ordered, while kneading my breast. Then he bit down again, this time a little bit harder, causing my hips to jerk. "Unzip my jeans." I reached down, almost on autopilot, and unzipped his jeans. I was awkward, clumsy, and it was obvious I'd never done it before. But he didn't stop playing with my breast, didn't stop giving attention to my nipples, did nothing but watch me fumble with his belt. Tried twice to unsnap his jeans until I realized that it was a button, then yanked down his zipper so hard and fast that it almost got caught on the erection that I could see and feel. He did nothing to reprimand me, did nothing to change my awkward ways. Only watched as I shoved open his jeans, then ran my finger over the wide column filling his boxer briefs. Oh, God, and what a big thing it was. So big. I immediately started to get nervous. "Take out my cock." When I didn't comply fast enough, he pinched my nipple between two knuckles and squeezed. I hadn't realized how much I'd needed the roughness, the orders, until he'd delivered them. But with him telling me everything I needed to do, I found that my brain cleared long enough for me to comply. I hooked my fingers of both hands into the waistband of his briefs and pulled the band down. Exposing his cock slowly, I bit my lip as I got my first good look at the base of him. His hair surrounding where his cock attached to his pelvic region was dark, almost black. The base of his cock was thick, surrounded by pubic hair, and so thick that I worried that my fingers wouldn't even fit around it. The more I exposed of his cock, the more that I realized that Tate Casey was anything but average. I was always a curious girl. I'd watched porn. I knew what a penis looked like. Tate Casey's cock was a porn penis, big, thick, veiny, and long. It started out a tanned, lovely shade of brown and turned into a ruddy red the more of it that was exposed. And the crown, my God, the tip of his penis finally freed from his underwear, and it hit his washboard stomach with a thick smack. I bit my lip and looked up at him, only just now realizing that he'd stopped what he was doing to my breasts. Both of my nipples were hard peaks, and they looked, as well as felt, angry and red. My breasts were heaving, and my pussy... Yes, I finally realized the merit of saying pussy because vagina just didn't work in situations such as these, was throbbing with need. I wanted nothing more than to take this man's cock inside of me and ride it straight into the sunset. I, Hennessy Haynes, also wasn't stupid. I knew what would happen if I tried to put his cock in me and slammed down on it. He'd rip me a new one. The man was hung. There was no other definition for it. He was huge, hard, and extended to his belly button that had to be at least 8, if not 9 inches in total length. "Lost you?" My eyes found his, and I bit my lip. I'm pretty sure that you're huge and I might not like this very much. He grinned and let his hand slide from my rib cage where they'd been sitting to my belly. Then they curved around to my splayed thighs and dipped down over my sex. One thumb went on one side of my cleft and one went on the other. All he did was run those two thick appendages down the length of my sex. Didn't touch anything important. And my back arched. Oh, God. He was going to kill me. It's a man's job to make his woman ready, honey, he teased. Let me tell you a secret. I leaned in, enthralled with the way his eyes stayed on mine. What? He grinned and leaned forward until his mouth was a scant inch from mine. It always fits. My mouth fell open, but before I could sputter out the response required in situations like these, he finally let those thumbs do some work and slipped one straight into my willing pussy, while the other one went up to my clit. The double whammy he just committed was enough to steal the breath straight from my lungs as I moaned out, low and loud. Shh, he whispered. We don't want you making too much noise, do we? I grinned and opened my mouth to say, how can I not? But when I went to say it, he pulled my head down to his and let his tongue slip inside my mouth that I'd opened to argue with. The air in my lungs returned as I gasped into his mouth. This was already the best sexual experience of my life, and I'd only had his thumb enter me. What would I feel when it was his cock? His kisses had me dizzy, and by the time he was through, I was riding his thumb, desperate to get to a point that I wasn't sure I was ready for. The thumb inside of me was making slick, wet sounds each time I raised and lowered my hips, and at one point, I knew I would have been embarrassed. That point would be later, not right now. The way he made me feel, God, I couldn't even explain it. It was like I'd gotten all of my favorite things at once. All of those things now centered around Tate. I didn't think that even a Snickers would make this day any better. Nothing, and I do mean nothing, could ruin it. Even if he stopped right this second, I knew that it'd be something I remembered for the rest of my life. Something I compared all other sexual encounters to for the rest of my time on Earth. But then he did go and make it better. Drop that tight cunt onto my cock, he ordered, holding his cock up like he was wielding a weapon. There was no hesitation at all. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I lifted up and waited for him to position his cock at my entrance, and he didn't disappoint. The moment I felt him there, I started to descend, filling myself full of so much Tate that I wasn't sure I could take it. Easy, baby, he cooed, running his rough hand up the outside of my thigh. Take it slow. We're in no hurry. Except for I wanted him inside me so badly that I couldn't think straight. Oh, and let's not forget the fact that I had an appointment in an hour. I had a feeling Tate could go on for days. An hour would be inconsequential to him, but I'd give it the good old college try. My thighs burned as I pulled back up, coating his cock with more of my need that was leaking from my pussy. The extra lubrication helped, and the second pass of his cock came much smoother, allowing me to take another few inches. But he still wasn't all the way inside. I guess what they say is true, I panted. Big feet, big hands. He started to laugh, and by doing that, he was making the cock inside of me jump. I'm not sure that's true in real life, but in our world, we're going to go with it. I bit my lip and tried not to blurt out how much seeing him laugh, feeling him laugh, made me happy. He'd stop, and I didn't want him to stop. Not ever. His hands on my hips guided me, telling me how much I could take, and setting the pace in which we would go. I allowed this, unable to do anything but, and rode the wave that was Tate. He controlled every single aspect of our lovemaking, or our fucking. I couldn't tell which one it was at this point. But regardless, this man made me feel so much that I knew that today would forever change me. We'd made no promises to each other, and honestly, that was okay. The man knew what he wanted, and I did too. I wanted him, pure and simple. Then he slammed me down onto him, and I was forced to take everything. There wasn't a single inch of me that wasn't filled with him. My eyes closed and my head fell back. My breath hitched for a few long seconds, but I continued to breathe through it, though I did have to admit that it was difficult. "Look down at us." I let my head fall forward, my eyes taken in where we were joined. His cock made my pussy stretch so full that it looked nearly painful. It didn't feel painful. Yet.
"Told you it would fit."
I bit my lip and tilted my head back, my eyes meeting his. "You did, didn't you?" He growled something at me, then used those large, strong arms of his to wrap around my waist, pulling me into his chest. Then he fucked me. This was no lovemaking. This was fucking plain as day. The force of his thrusts, compared with the way he pulled me down so forcefully, had my orgasm starting that climb again. How it could be possible, I didn't know, but I knew tomorrow, nothing else would ever be good enough. Only Tate's cock would do. "Fuck," I breathed. I didn't even realize I'd said a curse word. Tate did. He laughed, deep and low, as he continued to fuck me. The backs of my thighs were hitting the tops of his so hard that loud slaps filled the quiet office. The springs of the couch were squeaking, and it would only be later that I realized that he was using my coffee table as leverage to power upwards with his thighs. My eyes went hazy as tears filled them. Then I shattered into a million tiny, never-going-to-be-put-back-together pieces. I was aware of him following me over, but I could care less. I was experiencing the one thing that all women dreamed about. An orgasm that dragged me 50 feet under, shook me up, and threw me back out a completely different person. I opened my eyes, my heartbeat racing, and looked down at the man who had rapture still written all over his face. His mouth was slightly parted. His beard was ruffled from my kisses. His signature baseball cap was askew, but not completely off. And his hands were clenched so tightly around my hips that I knew tomorrow I'd have perfectly defined bruises of all 10 of his fingers. 5 on one hip, 4 in the back, 1 in the front. 5 on the other, 4 in the back, 1 in the front. Then he pulled me up and off of him, setting me on my feet. My eyes automatically looked down, and I saw him sheathed in a condom that I didn't remember hearing him put on. "You used a condom," he grunted. "Always have, always will." I couldn't find fault in that, but I was somewhat disheartened that I didn't get to feel him burst inside of me. Not that I would ever tell him that. What he didn't know wouldn't hurt him. "Good," I said, and bent down for my panties. Once I saw that they were ripped on both sides, I realized that panties weren't happening today. That would be uncomfortable. "Really?" I asked him, holding them up for him to see. He grinned unrepentantly and stood. "My bad." I snorted and watched avidly as he took the condom off of his cock, tied it off, and then reached for the tissues that I had on the coffee table. Once he'd wrapped the condom, he put it into the trash and tucked his cock back into his jeans. His still half-hard cock. Even that was an impressive sight. The man was definitely large, everywhere. Once his jeans were buttoned, he pulled his t-shirt back over his pants, his eyes once again on me. He didn't look uncommittable, and it was only then that I realized I was still standing there naked looking at him. I bent over and got dressed, wincing only slightly when I realized that I'd have to go throughout the entire day with no panties on. Usually I wouldn't mind, but I had a lunch date with my father, and that was going to be extremely awkward. "How do you like the word cunt now?" Tate wondered. I bit my lip, wondering if I should say what was really on my mind. "I love it," I told him honestly. "But only when you say it when you're inside of me." He grinned, then winked. Distantly, I heard the jingle of bells on my front office door and realized that our hour was up. My next client had arrived, and there would be no waiting for him. This client's name was Jeff Yates. He was a favor from a friend. When Jeff was a small child, he'd been diagnosed with schizophrenia. Now, at the age of 26, he was still suffering from the same episodes, but had them better under control. He'd moved to hostel from Austin, Texas about a year ago, and the woman that he used to see as a psychologist had been my teacher and my mentor during college. She'd called me and asked me to take on Jeff as a patient, and I'd agreed. It was only after he'd come to see me for the second time that I realized how hard he'd be to deal with. He also didn't know the word wait. I wasn't even sure he knew the word stop. "Can you get the blinds for me while I go let Jeff in?" I asked him. "He doesn't wait well." Tate's eyes held mine for a few long seconds, and then he nodded in understanding. "Yeah." As I left the office once again, fully dressed, I felt Tate's movement behind me. As each section of blind was raised, and my little world was exposed, I felt marginally better. I could deal with the blinds closed with Tate. There was no way for me to feel scared in his presence. Jeff, however, was a completely different story. The man gave me the creeps, and I was on the verge of dropping him as a patient. The only thing that kept me from completely freaking out was my old mentor and teacher. We'd compared notes, and I had a better understanding of how Jeff's mind worked. That likely wouldn't be enough, though. Not with the way he gave me the chills and made me feel like I was a sitting duck in the eyes of a predator. Jeff was smaller, about 6 inches shy of 6 foot. He was lanky, had long hair, and looked like he didn't step foot out of his house much. He lived with his mother, or at least that was what he told me, but I had yet to see her. Steeling my nerves and opening my office door, I smiled warily at Jeff. "Nice to see you, Jeff. Won't you come in?" Jeff did, and glanced in the corner at Tate the moment he breached the room.
"What the fuck is he doing here?"
Tate's eyes narrowed on Jeff.
"I was just leaving," Tate said carefully. "See you in a couple days, Miss Haynes."
Then Tate was gone, glancing over his shoulder twice at me and then at Jeff. He must have felt it too. I shivered and turned to my patient. "Won't you sit down?" Jeff went horizontal on top of the couch.
"I need to tell you what I dreamed about last night."
And then he proceeded to tell me a tale of a dark-haired woman that was dead on the side of the road, that had a remarkable resemblance to me.
Chapter 11. I hate it when those voices in my head go silent. I never know what those fuckers are planning. Tate's secret thoughts. Tate. You're doing her, aren't you? I turned to find Araya standing directly next to the door I'd just exited. She was half in, half out of the pediatrician's office next door, holding the door open as she openly glared at me. I frowned. What? The woman, she gestured to Hennessy's office. Knew you always had a thing for her. I inwardly winced. I had, yet I'd been able to curb that thing. Yet today I'd lost control. Today I'd finally given in to the one thing I'd wanted for a really long time, and I was glad that I did. I was glad. Araya, I paused. We're not talking about this, I said. I'm there for my mandatory anger management classes that were assigned to me from the judge that was in charge of my release. Araya didn't take the hint. Was our relationship always a lie? She looked back into the office, let the door close, and crossed her arms over her chest. She was still turned slightly to the side, keeping an eye on whatever or whoever was in there. Maybe her sister's kids. Though Araya worked somewhere. Maybe it was there. Araya, I sighed and took off my ball cap, running my fingers along my short hair, then resituated the cap on my head. My fingers still smelled like Hennessy. God, so fucking good. Even thinking about her, tasting my fingers with the slick of her still on them, was making me hard all over again. I needed to focus. It was, wasn't it? I gritted my teeth and returned my focus to her. We weren't a lie. I loved you once, but we were never good together, I admitted. We fought like crazy, you hated where I worked, and that I didn't make enough money for us to do anything. You disliked how I dressed and the way I shaved my hair. You seriously had something to complain about over everything I did, and that's not including the fact that we broke up at least once every 6 months. That was no lie. Out of the years that we'd been on-again, off-again lovers, we were together for a short year at most. Most of the time we were off again, which was no exaggeration. She'd broken it off 3 times while I'd been deployed. Then I'd get leave, come back home, confront her, and we were back together. That happened 2 more times before I finally decided that enough was enough. I didn't contact her at all while I was away the rest of the time, but the minute I got out and came back home again, we were back together. Well, together being a loose term for what we had, it was more like we were fuck buddies, and that was all there was to it. Then I'd gone to prison not long after that, and I'd not seen her or spoken to her again until I got home. I didn't get one single letter from her. Not one. So where was her accountability in all of this? She'd been the one not to follow through with her promise to talk to me after I'd been sentenced, even though she'd told me repeatedly that she would. I couldn't tell you a time that we were happy together. We'd gotten together in high school. It had been fun. However, nowhere in my memory could I remember a time when I said, "She's it for me." It hadn't happened. I knew that Araya wasn't mine and would never be. We honestly didn't like each other enough for that to happen. "That makes this better," she muttered. Before I could question anything else, a little girl came out of the door, her eyes downcast. The little girl, about 3 or so, had deep bags underneath her eyes and hair the color of the deepest red that I'd ever seen. At hearing the first sound, Araya spun on her heels, scooped the little girl up in her arms, and took her inside. Confused at her words and sudden departure, I walked to the truck and got in, thinking for the life of me that I wished I knew that particular backstory. Araya had always been an odd girl to me, and always would be. That had been partially why I couldn't find any common ground with her. Everything that I liked, she loathed. Slamming the door to the truck, I belted my buckle in place and headed off to my second appointment for the day, my parole officer. 4 hours later, I was knee-deep in mud that felt like I was stepping in warm shit. It smelled like shit, too. "Why the hell would you drive in here?" I muttered. "Sometimes it's good to use common sense." Baylor looked at me like I had a screw loose. "It wasn't mud when I drove on it, dumbass," he shot back. "And that fucking man over there is the dumb one. Who the hell would think that they can drive on fucking water?" I didn't have an answer to that. Not a single one. Hooking the last of the chains in place, I slogged through the knee-deep mud to the back of the truck, pressed the button for the winch to start pulling forward, and hoped that this would work. We were in luck. It did. 10 minutes later, I was calling into dispatch and relaying my location. "I'm not going to be back until I can get a shower," I told dispatch. "And lunch." 10-4. Instead of driving all the way home, I drove to the gas station to get some chicken, and nearly ran straight into Hennessy the moment I opened the door. "Jesus, you scare the shit out of me," she declared, placing one hand over her heart. I grinned. "Just opening the door, darling." She rolled her eyes and stepped to the side, but instead of taking her order, I made one of my own. "You might as well come out, so I don't accidentally brush up against you." I gestured to my clothes. She blinked. "How the hell?" I snorted. "Baylor tried to pull someone out, and in the process got his own truck stuck. I had to go get him out, and this was the result." "I hope you got paid enough for towing them," she mentioned. I nodded. "He got charged for 2 tows. She snorted out a laugh and stepped outside. "Wow, it's even worse from the back," she mentioned once she was behind me. I laughed and walked inside without another word. When I came back out, it was to find her leaning against her car, watching me. She was snacking on a chicken taquito, a lovely fried morsel that I would forever love due to its deliciousness, and obviously waiting for me to come out. "You mind?" I gestured to the hood where she was leaning. She shook her head and gestured with the taquito. "Help yourself," she said. "Car's already pretty dirty." It was. "You should wash it," I teased. She snorted. "I would if we weren't supposed to get 2 weeks of rain," she explained. "Starting tomorrow, we're supposed to have at least a 50% chance of rain every single day." I grimaced. Rain meant work. Work meant I'd never get to work on the house. Wonderful. The house would never get done at this point. "Why the long face?" she asked, taking a drink from her cup. The way she hovered over the straw had my dick stirring in my pants. It was the familiar voice calling my name, however, that had that deflating in seconds. "Tate!" I looked toward the sound of the voice and found my smile growing. "Rosemary!" I grinned and stood up from my lean against Hennessy's car, fully facing the woman. Rosemary was Araya's sister. She was the one good thing that Araya had, yet continued to treat like utter shit. "I didn't know you were back," she cried out. "How the hell are you?" I shrugged. "Doing good, I guess. Working. Seeing Miss Haynes here." Rosemary's eyes went from me to Hennessy, who was still leaning against her car, munching on her lunch. "Hennessy!" Hennessy grinned at Rosemary. I didn't know if you'd recognize me. Hennessy offered a huge smile. You're looking well. Rosemary looked down at her body. She was in tight black yoga pants, a black t-shirt that had a suspicious white stain on it that resembled baby puke, and tennis shoes. I had to run to the store for chocolate milk. She held up the bag. My daughter doesn't function well without her daily dose of chocolate. If I remember correctly, neither does her mother, I teased. Rosemary grinned for a few seconds, then that grin faded. Have you spoken with Araya yet? I nodded. Had dinner with her a few days ago. Saw her at the pediatrician's office this morning. That your little girl with all that red hair? Rosemary's face went ashen. No, she smiled. I gotta go. It was good seeing you, though. With that, she practically ran toward her car that was parked behind Hennessy's. She jumped in, slammed the door, and backed out all within a few short seconds. Well, that wasn't weird at all, Hennessy drawled. One mention of her sister and she's out. I shrugged. Rosemary and Araya go together like a vagina and herpes. Hennessy gagged on her taquito, her third if my count was right, and stared at me in horror. That's just wrong. I shrugged. The two of them have hated each other since they were old enough to realize that they had the same mom but different dads. Seriously, the two of them couldn't hate each other more if they tried, I expounded. It's amazing what good genes will do for a person. You're saying that Araya has bad genes? She questioned, licking her fingers. One at a time. Slowly. Shit. I shifted my stance, trying to alleviate the bulge that I knew I wasn't hiding very well, and nodded. Not bad genes, I hesitated. Araya and Rosemary's mother was a good woman. She died of cancer when both of them were still teenagers. Each of them went to live with their respective fathers after that. One was good, Rosemary's. The other was indifferent, Araya's. Hennessy brought her drink back up to her lips. What happened? I shrugged. The usual. He treated her like utter shit. Never any new clothes to wear, forced her to work, and then took the money that she worked for. And Rosemary? I smiled. Rosemary has always been a sweet girl. Her dad had always been in the picture. Araya, though? Rosemary's father didn't like Araya. She was a bad influence on his child, and he disliked that. The moment that he got a chance to change it, Rosemary's father took her away and made sure that Rosemary kept her nose clean, which in turn pissed Araya off because it was as if Rosemary was too good for her. I sighed. Instead of the two of them talking, Araya just sniped at her sister, and Rosemary sniped back because Araya was so vicious. Hennessy snorted. I could have deduced that, she laughed. There was no humor in it, though. What do you mean? Araya was a bully, Hennessy explained, taking another sip of her drink before she continued. She made my high school life a living hell, and God forbid she be in my Sunday school class at church. That sucked worse than anything. What did she do to you? I frowned. Hennessy's mouth quirked. What did she not do? My stomach burned, and I shifted from foot to foot as I tried to figure out what I wanted to say. You need to calm down, she laughed. High school was a long time ago, and the things that she did are long over. Just because they'd happened a long time ago didn't mean that it should carry any less significance than it did. I stopped pacing and took a seat on the bench that was underneath the awning of the gas station and then patted the seat. She got up from her lean against her car and walked toward me, taking a seat at my side. Tell me about it. I hadn't realized that Araya had been that way. Now I was curious to know what she'd done. Tell me. Hennessy lifted the drink back up to her mouth, sucked on it until there was nothing left, and then set it on the ground by our feet before she dove in. Head first, might I add. When I was in middle school, the day at the party where I got dressed up, and my dad told me to wait in his office? I nodded, remembering that vividly. Later that night, I was in my room, grounded, mind you, and Araya came to the door. I frowned. I'd been with Araya that day. I remembered it vaguely. She left to go get some dinner that day, I said, brought it back almost an hour later. Hennessy started to laugh, but her laughter wasn't one of an amused woman. No, this was darker, more sinister. She came over and told my father that I stole her clothes, she admitted. My father came back into my room after she left and proceeded to let me know that if I ever did that again, I'd find myself kicked out of the house on my ass. I thought you said that Krisny let you borrow them. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. She did. I frowned. Then why would she say that you stole them? Because she walked by while my father was ripping me a new one in his church office, and I saw her outside. She had a smile on her face that clearly said, "Sucks to be you." I gritted my teeth. Give me the rest. She shrugged and flipped her hair out of her eyes. Little things. Went out of her way to buy the last roll at school, knowing that I got to lunch late my senior year since I had to have surgery, or complaining to teachers that I was getting preferential treatment since I was on crutches. It got to the point where they no longer argued with her and stopped letting me go early, meaning that it took me forever to get to the lunchroom, and by the time I arrived, all the pizza would be gone. When I was forced to go in the main line, she'd purposefully go up there and get another tray. taking her time talking to the lunch ladies and forcing me to wait for her. Then when the bell would ring for me to return to class, I'd only have half my lunch eaten. That sounded like her. She was always petty when it came to fighting. One time when we were just starting out, I'd decided to go hang out with my friends instead of her one Friday night after a baseball game. Thinking that I hadn't gotten to visit with Baylor in quite some time, I'd decided to do the friend thing, but Araya had called halfway through the night saying that something was wrong with her car and she was stranded in the middle of nowhere. When I got there, it was to find out that there wasn't anything wrong with her car as much as the woman driving it. When I'd pulled in, it was to find that Araya had sprained her ankle and she couldn't press the gas to get home. After taking her home, leaving my car on the side of the road, Araya's ankle had suddenly, miraculously healed. Then I'd had to walk back 3 miles to my car, and she'd cried when I left, making me feel like utter shit. Sounds like something she'd do, I admitted, but that doesn't really explain why you'd hate her, or she'd hate you, for that matter. I found her sleeping with my father. I blinked at the sudden outburst and turned to study her seriousness. At the complete lack of emotion on her face, I realized that she wasn't joking. When? She started to squirm in her seat. Hennessy. She looked down at her hands and started fiddling with her fingers. When you were deployed, that first time? The time that she'd broken up with me while I was a month into deployment. I guess at least she hadn't cheated on me, precisely. Gross. At that, she burst out laughing. That about sums it up. Walked in to find the two of them on our couch. That was the day I decided that college out of town was going to be good for me. She shrugged. And it was, I told her. You were a scared little mouse when I used to watch you when you were younger. When I first found out that I was going to have to see you for my anger management, I gotta admit, I was a little worried. But it turns out that you've really grown into your skin. It makes me happy that you've not fallen into that same old once you got back. My father, she shrugged. I could also tell that she was uncomfortable with the subject, but then she surprised me. She grinned and was about to say something more when a truck pulled into the parking lot. It was a familiar truck, bright red, flashy, with polished chrome wheels that screamed clean. Speaking of the devil, Reverend Haynes stepped out of the truck, his eyes locked on his daughter and me. He missed nothing, our closeness, nor our smiling faces, at least until he'd pulled in. His eyes were on my arm that was running along the back of the bench, my fingers playing with a small strand of her hair that was near my hand. "You've not been stupid, have you, Henny?" the pastor asked carefully. I wanted to smack him as I let the strand of hair I was playing with go. I hated this man. I'd always hated him. I hated the way he looked at my mother like she was a lowly piece of trash and then used her when he needed something to fill the void his wife had left. I hated it when he looked at me like I was no good for his daughter, as if he knew my inner thoughts and didn't agree with them. Mostly, though, I hated the way he'd treated his daughter. I didn't think she was abused physically, at least nothing more than any other child, but emotionally was a completely different story. And the hate in his eyes right now, yeah, that was directed wholly at me. "I've done nothing wrong, Father." Hennessy stood up and bent down to reach for her empty cup. My eyes automatically went to her ass, and when they returned to the man in front of me, I nearly winced. Yeah, he'd caught me checking out his daughter's ass. My bad. "Little late for you to be eating lunch, isn't it?" he asked. "I thought you had appointments all day. That is what you told me about an hour ago when I checked in to see if we were still on schedule." Hennessy sighed and threw her cup into a high arc, making it barely into the trash. "I did have appointments," she confirmed. "One canceled last minute, though, leaving me with a half hour of free time. I do have to be getting back, unfortunately." With that, she left and didn't look back. Her father waited until she was all the way onto the highway before he turned to me. "You don't go there," he pointed his finger. I wanted to laugh. The man should know that he couldn't tell me I couldn't do something. He had, after all, told me that I'd never amount to anything, that I would be a loser for the rest of my life living off of my mama's pussy. Yes, those were his words, in case you were wondering. But I had made something of myself. I had gone into the Marines. I had built myself a life I'd been proud of. And even if I'd been to prison, I wasn't upset about that. Going to prison was worth it if I got to see a 15-year-old girl smile after what she'd been put through. "We'll see," I said, and walked to my truck without looking back. "We'll see."
Chapter 12. My give-a-fuck is still broken. However, my go-fuck-yourself is still highly functional. Text from Tate to Hennessy. Hennessy.
"I know you committed the ultimate sin."
The snarled voice had me opening my eyes a split second before I was dragged out of my bed by my hair, wrenched upward and shaken. "Stop!" I cried out, knowing who it was without opening my eyes.
"Tell me you didn't."
I couldn't tell him, because I did it. I knew what he was asking. Did I have sex? Yes, I had. I wasn't a good liar. All my times being beaten when I was younger attested to that. I couldn't lie for shit, and my father had excellent lie detection. I don't know what you're talking about, I cried. My head was on fire where he was holding me up, and I knew better than to struggle, though everything inside of me was demanding that I should. You know what I'm talking about, little girl, he growled. Then a sharp pain burst over my face, making me cry out involuntarily. I have to go to work tomorrow, I cried out, feeling the pain of his slap on my cheek. People will see. You'll cover it like you did all the rest, he growled. Now stand up. I found my feet and knew what was coming next. The slash of the blade through my hair, the way I could feel his cold fury over my back. You're lucky I don't take it all like I did when you were younger. I was, I supposed. Still, it hurt to know that all the work that I'd put into growing it out and nurturing it over the last 4 years was all gone. By the time he was done, my hair was hacked off at my shoulders, leaving me to stare at the floor in defeat. I should have fought back. I should have done something. But then I remembered the last time I tried to do something. It hadn't worked out then, and it wouldn't have worked out now. As I heard the door slam, I dropped to my knees and started to cry. Only later did I stand up, get dressed for work, and go into the office over 2 hours early. If I was in that house one more single second, then I'd literally scream. Hours later, as I looked up at the sound of the outer office door opening, I saw Tate opening the door. He was looking down at his phone, his fingers typing out a message with one hand while the other pulled on the knob. I took a deep breath, ran my hands down my hair, and immediately winced. Yeah, today I didn't look like the Hennessy I'd been hoping to turn into. Today, I looked like the old scared girl that used to hide in the corners with the shadows every time my father pulled one of his many stunts. My neck was freaking cold, and my eyes were starting to sting. Stop it, Hennessy. This isn't helping matters. My inner torment went unnoticed to the man as he stepped into the room, still on his phone. Morning, darling, he said. Give me just one more minute. Gotta figure out this map where I'm supposed to pick up a car in an hour, bothering the shit out of me. Okay, I replied as I leaned forward, grabbing my cup and taking another sip of coffee. Thank God I had a coffee maker at the office, otherwise I'd be lost right about now. Coffee was my only addiction, my one vice that I overindulged in and probably shouldn't. I had a heart condition, one that caused my heart to skip beats, and beat irregularly the rest of the time. It was suggested to me to stop drinking anything with caffeine in it entirely. Oh, and give up chocolate. Neither one of those had happened as of yet, and I am still ticking. Done. I looked up to find him staring at me oddly. I knew that he was going to ask the moment he walked in the door. Hennessy. He hesitated. What's going on with? He gestured toward my head, and I grimaced. I shrugged. I haven't been able to get to the beauty salon yet today. That wasn't a good answer. I knew it. What I also knew was that he likely wouldn't stand for it. I had to come up with a plausible lie, one that slid out of my mouth easily. I could. Tate walked up to me and cradled my head. His breath was on my face, and I couldn't make my mind form cohesive thoughts between one breath and the next. All because I could smell him, and he was touching me. Try again, he ordered. This time, tell me what happened. I tried to think, tried to make my brain formulate a response that wouldn't piss him off, but I couldn't. My dad. He frowned. Your dad? I nodded. What about your dad? He asked. Did he spit some gum in it? He was joking. Oh, God. That smile was about to be wiped straight off his face, and he was going to be one pissed-off alpha male. Then a horrid thought occurred to me, and I had to rethink my strategy. Not even his closeness could stop me now. "Will you promise me something?" He pursed his lips.
Is this promise going to mean that you won't tell me if I don't promise?
I nodded. I didn't want him going to jail again because of me.
Okay, hit me with it.
I worried my lip for a half a second, then shrugged, deciding to hell with it. "Promise me that when you hear what I have to tell you, that you'll not do anything stupid." He studied my face with humor-filled eyes.
"Define stupid,"
he ordered. I contemplated what stupid was for a few moments, then nodded. "Stupid is beating someone up. Stupid is shooting someone. Stupid is doing anything about this that doesn't involve using your words." His face sobered instantly.
"Okay,"
he reluctantly agreed.
"I promise."
I couldn't tell if he was lying or not, or if he actually planned on following through with his promise. But I needed to get last night off my chest. Normally I would have said something to Chrisney, but the last time my father did this, she told me that her promises, one similar to the one that I'd just had Tate promise to, were no longer valid if he ever did it again. And I couldn't risk that. Nobody at the police station would do anything, and honestly, who would believe that the beloved town preacher that everyone loved would do anything to harm his own daughter? That's right. No one. Except maybe this guy. He hadn't been there from the beginning like Chrisney had. He hadn't seen the things Chrisney had, but still, he was here. And he wanted to know. I was also sure, down to my bones, that this man would believe every single word that came out of my mouth when it came to my father. "My father hacked it off with a hunting knife about as long as my arm," I blurted. He blinked, then blinked some more.
"You're serious?"
I nodded, wincing slightly. The feel of the uneven wisps of hair touching my neck on one side and my shoulder on the other had me growing nauseous all over again. I was frantically scribbling on my notepad, trying not to look at the man in front of me, when I felt the notepad ripped from my hands. I looked up to find Tate kneeling on a knee beside my chair, his hand extended to my hair.
"Oh, fucking..."
"You can't," I said. "You made me a promise." His lip turned up into a silent snarl.
"You're goddamn deranged if you think I'm not doing anything about this,"
he growled, his eyes angry and hard. Knowing that anger was for me really made my heart feel full, despite my awful night. It was nice knowing that I had not just one good friend on my side, but now two. "What exactly are you going to say, and who will you say it to that freaking believes it?" I pushed. "Nobody knows that my father is a freaking jerk. Nobody realizes that he's anything other than the nice man that they think he is. Trust me on this. I've tried to tell them about the beatings."
"The beatings?"
I winced at the low roar that came out of his mouth. I hedged. He cupped my face and forced me to look at him.
"You're going to tell me about everything right now."
I laughed. "This is your session, silly, not mine." He bared his teeth.
"Don't give one single fuck about my shit right now. Let's talk about yours."
I was already shaking my head. "I don't talk about it, ever." He stood up and planted his ass on the coffee table in front of me, then crossed his arms over his chest.
"I'll go nowhere and do nothing until you tell me."
I shrugged. "Fine." And that was how, 48 minutes later, I realized that he'd do exactly that. He'd sit there and wait, forever if he had to. He'd sat there in the same exact place, staring at me as I tried to ignore him. When his appointment came to an end, and another appointment started to head inside, I immediately realized that I wasn't going to get out of this. "I'll tell you tonight," I told him. "Not right now." Talking about it isn't good. Ask Chrisney. Tate's eyes were hard. I don't want to ask Chrisney. I want to hear it from the source, i.e., you. I sighed. I'll tell you tonight. Just make sure you know that you'll have to take care of a drunk Hennessy after we're through. Takes alcohol to make you talk? I shrugged. My father makes that patient, I said, gesturing to the schizophrenic man that was glaring at me through the glass. Look like a fairy princess. Tate growled low in his throat and stood. I'll be at your house at 8. With that, he left, leaving me with a few minutes to breathe. At least until the pounding on my office door started. You're late. We're late. Everyone will be late. Grumbling under my breath, I opened the office door and let him in. Sorry about the wait.
Chapter 13. They are called man-hours because a woman would have done it in 20 minutes. Bumper sticker on a construction vehicle. Tate. I sat in the meeting that discussed the week's calls, staring at 2 of 3 new members that had arrived while I'd been away. One was an ex-FBI agent who was as talkative as a fucking honey badger. His name was Parker, and I was sure that one day I'd make the mistake of talking to him when he didn't want me to, and he'd slit my throat. The other one was named Rafe. He was like an elusive wraith. I never saw him do his job, yet it always seemed to get done. I never saw him go home, yet he never looked unrested. And honestly, he was the slipperiest motherfucker when it came to tracking him down. He was never where he was supposed to be. Both of them made me suspicious, but today I just couldn't find it in me to care. I was still fucked up about Hennessy. Seeing her hair, it shook me. Knowing that her father had done it, yeah, that really chapped my ass. I wanted to go fucking kill him, yet she'd gotten that promise from me, knowing that I wouldn't go back on our promise to her like her father did. Are you listening, Casey? I let my eyes lazily come to Travis's and shrugged. Long fucking day. He looked at his watch. It's 9 in the morning. How fucking long could it be when we're only an hour into the workday? I laughed at that, and even I could hear the anger and pain in the threads of sound that wafted over the room. You have no fucking clue. I leaned my chair back and looked at the ceiling. I'm fucking wrecked right now, and I don't know what to do. When my head came back up, it was to find all eyes on me. Please enlighten us, Baylor drawled. He looked lazy, sitting there with his feet kicked up on the table with his arms crossed over his chest. I knew better, though. He'd always given off that feeling of ease, yet when we were 24 and minutes back from a deployment, I'd seen him go from looking relaxed to having a man 6 inches off the ground for shoving a girl, christening, and causing her to hit the ground. He may not like her, bullshit, but he didn't want anyone else to hurt her either. Though I had a feeling that Baylor had done that because of his brother, who'd been in an eerie calm as he watched her fall. See, Reed Hale had once, a long time ago, dated Chrisney. They'd been happy and in love, and then they found out that Chrisney's brother had been raping their sister every time he came over to the house to stay the night with their other brother, Tobias. The moment that it all went down, Reed had dropped Chrisney like a piece of trash, and all the other brothers had, too. I could see where they were coming from in all of that, but I knew that Chrisney was a good girl. She'd always been at Hennessy's side, and now that I thought about it, I realized that she had been every single time that Hennessy's hair had been hacked off. And it had happened a lot. I remembered a lot when she was younger, looking at her and wondering who the hell had been doing her hair. She'd just get it to a manageable length, and then she'd hack it off with what looked to be with a hacksaw or a fucking hunting knife like she'd told me he'd done last night. Just like that, I was mad all over again. Jesus Christ, Tate, you're going to fucking break my goddamn table. I instantly let go of the table and looked down at the dented plastic. This is a shitty fucking table if I can dent it, I told him. And God, Travis rose his brows at me. Any day now would be great. I brought my hands up to my head and sifted my fingers through my hair. Fuck! They waited. I sat forward, put my hands on my knees, and stared at the ground. Y'all know Hennessy Haynes? You're a psychologist? Baylor rolled his eyes. Yeah, you know we do. I clenched my fists and stood up. I'd made it to the door before I turned and paced back in the opposite direction. She showed up today with her hair hacked off. Hasn't she always had weird haircuts? That was Reed. Why was he even here? Wasn't he supposed to be stationed in Germany? At least he was the last I heard. I nodded, swallowing. Then brought my hand up to the back of my head. If you don't spit it out already, I'm going to beat it out of you. I looked at Parker, the one who'd spoken, and stared straight into his eyes for a few long seconds. It'd be a fair fight. He was smaller than me, but not by much. His eyes, though, yeah, they were practically dead. I turned away and looked at Baylor. Last night, her father came into her home, dragged her up by her hair, and sliced it off with a hunting knife because he knows that she sinned. How did she sin? I gave my best friend an obvious, "Are you fucking stupid?" look. Baylor started to laugh, then sobered when he saw I wasn't joking. He stood up. "I'll fucking kick his ass. You're telling me that he did it?" Krisny said, "Oh, fucking God." That's about where I was at, too. Every time she sins, he cuts her hair. "Going into someone's house like that when they're sleeping is illegal," Parker said, zero emotion in his tone. I laughed then. "The cops in this town leave a lot to be desired," I pointed out. "They got rid of some shitty ones, but the whole fucking force was shit," Evander added, filling in the words I'd left unsaid. "They fired a lot, but kept on others that were neutral because of their supposedly good work ethic. Only good one that I know I can count on is a woman, and we know how women in that profession are treated. She's eaten alive up there, and sometimes I feel like the only reason she's still there is because of her sister's kids that she supports." I agreed with the other big man. "I can remember at least 10 times that her hair was hacked off like that." I started pacing again, and to top it off, she let it slip that it wasn't the only thing that he used to do to her. Growls came from the table behind me. When I turned, each man's face was blank, even the new guys. "I think maybe you should take the day off." Travis stood and started collecting his papers. "We'll finish this shit tomorrow. I have a brother-in-law that I guess I could speak to, but I'm not sure what I'd tell him at this point." Travis speaking to his brother-in-law was big. They hadn't had a relationship in a very long time, but Travis's woman, Hannah, had brought them together again. She'd helped them mend fences, but there was still tension there, and probably always would be. Wolf was an agent of some kind, one I'd never cared to pay attention to, but I knew that he probably couldn't do anything about this. Travis was right. Without proof that she was hurt, there was nothing on our end that we could do until he did. We knew how the law worked, and sometimes it was a right bitch. I'd never had a problem with the police, and never would. However, I saw the gaps in the system, and I really didn't want this to have to get worse before something else would be done. Which meant I was talking to the town's preacher. I was going to tell him what he was to do from now on, and I'd make sure he never touched his daughter again. Not if he didn't want his ass kicked afterwards, anyway. Fuck going back to jail. If that was what I had to do, then I'd do it. It'd be worth it. That I knew for sure. Fine. I walked toward the door. "But I'm going to have a few words with our preacher. Maybe one of you could accompany me?" Rafe stood and walked toward me. "I'll go," he said. "I had some stuff I needed to do at the church anyway." My brows lifted at that, but I wasn't opposed to him coming. If the man wanted to hear what was about to go down, who was I to say anything to the contrary? Though I had a feeling he was going there not as a favor to me, but as a favor to someone else. Now only to find out who. I arrived at the church in greasy pants, a dingy gray t-shirt that had some stains on it from hundreds of uses, and dirty boots that still had mud on them from the day before. I didn't stop to clean myself off, though, knowing instinctively that it would antagonize the man that hated me with a passion. My first stop was his office, which was empty but for a receptionist. "Can I help you?" she asked, smiling brightly, not at me, but at Rafe, who tailed behind me. I rolled my eyes. Yes, Rafe was pretty. He looked like a woman's wet dream, if you asked me. Tall, muscular, a slight beard, no identifying tattoos that I could see, except for one single one on the inside of his elbow, and even then I had to squint to see it because it was the same color as his skin. "I'm here to talk to the pastor," I interrupted her, ogling. "Where is he?" The woman's eyes flicked to me, then she flinched. "Oh, hello, Mr. Casey." She smiled, but I could tell it was strained. "Mr. Haynes is in with a friend right now at his home at the back of the church. He should be done with this appointment by 11 o'clock. There was no way in hell I was waiting until 11 o'clock to address this. It was happening now. "Okay," I shrugged. "We'll be back at 11 then." The receptionist smiled warily, looking relieved that I wouldn't be waiting, and waved timidly. "Have a good day, Mr. Casey." It was then that I placed who she was. Marion Kent. She'd been a friend of Hennessy's while in high school. Was she still a friend? I doubted it. Rafe was nowhere to be found when I turned around, and I decided he'd have to catch up as I made my way out of the church. However, when I rounded the corner of the building and started walking down the path that led to the house that the church allowed their pastor and his family to live in, I found Rafe standing next to the front door, arms and legs crossed as he leaned against a pillar. "What the fuck?" Rafe grinned. "He's fucking someone, all right." I winced. "Who?" Rafe shrugged. "Tall brunette, with gold highlights. Older." I knew instantly who it was. God damn it. I knew exactly who Rafe was talking about, and I'd managed to avoid her since I'd gotten out of prison. It hadn't been easy. "Pretty sure you're not supposed to take the Lord's name in vain on church grounds." I laughed humorlessly at that. The Lord already knows that I'm a sinner, I told him bluntly, and I don't plan on asking for forgiveness, seeing as I'd do it again over and over if ever I had the chance or the need to do it again. Rafe shrugged, then levered himself off the pillar using just the strength in his legs. Want me to knock? I laughed and shook my head. Knock? Then I pounded on the door before walking right in. Stupid pastor thought he was invincible. He'd never locked it, which I'd found out one other time when I had to confront him when it came to my mother. "Oh, Mommy," I bellowed. "Pastor Haynes! You have a visitor!" It didn't take long for both of them to arrive, thankfully clothed. "Tate?" my mother said in confusion. She looked like shit. Too old for her age of 59, but apparently the pastor still dug that. Her makeup was smeared, her lips swollen and bruised from what I could only assume was them kissing. The thought of them doing anything at all turned my stomach, but I was here for Haynes. I'd be dealing with him despite the awkward situation. "Get out of my house, sinner!" Haynes bellowed the moment he hit the doorway, still buttoning the collar of his white dress shirt. Stupid motherfucker. Always with the white. God, he made me sick. "I'm not going anywhere until we discuss the fact that you're assaulting your daughter, breaking and entering into her home," I said. The pastor's face never changed. No surprise, no guilt, no nothing. "I don't know what you speak of," he lied, straight-faced, "but if you don't get out of my house, I'll be charging you with breaking and entering." I smiled then, showing a row of straight white teeth. "Yeah?" I grinned. "I'll leave, but only after you hear this one thing first." Pastor Haynes didn't say anything. "You touch her, or I even think that you're thinking about touching her again, and I'll end you." "Is that a threat?" Pastor Haynes's voice rose. I shrugged. "Take it as whatever you want to take it as. Just know that if you touch her again, you'll have me to deal with." "You have no right to tell me how to raise my daughter." I laughed at that. "Your daughter is well past grown. Trust me on this." I walked out before he could reply, again finding that Rafe was gone. He also hadn't caught back up by the time that I got to the truck, and I contemplated leaving him. After 5 more minutes, I started the truck, thinking that maybe he'd wanted me to leave him. But after another 30 seconds of waiting, I found him rounding the corner of the church again, walking slowly toward me. When he got in, I rose my brows at him in question. "Had some questions of my own," he muttered. "Placed a bug, too." I frowned. "You just happened to have one of those in your pocket?" He nodded, and I had no response to that. This man was a whole lot more than what he seemed and only left me with more questions than answers. My phone rang before I could ask them, and I looked at the readout and contemplated answering it. In the end, I knew that I wouldn't ignore it. "Hello?" I answered the phone as I drove. Tate?" My happy mood soured. "Rosemary," I said carefully. "How are you?" "I need to tell you something." My brows furrowed. I scratched my head. "I can't do it today, Rose," I told her. "I have a few things I need to take care of, and I'm ready to be home. I can meet you tomorrow, though." Rosemary immediately agreed. "Okay," which was odd for her. Rosemary was an arguer. I always told her that she should try out for the debate team. She never liked hearing the word no, and she always argued just because she could. I should have known then that I wasn't going to like what she had to say, but chose to take the agreement for the boon it was. And I shouldn't. "Where do you want to meet tomorrow?" I asked. "Lunchtime okay?" "Yes," she agreed again. "That's perfect. Can you meet me at Board's?" I didn't want to go anywhere near that place, not even a little bit. "I don't want to meet you there," I told her bluntly. "I really don't want to have anything to do with that place or Ariah's parents." Board's was Ariah's parents, well, father and stepmother, diner, bar, and grill. I loved their food. What I didn't love was the company. "Please?" I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. "Fine. 12? 11. Less people." I should have asked why less people mattered, but I didn't. I let it go, knowing that she'd keep arguing if I didn't agree. "Fine," I grunted. "Bye." I didn't wait for the reply, just hung up and kept driving. "Who's Rosemary?" Rafe asked. I sighed. "Ex's sister," I told him. "Why did you happen to have a bug in your pants that you could conveniently plant in the pastor's house, and why did you volunteer to come with me?" Rafe grinned. "You're not the only one with problems around here," he told me. "Plus, I figured I'd do you a favor so I could collect my own later on." That I believed. "Whatever," I said, pulling the truck into traffic. "You want me to take you back to the office before I head home, or do you have somewhere else in mind?" "You can drop me off at the diner," he told me. "I'll find a ride back from there." I did as he asked, trying not to think about anything that had to do with Pastor Haynes, and that included Hennessy and my mother. By the time I arrived at the diner, I'd very nearly managed to clear my head completely, only to get pissed all over again to see Hennessy walking down the sidewalk away from the gas station toward her car once again. She had those same taquitos as the day before, and I found myself pissed off at the way her hair was a jagged mess along the length of her shoulders. I'd enjoyed the hell out of running my fingers through it when she'd fucked me. Now I'd barely have anything to hold on to the next time I took her to bed. "Thanks for the ride," Rafe said, shoving open the door. Then he slammed it shut, leaving me alone with my thoughts. The next time I take her to bed, I asked myself, seriously, Casey, you need to get your shit together. I needed to, but did I? Hell no. I'd never once made the best decision that there was to make. I was a rebel, the type of man that didn't march to the beat of anyone's drum but his own. At 37 years old, that was never going to change. She was who my body wanted, and she was who my body would have. It didn't matter that she was the notorious good girl and I was the infamous bad boy. What mattered was that we fucking wanted each other. We'd worry about the rest later.
Chapter 14. When someone tells me you're going to regret that in the morning, I only laugh. Why? Because most of the time I sleep in until noon. Christine to Hennessy. Hennessy. I nervously worried my lip as I walked, looking both ways before I crossed the street to Tate's place. He'd left me a note on my front door saying that he was at home whenever I got home and to come over when I got changed into old clothes. Why I needed old clothes I had no idea, but I did as he asked, changing into my oldest pair of jeans from high school that barely fit. They were old, stained, and so thin in some places that there probably wasn't much life left in them. I followed the pants up with an old black t-shirt that used to be Reed's. Yes, I'd stolen that from Christine, too. Finally, I finished the ensemble by putting on a pair of short ankle socks, my old Nikes that had seen better days, and my hair up into a high ponytail.
Isn't that Reed's shirt?
I grinned and looked down at it, laughing. Yeah, it was his old soccer shirt, I nodded. When Christine and he split, she was going to throw everything away. I took it for safekeeping. And wore it because why the hell not? The back of the shirt said Hale with the number 10 beneath it. It was obvious whose it was, seeing as Reed was the one and only Hale brother that nearly went pro, so everybody knew who he was. Yeah, I grinned. Why? He was scowling, which caused my grin to slip away. What? His eyes came up to mine, and he gritted his teeth for a few seconds before saying,
I don't like seeing some other man's shirting you, even if it was from when he was a little runt.
I looked down at the t-shirt. It was a large, and that was definitely not the size of Reed any longer. Speaking of Reed, I saw Reed last week, I told him, climbing his porch steps as I spoke. Why is he here? Tate shrugged.
Been here the last few days, actually. Assumed he was done over there, to be honest. However, I can't give you a for sure answer without asking him. And honestly, I don't fucking care that much.
So he didn't know what was going on either. Interesting. Making a mental note to ask Christine about Germany again, I took a look around at Tate's house. The entire place looked like chaos. Electrical cords stretched everywhere, tools on every available surface, large sheets of plastic hanging down from the ceiling and covering most of the floor, and empty fast food cups everywhere. You are a mess and a half, I murmured, taking everything in.
I'm not usually, he admitted. Just fucking nice to be able to do shit that doesn't have someone following behind me telling me I can't. I have a stack of freaking clothes in my bedroom that I haven't put into the washer yet, all because I don't like to be put on a schedule.
I could imagine. I'd watched a documentary once about prisons. In it, they spoke about how the inmates' entire life was dictated to them. They had someone telling them when they could eat, when they could shower, when they could go outside, and what they were allowed and not allowed to do while out there. Literally, there wasn't a single thing that they could do without first having to run it past someone first. They even had their mail read before they got it. Did you ever get marriage proposals from women who wrote you while you were in jail? His brows rose, and then he shook his head, grinning.
No, can't say that I did.
Darn, I guess you never got any of my letters, I teased. He burst out laughing and took hold of my hand, leading me deeper into the house. What the hell are you going to do with all this space? I asked him, my eyes widening further and further the more rooms we passed through.
Not a damn thing, he said. I'm going to fix it up and flip it once I'm done with it.
My heart deflated. Knowing that he wasn't going to be living next to me for the rest of my life kind of sucked. He would have looked so pretty mowing his lawn without a shirt on. That's fun, I lied. How much more work do you have to do on it? He shrugged.
A lot. Another 6 to 8 months worth if all goes well.
I let my hands trail against the wall in the hallway, and then stopped when I saw the kitchen. This must have been where he started, because it was the most finished out of all the rooms. Wow, I said, trailing my hand across the cabinets. This looks like it's almost done. He opened the fridge and bent forward, coming back out moments later with 2 beers. He offered me one, and I looked at it curiously. I've never had a beer before, I informed him. Do they taste good? His eyes sparkled.
Try it.
I watched him as I used my nails to crack it open, and when I took my first drink and nearly choked on the bitter brew, his eyes were filled with laughter. That's kind of gross, I admitted, sticking my tongue out to help get rid of the taste. Why would you want to drink this? I took another sip, and yep, that one was as bad, if not worse, than the first one.
Acquired taste, he said. Keep drinking. It'll get better.
I didn't believe him, but took another sip without grimacing.
As to answer your question, the kitchen was the one thing that had been started when I bought the house. I only had to put in the cabinets. The paint color was already neutral, which is what I would have chosen as well. The backsplash goes in Monday, hopefully, and it will be followed up by the countertops coming in on Friday.
As he spoke, I watched his face and realized that he loved doing this. Why do you work at the shop with Travis and the Hales when you could be doing this full-time? I questioned him. He shrugged.
They have insurance.
I burst out laughing. I'm sure that's not the only reason, I teased, and took another sip of the beer he'd handed me. It wasn't as bad that time, but still, I placed my drink down on the counter and started to inspect his work. My eyes went to the wall where the wood trim met the wood of the walls. Is this shiplap? He grunted.
I was doing it before Joanna Gaines.
I started to giggle. I guess you were otherwise occupied when they got famous. He gave me a droll look, then took my hand.
Grab your beer. I'll show you the rest of the house.
I grabbed my beer and followed behind him, periodically taking a drink while I took in everything he wanted to do to the place, and everything he was going to leave as it was. By the time we'd reached the second floor and his bedroom, I was in love with the large old house. This place is going to be magnificent when you're through, I told him. I'd love to live here. Mine is nice, and I'd love to own something similar, but it always seemed like a lot of upkeep. So I've never taken the owners of the house up on their offer. I'm not really cut out for doing this kind of stuff. His eyes twinkled.
Sure you are, he said,
pushing the bathroom door open and letting me get my first glimpse of the master bath. And I fell in love, utterly in love. Wow, I breathed. It's a clawfoot tub. Is this the original? He nodded his head and followed me inside, taking in the room with a much more critical eye than I was sure that I had.
This will be perfect once you get a fresh coat of paint on the walls. The floor is odd with all that mismatched wood, but I love it.
He looked down.
This being the bathroom, I wasn't sure I was going to leave the wood. Wood rots when it gets wet, but my uncle did a fantastic job at keeping the water off the floor in here. The floors in the other bathrooms have already been replaced with tile, but this one is all original.
He scuffed his boot on the floor and smiled down at it. I agreed. The floor was pretty beautiful. The slats of wood were a lot smaller than I was used to, seeing as hardwood floors went. I think you should shiplap that wall, I told him, pointing to the wall that was closest to the tub. Make this room really pop. He walked over to the wall, with its dark green wallpaper and reached up to the ceiling. Yes, I said the ceiling, and took a hold of the corner of the leftmost piece, then pulled it down. It didn't all come down in one piece like I was expecting, but what it did do was show me enough that there was already shiplap on the walls behind the paper. Why would anyone want to cover that up? I mused. The nerve of some people. He grunted. They'll probably say the same thing about us in 20 years when they get a load of what we're decorating with now. I agreed. They probably would. I walked up to where he was standing and started to peel off more of the wallpaper that I could reach. He helped, and in 20 minutes, we mostly had all of the paper off the wall, and I was amazed with what was revealed behind it. It's like a perfect little farmhouse wall, I told him. I wouldn't do a single thing but maybe sand this to get all the stray pieces of wallpaper off it. He didn't say anything, causing me to look up at him. When I did, it was to find him staring at me with amusement. What? I thought you said you didn't know anything about fixing up your own house. I blushed. I could probably do the easy stuff like this, I said. But I've never sanded, never cut a board, never done much of anything like that. He trailed one of his fingers down the length of my neck, and a shiver stole over my body. I can teach you anything you want to know, little rebel. I huffed out a laugh. Little rebel? He fingered my now very short hair that was now cut and styled around the top of my shoulder. It was much shorter than I would have liked, but it did, I had to admit, look cute. Little rebel, he confirmed. You're a little rebel that doesn't care what anyone thinks. I like that in a person. I licked my suddenly dry lips. We shouldn't have done what we did, I admitted softly, hesitantly. He knew what I meant, but I couldn't make myself say any more. I didn't want it to be over with. I didn't want to admit that we'd taken it too far. Probably not, he agreed, but we're going to do it again. I winced. We crossed a moral line. His eyes felt like they were lasering into me as he said, Do I look like a man that gives a fuck about moral lines? I bit my lip. You, maybe not. Me? Do I look like a woman that doesn't care about moral lines? His hand curled around my head. Yes, I do mean my entire head. He had big hands. And he pulled me to him until I was inches away from his mouth. How about you let me worry about your morals for a little while? I hesitated. I don't want you to go back to jail. It was purely selfish. The reason I didn't want him to go back to prison had nothing to do with him and everything to do with me. I knew that I wouldn't like not seeing him. Sure, I'd be worried for him if he had to go back, and honestly, that was pretty big, too. However, I just plain didn't want him to go because I would miss him. Not going back to jail, sweetheart, he told me bluntly. Got out on good behavior. Saved a guard from getting himself dead. Trust me when I say, I'm not going back. I pursed my lips. If you weren't going back, what's with all the business of anger management with me? Or the fact that you have to see the parole officer? He pulled me in closer, which I didn't think was possible, and spoke only millimeters away from my lips. Bureaucratic bullshit, he admitted. They have to play the part. The man I saved, though, he was someone important. Didn't know it at the time, but now I do. We're talking the nephew of the goddamn president, important. Why he was working in a prison, I still have yet to find out, but whatever. I was seriously minutes away from getting pardoned completely when I told them I didn't want the easy way out. They gave me this. But why? The thought of him getting out completely unscathed for something that he'd done was appealing. Who wouldn't want to be pardoned? That was like getting a get-out-of-jail-free card. I'd have taken it in a New York minute. Because that's cheating, he admitted. And I'm no cheater. I bit my lip and looked at him. He was so close, my eyes almost had to cross to see him clearly. However, the only thing touching me was the warm, huge palm of his hand that was still curled around my head, and nothing else. Just as I was about to reach out and touch him, He stepped away, dropping his hand from my face as he did.
"I talked to your father."
And that was the one true way to turn everything off inside of me. I looked away from his intense gaze, a gaze that was taking everything about me in, and missing nothing. Not one single thing. He saw the flinch that I couldn't stop. He saw the way my face paled and my forehead instantly broke out in a sweat. He also noticed the way my hand automatically went to my hair, or where my hair would have once been.
"How many times did he cut your hair like that when you were younger?"
I shrugged. I'd lost count. "I don't know," I admitted. "A few? A lot. But who was counting?"
"I can count 11 instances," he said. "And that was when I was home."
I started to study the planks on the wall, trying to think about anything but what he was saying. 11. I wanted to laugh. It was more like 45, but again, who was counting? Not me, no sir. I was a lying whore. I knew the exact number of times. I looked down at my arm. I remembered sliding that cool piece of metal over my wrists. I'd never broken skin, no, but I remembered the slide. The slight sting. The way there was a red mark there for days as it slowly faded to nothing.
Then I started to think about the times that you weren't at church, or with your father when he was out and about in town,
he continued as if he weren't breaking my heart.
"I remember that time at the town Christmas tree lighting when you were a senior in high school. I'd seen you that morning. I'd said hi. You told me how much you were looking forward to watching the tree lit up, then you never showed. I looked for you."
That time? Yeah, that had been a bad one. I remembered seeing Tate that day. He'd been wearing a green long-sleeved Carhartt t-shirt, brown boots, and faded blue jeans that were dirty as hell. He'd been working on his car or something, because he'd had grease all over every available surface of his clothes. He'd been home on leave, and I'd been so freaking excited to see him that I could barely keep the excitement out of my voice. What he thought was excitement for the tree lighting ceremony had actually been excitement at seeing him home, healthy and whole.
Then I thought about all those times that Christine went to dances, football games, and such. When people would ask her where you were, she'd tell them that your father was strict and wouldn't let you attend school functions, or any functions where he couldn't be there.
I pursed my lips. My father hadn't allowed me to go to those. In fact, he hadn't allowed me to go to much of anything unless it was the grocery store, because who the hell could get into trouble going there? Apparently, I could. That same day of the tree lighting, I'd gone to the grocery store, which was where I'd seen Tate. My father had allowed me to go to the grocery store by myself, but being the evil bastard that he was, he'd followed me there. He'd always been suspicious. Things that I thought were normal, like saying hi to a man that had been deployed and had come home, were not normal to him. What they were to him were immoral. I'd been talking to a man. I'd been having lustful thoughts about a man that he'd hated. Hence why he'd beaten me so badly that I could barely stand for a week afterward. Luckily, it had been Christmas break, allowing me to hide in my house for weeks and heal instead of going to school and having to explain away my stiff gait. It was bad enough that Christine assumed she knew what was going on, though she always assumed something much tamer than what was actually going on. Christine thought that I just had a strict father, one that thought I should have short hair. What she didn't know was that on any and every occasion that my father saw fit, he'd teach me what he thought was the way of God. Thou shalt not lust after a man. Thou shalt not have impure thoughts. Thou shalt not curse, lie, or steal. The one and only time that I'd cursed had been in the kitchen when I'd slammed my finger in a drawer. It had been the word crap. My father had heard it and had come barreling out of his office while ripping his belt from his belt loops.
"The day that you wore those pretty clothes at the church picnic?"
My stomach clenched. That time had been one of the worst that I've ever experienced. Given him hours to stew, to think about what he was going to do to me as he waited for the church picnic to be over, had been one that I never wanted to think about ever again. I started to lift my shirt, yanking it up and over my head as I stared at him with a challenge in my eyes. "I don't want to talk about this," I told him. Then I started in on my pants. I knew that a man could be distracted by sex, and that was what I needed. A big distraction. I knew that my body wasn't beautiful. Hell, it wasn't even cute. I had stretch marks on my hips from my hyperactive growth as a child, at least in my mind's eyes. I was 5'7", if I had heels on, that was. 5'4" if I didn't. But apparently growing from 4'8" to 5'4" in 6 months was enough to make my hips hate me forever. Then there were my boobs. They were too big for a short girl like me, and it was hard as hell to find anything to fit them that didn't look completely at odds with my small stature. My hips were round, and my thighs left a lot to be desired. They would never not touch, no matter how much I may want them not to. And my arms? Well, the fat on them would always swing in the wind if I had the windows down. But for some reason, Tate seemed to like my body. He seemed to find the things I hated most attractive. "We're not done talking about this," he said as he watched me work on my pants. "Not to mention, I didn't invite you over here to do that." I froze with my pants halfway over my ass. Then I felt stupid. Bringing them back up into position, I started buttoning them. I was going to cry. Literally, tears were stinging my eyes, and I wanted nothing more to do than go home and put this god-awful shitty day behind me. Tomorrow, I'd start over. Tomorrow, I might very well look for a job somewhere else. I knew better than to come home. Stupidly, I'd let Chrisney convince me, though. She didn't know about all that went on with my father. I should have told her. Maybe then she would have encouraged me to go to a different city. Maybe then I'd be living the dream somewhere else, without my father breathing down my back, or the allure of a man that I knew didn't really want forever with me. Tate wasn't a forever kind of guy. Not that I didn't think that he wasn't capable of giving me forever, but because I knew he didn't want forever. If Tate Casey didn't want something, then he didn't do it. It was as simple as that. I wasn't sure if I could ever move on from him. A mouth slammed down onto mine, and I took a deep breath in through my mouth, gasping in surprise at the ferociousness of the kiss. "Get." He pressed another hot kiss to my mouth. "Out." Another, this one even deeper. "Of your head." I moaned and felt my knees get weak. I'd kissed men before, sure, but kissing men and kissing Tate? That wasn't a comparison I was willing to even entertain putting a number to. Tate wasn't in a league with other men. Tate was in a league of his own, one that only he could compete in. Honestly, it was unfair. He had the power to take everything I had to give, and I wasn't sure he was willing to give anything back. Did that stop me from threading my arms around his neck? No. Did that stop me from pressing my breasts into his upper belly? Again, no. Did that stop me from spreading my legs when his hand went down the gap in the back of my jeans? Hell no. I was his puppet. He could do anything to me that he wanted, and I'd do everything in my power to make it easier for him. Why? Because I was a whore for Tate. Other men, no. Tate? Hell fucking yes. "Don't like to see your face looking like that," he told me, pulling back so that I could see his eyes. My eyes were likely dazed, and I knew that he knew what he did to me. Again, I did nothing, said nothing. "This look, though?" He grinned that devilish grin. "Fucking love it." Hearing love come out of his mouth was damn near debilitating. In fact, my heart was now pounding even harder, even though he'd done nothing but say a simple word. I swallowed thickly when I felt the tip of one large finger swirl around the wetness of my entrance. My eyelids grew heavy, and I bit my lip as I held my breath. Everything inside of me screamed for me to urge him on, tell him anything to make him give me more. But I knew better. Tate did what he wanted, when he wanted. He didn't work on anybody else's timetable but his own. So when he just kept teasing, kept swirling that finger, spreading my wetness further and further out in broadening circles, I did nothing but spread my legs wider. I gave him what he asked for without actually asking. He growled low in his throat and then dropped his mouth to skim over my brow. "You're so short," he said. "It's a good thing I have long arms." He paused. "But it makes it hard to do anything more." Before I could offer him an alternative, he took matters into his own hand and picked me up. With one hand still in the back of my pants and the other around one ass cheek, I did the only thing I could do and wrapped my short little legs around his waist and held on while he moved. My back hit the mattress, and he followed me down, crouching over me on the bed while continuing those maddening circles. With the way I was practically lying on his arm, I couldn't see how that was comfortable for him. He didn't seem to care, though. "Lift your shirt. Let me see those pretty big titties." I bit my lip and raised my shirt. When I went to lift my bra up next, he shook his head. "Take them all the way off," he ordered. "You gave me the greatest tease earlier and then took it away. I want them back." I stared at him, reading the earnestness in his eyes, and then reached for my shirt and shucked it all the way up and over my head. Once I threw it to the ground, I reached for the clasp of my bra, thankful that I'd put the one on that was easy to undo. Once I had the snap undone, my breasts fell free of their confines. The thing about women with big breasts like I had was they weren't cute. They didn't stay nicely in shape, but fell heavily to the side, making me so self-conscious that it was hard to not wince. Tate, though? He loved them. He worshipped them. I cried out when I felt his hand leave from between my legs. But when he brought those fingers up, covered in my juices, then rubbed those same fingers along my nipples, I knew what he was going to do. After sucking his fingers completely clean while staring straight into my eyes, he dropped down to my breast and sucked one peaked nipple into his mouth. He licked it completely clean, leaving it so engorged and hard that I wanted nothing more than to scream. And then he moved to the other nipple. After doing the same thing to that one, he went up on his hands and knees, then leaned forward until his cock pressed stiffly against my core. "It fucking hurts," he growled. I knew what he was speaking of. His cock. I wanted nothing more than to have that cock in my mouth. He growled, pushing up to his knees and standing up on the side of the bed. "Turn around on the bed and hang your head over." Confused, I did as he asked, watching as he dropped his pants to his ankles and stepped out of them. "You're not wearing any underwear," I mused as I stared at him. "How come?" He grinned and went forward on the bed, his fisted hands going to either side of my hips before I suddenly had a face full of Tate's huge cock. Then I forgot everything but one of my favorite parts of him, and by forgetting, I meant I completely got lost in him. It was like a kid in a candy store as I brought my hands up to take hold of him. However, before I could even get them mostly lifted off the mattress, he stopped me by grabbing each of my hands and holding them down on the bed. "Mouth only." The gruff response had my vagina clenching in need. Without waiting for more instructions from the overbearing male hovering over me, I bypassed his cock for his balls and licked the lower one, sucking softly on the sack before dragging my tongue to the other one. I must have surprised him because he pulled away, then started to laugh. "Why did I not realize you'd be different?" he teased, then lowered himself back down to my mouth. I grinned, trying not to think about being different, and went back to work, lathing my tongue along the sensitive skin of his scrotum. "Fuck," he growled. I felt a drop hit my chest, and took a moment to stop and see what it was. My mouth tipped up into a smile when I saw the pearly white drop of his excitement running down the middle of one breast. Was I not paying enough attention to the rest of him? I grinned and licked my way from his balls to the base of his shaft, then did an ab curl until I could reach the head. That was all I could reach, though, and I think that was the point. He was making me work for it, poking my tongue out and curling it at the tip. I reached up as far as I could with how he had me restrained and licked the next drop of moisture off the end of his cock. He growled. "Need some help, little girl?" If anyone else had called me that, I'd have been furious. But he wasn't anybody. He was Tate Casey. He could call me a dirty little slut, and I'd likely still be okay with that. "You're not hurting me if you don't give me your cock," I told him. "It's only hurting you." He laughed then, letting go of one hand. "You lift that hand, I'll find alternate means of restraining you," he told me bluntly, then reached for his cock. I bit my lip, my eyelids growing even heavier. Obediently, I opened my mouth to receive his cock. My eyes rolled into the back of my head when I had his tip inside my mouth, and I moaned. God, it was so erotic. The way he was being careful to only give me the tip, keeping his fist at mid-shaft so he didn't accidentally choke me. I sucked the head roughly, swirled my tongue around it like a sucker, then flicked the tiny notch underneath the head with the very tip of my tongue. Fuck me. I found myself smiling around his cock, and he growled. "Teasing little shit." At that, I laughed, but quickly stopped when he gave me more of his cock. I gagged slightly and opened my eyes, only to find his eyes boring a hole into my forehead. "Funny now?" he teased. I shook my head and worked my tongue, which at this angle was really the only thing I could do. Despite being slightly lightheaded due to the angle of my head, I didn't complain. I especially didn't complain when he went back to shoving his hand down my jeans, the front this time. His fingers spread my pussy lips apart, and one lone finger found the engorged bud of my clit and circled it without touching it. It was maddening, and I wanted more. He slowly started to fuck my mouth, and his hand that was holding my free hand down on the bed clenched as he worked himself into my mouth. Though there was no way in hell I would take all of him. I did give it my best, and managed to get about 3/4 of him in my throat by the time he yanked himself away and came all over my chest. Feeling somewhat sad that he'd take that away from me, I glared. "I wanted to taste you," I told him. He flicked my clit and eyed my chest, watching as the thick white rivulet slid down my breast to the bed beneath me. "You can taste me later," he told me. "I've been dying to do that to you since you were illegal to me." My lips twitched, and then I gasped when he finally touched my clit with his finger. My hips lifted off the bed, and he again pulled his hand out of my pants. "Up and get your pants off." "Don't you know the word please?" I asked, sitting up and moving to the edge of the bed. This new angle caused the release that now splattered my chest to go down instead of sideways, falling quickly toward my waistband. "Shit," I said, standing up. I would really hate to have to wash these pants. They were hard as hell to stretch back out once I'd given in to washing them. "Fuck, that's hot," he growled. Then his hand was on my chest and rubbing those quickly fallen rivulets of cum into the skin of my chest, my belly, and around the sensitive areas of my nipples. I bit my lip, halfway off with my pants, and waited for him to finish before I pushed my jeans and panties to my ankles and stepped out of them. He watched me, his hand on his hardening cock, and waited for me to comply. I didn't have a reason not to, so I did as he asked, then watched him for my next instructions. He didn't hesitate. "Bed. On your back." I bit my lip and leaned against the bed before shimmying myself up, then went even further until I was on my back, my legs hanging over the edge. I wasn't able to touch because Tate's bed was a monster, but that didn't stop me from staring up at him with my eyebrows raised. What next? I teased. Where was this woman coming from? Holy shit, but I couldn't believe that I was acting so calm when facing this big, tall drink of water. His face looked fierce, and his mouth was slightly parted as he stared at my body as if he were trying to decide what he should devour first. Apparently, he was to start with the inside of my knees, and that included his tongue. I started to giggle and jerk my leg away, but I didn't get far. In fact, I didn't get anywhere. When I went to jerk away, he held strong, and my foot barely moved an inch out of his hold before he was jerking it right back to his mouth.
Sit still, baby, he eyed me. Don't want you to be tied down for this.
Tied down? What? You're joking, right? I breathed. He stared at me, letting me read the sincerity in his eyes. Is that what you're into? I questioned. I'm not sure I'm into that. He grinned.
Not all the time, no. But when I want to do it, I do it. Those are the times where I want control, and I don't want you ruining that control.
He pressed another kiss to the other knee, then shouldered them further apart. One large hand encircled my left ankle, holding it securely in his hand while he kissed the other side, so I wasn't prepared for him to tighten his hold and then flip me over. 1 second I was on my back, staring at him while trying not to squirm out of his hold so he wouldn't have any reason to tie me down. And the next, I was staring at the headboard while trying to get my knees and hands underneath me. The knees were a no-go, but the hands went up and supported my body as I looked at him incredulously over my shoulder. "Holy crap, Tate," I cried out. "That scared the crap out of me, and you were so fast." He pulled me roughly down the bed until my hips met the edge of the mattress.
He murmured,
running a palm down either thigh, then back up again to cup the swell of my ass.
This ass? I wish I could snap a picture of it and pin it to the visor of my truck so I could look at it any time I wanted to.
That was a definite hell no, but it was flattering to know that he wanted to look at it all day long. No, I said, but you can admire it now. He chuckled and dropped his mouth to one ass cheek.
We'll see, he teased. We'll see.
I didn't like the way he said we'll see. It was almost as if he knew I'd allow him to do anything he ever wanted to do to me if only he tried hard enough. And maybe he could. Maybe I'd give him anything and everything within my power. Maybe I was just freaking crazy about the man. But then all my thoughts floating around in my head suddenly vanished when I felt his teeth clamp down on the inside of one butt cheek, perilously close to my girly bits. "Holy night!" I cried out in shock, freezing in place as he kissed away the sting.
"Get out of your head," he ordered, "and focus on me."
I licked my dry lips, unsure what in the hell to say. I had been in my head, but did he have to almost bite my flappy bits? Jesus! I would have said something more about his lack of finesse, but he pushed my legs further apart and took both of his big hands and spread me wide. I felt exposed, and I wasn't 100% sure that I liked him being eye level with my junk. "Tate, seriously," I tried to close my legs. He was having none of it, and stood up. That's when he produced a fucking rope out of nowhere and practically hog-tied my legs open. It took him a matter of milliseconds.
"What?" "Keep them open," I said. "I won't tie you," I said. He teased, running his rough palm down the length of my spine. "Do you think I'm bluffing now?"
I tested the rope, tugging lightly on it with my right leg, only to feel my left leg give instead of getting the gap between my thighs to lessen. "Untie me," I ordered, suddenly very nervous.
"Negative, Nancy."
"My name's not Nancy, you fricker."
"Fricker? Oh," he teased. "I'm shaking in my boots over here, pretty girl."
I growled low in my throat and looked at him instead of the headboard which I'd been staring at, and what I saw in his face was enough to cause me to freeze. "Why do you look like you're about to kill something?" His eyes rose to meet mine.
"I'm trying to decide if I should eat you or fuck you," he admitted. "I want to taste you, but my cock is hard, and eating you will make my need even worse. That pussy and you will definitely feel killed when I'm done with it."
As if in answer, he fisted his cock and caused my eyes to leave his. They traveled down the chiseled length of his body to land on his cock, and he was correct. It did look quite angry. The head was a ruddy red, and the length of it was pulsing with veins. It was seriously the veiniest, is that even a word, cock I'd ever seen. If it was a word, veiny would describe it. Jesus, the man was definitely gifted in the cock department. And if the time came that I ever had to compare my current love interest to him, it wouldn't even be a fair comparison.
"You're staring at it like you're scared," he told me. "You don't need to be scared."
And I must have solved some inner debate he'd been having with himself, because he dropped to his knees between my splayed-open thighs and dropped his mouth down to my pussy to place a single chaste kiss against the heart of me. The moment his lips touched me there, I felt my hips jerk down and my thighs quiver in anticipation. "God," I breathed out shakily. Then I felt the scruff of his beard on the inside of my thighs, perilously close to everything that I wanted him to touch. His fingers, his beard, his tongue, his goddamn nose, I didn't care. Anything at this point would do, as long as it belonged to him. The anticipation was killing me. His stupid fingers started to swirl around in my juices, searching, but not touching anything important. My hips were moving along with his finger, trying to follow it to get him to where I most wanted him. Every time I moved, though, he'd move too. Around and round he went, touching, but not touching where I needed, lulling me into an almost mindless need. My eyes closed and my fists clenched, and I waited for him to do something, anything. Then, he did. His finger penetrated me, and he didn't stop until the webbing of his fingers was up against the slick flesh of my sex. My breath left me in a gasp, and my pussy clenched down on his fingers. "Your cunt's so pretty," he whispered. I felt his breath on the inside of my thighs, his beard tickling my pussy lips. Then he curled his finger, and I forgot how to breathe, how to even function. Because he'd touched something that felt like he'd hooked my vagina up to a freaking electric jumper box and shot 10,000 volts into me. My clit pulsed, my vagina clenched, and a keen moan fell free of my lips. "Goddamn," he grunted. Then his other hand moved to my pubic bone, and he pressed down lightly, causing my clit to press against the heel of his hand. And when he curled his finger down again, scraping something fucking phenomenal inside of me, I cried out as a burst of lightning tore through me. My pussy clenched on his finger, and the orgasm slammed into me so fast that I had no time to prepare. 1 second, I was there, and the next I was in an alternate universe where I was a slave to the sensations inside of me. Things pulsed and clenched. My thighs quivered. The bite of the rope on the insides of my thighs where I pulled on the rope was a sharp sting that only added to the feelings I couldn't quite control. "I'm sure you're nice and wet," I distantly heard him say. "But I'm gonna lick you, taste you, and fuck you with my tongue. That way there's no question." That way there's no question. What he was going to do was kill me. He was going to lick me to death. Death by orgasm sounded like a perfect way to go, though. What I thought couldn't get better, though, did. The moment his mouth hit me and his tongue pushed inside of my still pulsing vagina, I realized that there was so much more to this sex thing. I didn't think I'd ever get to a point where I'd get used to the feelings, because this was one thing that I never, ever wanted to get used to. I was on fire. My nerve endings were electric, and my breathing was at the point where I was on the verge of hyperventilating. The more he licked and sucked, the higher I climbed, until I was at the point where I wasn't sure I'd be able to take any more. Then he pulled back, stopped touching me completely, and moved to stand between my thighs. "Need you so fucking much," he growled, leaning over me. I lifted my hips as much as I could, inviting him to take what he wanted. He didn't disappoint. The moment that he was pressed against me and slid inside, I felt like everything in the world was right. He just kept coming and coming and coming until finally his hips met my ass. "Fuck," he groaned. I couldn't do a thing. My body seized, and I wanted him to hold still at the same time. I wanted him to unleash the power of his thrusts on my unsuspecting hips. "Please," I cried. I didn't know what I was asking for. Honestly, at this point, I wasn't sure I cared, as long as he did something. I felt the pull of the rope, and suddenly the bite of the soft material left my thighs, giving him the ability to pull me up to my knees and get a better angle. Oh, and let's not forget the fact that he was able to slide even further inside. "Oh, sweet baby Jesus," I whispered. "Oh, God." His hands went to my hips, and he pushed them away. I braced for it, knowing what was coming next, and cried out when he forced himself back inside. Over and over, more and more, until my pussy couldn't take it any longer. I came, so hard that my eyes rolled back into the back of my head, and I was no longer able to hold myself up on my elbows. My hips stayed where they were by the power in Tate's hands, but my face met the mattress, and I didn't even have the strength to turn it so I could draw a full breath of air. Despite all the other orgasms he'd given me that day, he still accomplished the impossible. By the time that he started to grunt his release as his body stiffened behind me, my body also followed the same path. He hit the bed beside me, finally releasing me, but I couldn't even turn my face to tell him that he'd broken me. I could do nothing but lie there, sated and so freaking confused that I couldn't move. Could do nothing but concentrate on my breathing. Seconds, minutes, maybe even hours later, I felt the hair at my face slide back, exposing my face and eyes to the harsh bedroom lights. Once I could see from the surprise, my eyes found Tate's smug expression. "What?" I muttered. He grinned. "Nothing." I rolled my eyes but still didn't move. "If you want me to leave, you're going to have to wait for my legs to start working again." His grin kicked up at one side, making my heart skip a beat. "I don't want you to leave, pretty girl," he explained. "I want you to stay right here, warm and limp, and let me continue to enjoy the view." I smiled weakly at him. "I guess I could do that for you. But when I can walk, I'm going to get the hell out of here as fast as I can." Why? Because something that good, Tate, wouldn't last. Tate and his amazingness in bed, yeah, that was going nowhere fast. There was no way that I'd keep his interest long enough for me to keep his attention solely on me. My morose thoughts had me recovering faster than I would have liked. And soon I found myself not only able to move, but also able to sit up. My thighs burned, and when I looked down, I saw the rope burn there. My finger went down to trace the lines where the rope had crossed my thigh. Tomorrow I'd have a raw mark there, but I wasn't upset about it. If I was being honest, I found it hot as hell. "You look like you're thinking some deep thoughts over there." I looked up to see Tate still staring at me, uncaring of both his nakedness and mine. "I'm thinking that I liked this," I told him honestly. He laughed. "Never thought I'd be happy to have some stupid fucking rope." My brows rose. "Stupid rope?" He snorted. "One day I'm going to get you to say another bad word," he promised. "And watch Boondock Saints." "What's Boondock Saints?" I questioned. "And why did you have a rope in here if it wasn't for that?" His chuckle was light as he stood up and started walking to the bathroom. I watched him as he dropped something into the trash, the condom, and washed his hands, followed by his beard. Then I blushed profusely thinking about what exactly was in that beard. He came back out moments later and reached for the comforter that had been on his bed when this had all started, brought it up to the bed, and threw it over my body before climbing under it himself. I kneeled there under the blanket and stared at the darkness. "This doesn't work for me," I told him, throwing the blanket off. He started to chuckle, and I got to my feet on the side of the bed while tossing him a glare. "You mind if I use your shower?" I asked him, pointing to my skin. Not that I minded having his stuff on me, but it was awkward. He gestured toward the shower, and I took a few shaky steps in the direction before I stopped and turned to him. I can do this at my place, too. His eyes went lazy.
If you go back to your place, then I have to follow you there. Right now, I'm pretty content to lay here and wait for you to get into the bed beside me.
Something that felt a whole lot like hope took life in my belly. Okay, I whispered. Then I went and showered.
We need to change your locks, he said.
I looked up at the ceiling instead of staring at the man who was cuddled into my side. The man felt like a weighted heat blanket at my side, and I wanted nothing more than to cuddle up into him and never move. That won't help, I murmured, knowing where he was going with the locks. That's what I did last time. I called the locksmith in town, and they came out and changed them. My father just called them and got them to give him a key. He's the pastor, after all. He seriously can't be shady, at least in everyone else's eyes. He rolled off the bed and got to his feet, reaching down almost casually to pick up the condom, our second of the night. He'd thrown there and tossed it into the trash can before he put his underwear on. The next thing to follow were his pants.
I have some new locks that I was going to put on here, he said. We'll go install them.
I felt my belly tighten. That won't stop him, I repeated. He'll just do the same thing with the locksmith that he did the last time. He grunted.
Maybe, but he won't be able to get in the middle of the night for now.
That'll give us enough time to set up the alarm. I can't afford an alarm, I told him honestly. Alarms cost monthly, and I don't have that option right now. I'm having to pay for the alarm at work, as well as insurance and school loans. It's just not feasible. I have it in savings, but that needs to be saved in case of an emergency. He buttoned his pants and then went down on a knee in the bed, leaning over me where I still lay in his bed.
Then you'll stay with me.
I looked at him with barely concealed anger. I'm not doing that, I told him.
Then let me worry about the alarm. I know a guy.
He knew a guy.
Wonderful.
Chapter 15. I regret every single nap I never took. Tate's secret thoughts. Tate. The next morning I was in a much better mood than when I'd spoken to Rosemary the last time. I was even halfway excited to be eating at Board's again. It was good that I was going there. I'd been avoiding it, just like I'd been avoiding the rest of my life that I'd left behind, i.e., my mother. Before I got out of my truck, though, I pulled up my phone and made a phone call to a man about an alarm. Once I'd gotten the time and set up scheduled, I shoved the phone back into my pocket and got out of the truck. My eyes went to the building that held what felt like so many memories, some of those memories being good, but most of them being bad. I wasn't saying that all of my time with Araya was bad, but I couldn't remember a time when it was truly good either. Are you going to come in, or stay out here all day? I looked up to find Rosemary standing in the entrance, staring at me. She was holding the glass door open with her hip, and she had her arms crossed tightly over her chest. She'd changed quite a bit while I was gone, since she'd been that annoying little sister of Araya's. Not that she was ever annoying to me as much as she was annoying to Araya. It would be a cold day in hell before the two of them ever got along. Yeah, I'm coming in, I said as I started through the parking lot and headed in her direction. Did you make me breakfast? Rosemary had started working with Araya's father out of necessity when she was younger, and obviously had never found anything better to do since, though she was one hell of a cook, or had been. Rosemary's eyes went a little shadowed as she shook her head. I was going to, but... She paused. I have something to tell you, and I can't wait too long, or Araya will be here to stalk soon, and then she'll see you here. I have... She shook her head. I can't believe she never told you. I was confused. What was she supposed to tell me? She gestured for me to follow her inside the empty bar and grill, and I did, wincing only slightly when I saw the stupid photo next to the door. It was an old one of Araya and me when we were younger. She was beautiful. Then again, she was beautiful now also. That likely would never change. Take a seat, Rosemary instructed. I did as she asked, and then listened as she promptly changed my entire life. You have a daughter. 3 hours later. I walked into the first bar that was open. The only thing on my mind was getting a beer and drinking away my current state of mind. You have a daughter, and she's dying. I never, ever thought I'd hear that first statement, let alone the two that followed it. Carolyn had a CT scan last week of her abdomen and chest. Dr. Model told me this morning that the cancer has filled her liver, and her chest is covered with the tumors. Her lower spine has also been affected. The tumors span the length of her spine, and they don't expect her to walk for much longer. Palliative chemo will stop. They're going to start hospice soon to make sure she's kept comfortable. Tomorrow, I'd be strong. Tomorrow, I'd make plans. Tomorrow, I'd figure out what the hell I was going to do. Tomorrow, I'd meet the child I didn't know I had. Tomorrow, I'd process the fact that she was dying, and there wasn't a damn thing in the world I could do about it. Tonight, I'd drink. Tonight, I'd forget. Tonight, I'd ignore everything in this world but the state of my beer mug.
Chapter 16. Unless you're a pregnancy test, I don't need you to be negative. Hennessy to Chrisney. Hennessy. Did you hear? I stared at Chrisney in confusion. Hear what? Hear that Araya and Tate have a baby together. My entire being, everything that I was, froze in complete, abject horror. What? It was said so softly that it took me a few minutes to realize that my single word had frozen Chrisney in her tracks. You didn't hear? No, I hadn't. They have a kid? I asked, a little more loudly this time. She nodded her head. Yeah, apparently Araya's sister told him, and then he told everyone at the bar last night that would listen. I tried my best to ignore anything and everything that had to do with Araya, so it came as no surprise that I wouldn't know that she had a kid, nor that she had a kid with the man I was currently sleeping with. Son of a bitch! How far along is Araya? I murmured. When had he had time to be with her? Was it that time I saw them out at the taco shop while I was on my date with the vegan that wasn't really vegan? Could I forgive him for sleeping with an ex before he was sleeping with me? Then again, we didn't have an agreement of any kind. What we had was borderline illegal. Oh my God. I'd slept with a man that was sleeping with other women, and I could lose my job. I had to transfer his care to another psychologist, right this very minute. Hey! Chrisney cried out as I stood up in the middle of our breakfast. What are you doing? I'm going to be right back, I lied. I wasn't going to be right back. I was going to my office, and I was going to call my mentor, and I was going to ask her just what in the hell I was supposed to do next. But we haven't even finished our pancakes yet, Chrisney yelled at my back. I waved her off and continued to walk, pulling my phone out as I did. Chrisney would pay. She'd also eat the rest of my pancakes, but I didn't have time for that right now. The moment I was outside, I came to a sudden, bone-jarring halt as I looked in the parking lot next to my car. But I knew in an instant that Tate, who was standing so close to my car that I could barely breathe, wasn't there for me. He was there for the woman that was standing so close to him that they could likely smell each other. I dropped my head and allowed my hair to spread out over my face, concealing everything but the path in front of me. I made it to my car and unlocked it with the fob, immediately dropping inside and locking the doors as I started it. If I rolled my window down right now, I could literally reach out and touch Tate's ass with my hand. I growled at myself and clenched my hands into fists, so angry that I could cry. How could he sleep with her and then me, all within a 2-month period? Seriously, the man had been out of prison for all of 2 months. He'd been seeing me for one of those months, though he hadn't been actively fucking all of that time, but still. Angry and a whole lot hurt. I speed-dialed my mentor's number as I put the car into reverse. Looking in my rearview mirror, and not at the man that I knew had to have seen me by now, I backed out and dropped the gear shift down into drive. Just when I was about to leave, I couldn't help but look to the side, and what I saw made my stomach clench. Tate was staring at me, as was Araya. Tate with pity, and Araya with not a little bit of hostility. I instantly felt bile rise in my stomach, and would have screamed at the both of them if my mentor hadn't answered the phone. Hennessy, my dear, to what do I owe this pleasure? I bit my lip to keep the strangled sob from breaking free of my lips. I'm in so much trouble that I don't even know where to start. 30 minutes later, I was telling my mentor goodbye, not sure of what to do now than when I placed the phone call. I know you don't want to hear this, Joan murmured quietly, but this needs to be taken care of swiftly. His care needs to be handed off to another psychologist, and I would be glad to take it if that's what you decide. However, this is a line that you need to determine if you only crossed for him, or because you're letting your emotions get the better of you when you shouldn't be. I realize his situation isn't ideal, and that he didn't do the things he did because he was truly bad, but that doesn't make him innocent. He needs the care that you can give him, and if you can't give him that care, then you need to pass him off. I knew she was right. I bit my lip, then blew out of breath while staring at my front door through the windshield of my car. I'll have my assistant send his file over, I said. I'll tell Isidra to also call him and tell him an appointment time. Send that info over to me via email, and I'll get Isidra on it, if she actually comes in today. She's been off for 2 weeks thanks to the flu. Joan started to laugh. Must be going around because mine has been out almost the same amount of time. I don't even know how to function without her. I didn't realize how much work she was doing until I had to do it myself. Wasn't that the truth? Isidra had called a few days ago to say she was on the mend, but still couldn't stand to be in an upright position for more than an hour. She expected to come back at the beginning of the week, which would mark almost a full 3 weeks she'd been gone. Though I guess I had to admit that I was glad she wasn't there, because she'd definitely have been suspicious of mine and Tate's relationship. Isidra was a life resident of Hostel, Texas. She'd been there for 37 of her 38 years of life, and likely wouldn't ever leave. Though her husband was also the head football coach for Hostel High School. She was very intuitive, and she loved to gossip with the best of them, which was why I was wary of doing anything in front of her that would likely get straight back to my father, thanks to the hostile gossip mill. I'll send over the time that works best over a text message. I haven't tried to touch the emails, and I'd like to avoid doing that. Me and electronics don't get along all that well. I chuckled, remembering a time during one of her lectures that she'd had PowerPoint with her lecture up on the screen, and all of a sudden, her computer just shut off, never to wake up again. She'd never thought to back up all of her lectures, so years of her education materials had disappeared in a puff of smoke. That year had been a turning point for her, as well as a reminder not to do what she did. I'd felt sorry for her ever since. I was sure, even a year later, that she was still trying to recoup materials that she'd lost. That'll work. I smiled sadly. I'll drop his file by your office myself, since your assistant is out. I'll be there likely tomorrow sometime. I have about 3 hours in between patients. When Joan had lost all of her materials, she decided that she wouldn't be teaching at UT any longer. I don't know if that was just the last straw or what, because she moved while I was still attending the last of my classes for my final semester of school. When I'd contacted her for a professional reference a few months ago, it was to find her not just close to me, but 2 towns over, though technically we weren't in the same state. The town of Hostel bordered the Texas-Louisiana border, though we were only 30 miles away from each other at most. Getting to each other required that we cross state lines. All right, Hennessy, I'll see you tomorrow. With that, we hung up, and I got out of the car. I was glad that I'd taken the rest of the afternoon off, though I would have rather spent it with Chrisney, shopping for the lingerie that I'd planned to seduce Tate with. I winced. I really needed to get my mood swings in regards to Tate in order. This was beginning to get ridiculous and way out of hand. Getting out of my car with new determination in my step, I walked inside, took a look around, and came to a fast realization. I needed a new place. I wasn't going to get over Tate Casey when I had to see him across the street from me every day. An idea came to mind, and I grinned. The only problem, for this idea to come to fruition, I had to go visit Tate's grandma.
Chapter 17. I don't always give a woman an orgasm, but when I do, she usually spits it out. Text from Baylor to Tate. Tate. 2 hours earlier. I didn't want to see her. Not even a little bit. But this wouldn't get resolved if I didn't, so there I stood outside Boards, knowing that she was inside today, thanks to Rosemary's text that she was in-house. I stared at the doors of the bar with my gut in a tight ball. The other problem with being here at this time was that everyone and their brother was there to eat breakfast. Boards did breakfast one day a week, and that was on a Wednesday. It was a good breakfast with a shit ton of buffet-style breakfast food, paired with alcoholic morning drinks such as mimosas. I wish I didn't have to do it right then, but each time I'd try to call Araya, she dodged my calls. I'd had to resort to more sneaky measures, which was where Rosemary had come in. Now I was about to walk into the bar owned by my ex-girlfriend in the middle of God and everybody in the whole goddamn town and tell Araya how much I resented her for keeping my kid from me. Not that I could blame her. I'd been in prison, for God's sake. I wouldn't want my kids involved with a felon either. Steeling myself, I got out of the truck, trying to ignore the fact that I passed what had to be Hennessy's car and marched inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, I heard the excited chatter as well as the clinking of dishes as people ate. My eyes slowly moved over the entire bar area and stopped on Hennessy. She and Chrisney had their backs to me as they ate, and I was glad. Seeing her right now would be detrimental. I needed to figure shit out with Araya before I said anything to Hennessy about anything. Even though Hennessy and I hadn't spoken about anything more than what we'd already done, I wasn't a stupid man. I knew that I wanted her. I also knew that I wasn't good enough for her, but that wasn't going to stop me from taking what I wanted as mine. It'd suck to have to explain all of this shit to her, but I knew she'd understand. "Why are you here?" I looked over to see Araya's father, Borden, the board in Boards, staring at me with barely restrained hostility. "I'm here to see Araya," I told him. "Do you think you can spare her for a few seconds?" Borden lifted his lip in a silent snarl and was about to reply when Araya walked up to his side. "It's okay, Dad. I'll talk to him." Borden walked away, but didn't attempt to hide the distaste at having me in his establishment. The moment he was out of earshot, Araya grabbed my hand and led me outside. She didn't go far, just to the right of what I now confirmed was Hennessy's car, and crossed her arms. "You know?" I laughed at that. "Yeah, I know. She stopped and looked at her hands, then rubbed her face with a roughness that surprised me. She wasn't wearing any makeup. Holy shit. I didn't think there was ever a time that I hadn't seen her perfectly coiffed. "Just spit it out," I ordered. "I'm going fucking crazy here." She looked at me then, her spine straightening. "She's not yours." The relief in those words as they hit me were nothing less than staggering. I knew that she wouldn't lie, not about this. Araya was a lot of things, but a liar wasn't one of them. "Then why does everyone think she's mine?" Araya bit her lip. "If her father was known, then it wouldn't be good for me or her. It's better that they suspect but don't get it confirmed. In the meantime, though, you're making everyone think that she's mine, and that I'm an asshole for not having anything to do with a dying kid." I paused at Araya's flinch. "I'm sorry, that was inconsiderate." Araya swiped at her eyes and let out a shaky breath. "Thing is, it's the truth," she sniffled. The bar door slammed in front of us, but neither one of us turned to see who it was. We did stop talking, though, waiting for whomever it was to pass. Only they didn't pass. They got into the car that was at my back. Hennessy. My eyes turned to follow the car's path as it backed out, and when it finally got far enough away that I could see in the window, I knew that Hennessy knew something, or what she thought was something. Hennessy didn't peel out, didn't drive away in anger. No, she drove away sedately, just like the controlled woman that she was, when she wasn't with me. "You can't tell anyone," Araya pleaded, meaning Hennessy. "I know that this situation isn't ideal. I know it. It's asking a lot from you, but that little girl right there is my heart and soul. I don't want to have her last days filled with anger and pain because her little life was turned upside down." I looked over at the little girl. God, she looked so much different, even from just a few days ago. A few days ago, she'd been upright and standing on her own volition. Today, she was sitting down in a chair that was set up for her in the corner of the bar right in front of the window. She had an iPad in her hand, and she was watching it with so little enthusiasm that it almost, if I didn't know about her illness, looked like she was disinterested and mad that she was made to sit still while her mother worked. Only she wasn't sitting still because she was told to. She was sitting still because she physically couldn't hold herself up. "I won't tell anyone," I said. "I'll let everyone think that I'm the father, since that's what they already think, but she doesn't think that, does she?" God, I really hoped that she didn't think I was her father. When I had thought that the little girl was mine, I'd been heartbroken. My father hadn't been there for me, and I'd made a promise to myself when I was young that I'd never do that to a child of my own. If I had a child, which I was thinking wasn't a good idea at this point, then I'd make sure they knew that they were wanted. Even the idea that this child thought she wasn't wanted was enough to rip my heart to shreds in my chest. No, Araya said sadly. She knows who her daddy is. I looked over at her. Who is her daddy? Araya's head dropped until her chin rested on her chest. You know who. The moment that she'd said that the baby wasn't mine, my mind had automatically gone to the one person that the child looked like, and that was the woman that had stolen a little piece of my heart all those years ago when she'd come outside at a church picnic in borrowed clothes. Each time I saw her, she took another piece. Soon she'd own every single bit of it, even if she hated me because she thought I had a kid when I didn't. 2 hours later, I was standing with the phone to my ear while looking at the front door of the most known gangster wannabe in the entire town. He was a prick and a half, and I wanted nothing to do with repossessing the fucker's car. You're fucking shitting me, right? I said to Travis. This motherfucker is going to shoot me, and since I can't have a fucking gun anymore, I literally have nothing to defend myself with. He was the one that put up bail, using his stupid fugly car on his stupid cousin. If he can't see that this is the right thing to do, then I can't help him. Get the car. You can handle yourself without a gun, and we know it. That was true. I was 6'5", 250 pounds, and could literally lift the stupid fucking car up off the ground if I tried hard enough, but I couldn't protect myself from a bullet to the back. You know how this guy is, I continued. I was going back to jail today. I could feel it. I know that you've repossessed his car twice, and each time before you've gotten out of it fine. Travis was in a mood today. What had crawled up his ass? Then, because I really didn't care if I kept my job when he was doing stupid shit, like sending me out to a known prick's house that would likely get me in trouble and he knew it, I told him what I thought. When I die, you'll have to feel bad about this for the rest of your life, I told him. Then I hung up because I wasn't getting anywhere by telling him I needed backup, which he said he didn't have. But the car had to be picked up today since the little prick traded cars like he traded playing cards. Instead of doing what my gut told me to do, which was leave, I walked into the yard and straight to the car. The first thing that fucked the rest of the day up was the dog I saw chained to the tree. It was skin and bones, skinny enough that I could count every one of his ribs as well as see the line of the dog's spine. He was chained to a tree with a chain that had to weigh more than the dog itself. The poor thing couldn't even lift his head, though that might have been due to him being in direct sun with no water nearby. I gritted my teeth, telling myself that I shouldn't be having the thoughts that I was having. I really, really shouldn't. In fact, if I was going to have any thoughts, it should be about putting the dog out of his misery for having to have an owner like the prick, a.k.a. Coleman Stone. Turning my head away from the dog once again, I walked to the car and stared at it. I knew that the kid put stupid homemade car alarms on his shit, and I also knew that he rigged his car up so that it did not make it much further than the driveway if and when it was ever taken. This Coleman kid had some powerful enemies at his young age, and though he'd never been charged with anything, it was only a matter of time until his stupid finally caught up with him. Today hopefully wouldn't be one of those times. Why, you ask? Because if his stupid finally caught up with him, I had a feeling that would be at the expense of me being shot because he was trying to stop me from repossessing his car. I let my eyes roam over the vehicle, easily seeing the wire that was there between the front door and the back door. The two pieces were essentially magnets. Once they were separated, an alarm would sound. Normally these would be found on a door inside the house. They were applied with a sticky foam substance to the doors of the house, and 9 times out of 10 it ruined your paint when you took them off. Apparently, Coleman didn't give a shit about ruining his paint when he decided to take them off. Hunkering down on my haunches, I reached forward and ripped the 2 pieces off, being sure to keep them together so that the alarm wouldn't rouse everyone in the neighborhood. After another inspection of the vehicle and satisfied that I'd gotten all of his homemade booby traps, I jimmied the car open using a metal hook-like device. The lock popped open easily, almost too easily. Really, it was almost comical how many alarms he had, 14 in total. Too bad I wasn't a dumb kid because they were all so obvious I was sure even a fucking 6-year-old could find them. Cautiously, I opened the door to the car, breathing a sigh of relief when no alarms of any kind sounded. Something clinked behind me, and I felt rather than saw something coming up behind me. Turning on my heels, ready to throw a punch, I realized that it wasn't a person but the dog that was now standing up, staring at me. I grimaced and reached into the car, easily putting the car into neutral thanks to it being a manual transmission. If I could manage it, I wanted to push the car off the property. The tow truck was loud as hell, and with this quiet neighborhood, it'd be heard in the house if I wasn't careful. And I did just that, getting it all the way to the end of the driveway and into the street before anything happened. It was when I positioned the truck in front of the car and got the wheels lifted up off the ground when Coleman finally caught on that he was having his car repossessed. He walked out, a Red Bull in one hand and his car keys in the other, when he came to a sudden halt when he didn't see his car. "What the fuck?" I heard him growl. My lips twitched as I finished getting the car strapped up, which was about the time that he noticed me. "That's my car!" he bellowed. Down went the energy drink, and out came the gun. I cursed, walking around the side of my truck, my sole purpose to get into the cab and get the hell out of there. I would have accomplished it, too, had he not started toward me. Except when he started down the driveway toward me, the long length of the dog's chain had him tripping and hitting his knees. I didn't wait for him to do anything else. I got the truck into drive and started accelerating down the street. That didn't stop me from watching him in my rearview mirror, though. He went down hard. The gun skidded across the concrete, but that didn't stop him from picking up the chain and giving the chain a vicious yank in anger. My foot was on the brake, something inside of me telling me to wait and go back for the dog, but then I thought about how upset Hennessy would be if I got shot over a dog that was probably already dead. She may be mad at me, but she'd still be upset. And regardless of what Travis told me to do, he'd never expect me to put myself in danger because of a job. I cursed and slammed my hand down on the steering wheel. Then drove the stupid fucker's car to the bond company, got my money for the repossession, and drove back to the office to drop off the check. All the while, though, I couldn't stop thinking about that dog, and whether he was okay.
Chapter 18. You better not pout. You better not cry. You better not scream. I'm going in dry. Text from Chrisney to Hennessy. Hennessy. I didn't watch for him to come home. No, I was in my living room, perfecting the fold in my curtains, and not staring at the road as I waited for my neighbor and ex-lover, as well as soon-to-be ex-patient, to get home. Nope, not me, Hennessy Haynes. I snorted at that lie. Out of all the lies I told myself, the ones that came to Tate were always the worst. That man had always done something to me, and I had no control over anything when it came to him. So there I sat, after finding out that the man had a child, thinking about everything that was wrong with this situation. At least I'd found out that he didn't have a child on the way, but one that was already born. Years ago, as a matter of fact. There was that, I guess. Chrisney had been more than happy to share that news with me via text message. So yes, I was angry. I was sad. And I was heartbroken. I also most certainly wasn't waiting by the front window to get a glimpse of him. He'd looked terrible earlier. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Growling at myself and my inability to let Tate go, I threw the curtains out of my hand and started to pace the length of my living room. And 10 minutes later, when I heard the first sound of my neighbor's truck pull down our street, I told myself not to do it. Told myself to be strong, to go into my bedroom, and possibly take a nap. I knew it wasn't good for me to continue doing this to myself. But did I do anything smart like that? Hell no, I didn't. I went to the window and tried to surreptitiously look out at him, barely parting the curtains. Only, he saw me. Why? Because he hadn't just pulled down our street, but he'd pulled into his driveway, gotten out, and walked across the street before I'd gotten the courage to look out at him. Now, instead of acting like I wasn't here like I was going to do, I had to answer the door because he knew I was home. I cursed myself for my stupidity and walked to the door, opened it, and stared at him expectantly. "You want to go steal a dog with me?" My brows rose at that. "There was a dog at the house I repossessed a car from today. He or she, I'm not sure which, was skin and bones, and I feel like an asshole for leaving it there." I thought about it for a moment. Did I want to get into a vehicle with this man after the day I'd spent worrying about him and what I should and shouldn't do about our semi-relationship status? But then I got a load of Tate's eyes and immediately reached for my keys. Yeah, I cleared my throat. Sure. "If we take my bike, I might be able to get him faster than if I took the truck." He paused. "You'll have to hold on to the dog. Shit, that won't work." "We can take my car," I offered. "I need some gas, but as long as we stop at some point for it, then I think we'll be okay." He pursed his lips in thought. Then I started down the steps, knowing what his answer would be before he actually voiced it. Walking up to my car, I opened it up and slid into the driver's seat, slamming the door closed. Then I started it up, thankful when it didn't do that weird little whine that it'd been doing lately. Tate slid inside and immediately slid the seat back as far as it would go, which admittedly wasn't far. I smiled and looked away, finding the sight comical. My heart also hurt. Having him this near me was doing something strange to my heart, especially now that I'd resolved myself to not having him. It didn't matter that he may or may not have a kid. It didn't matter that I'd found him someone else to see for the remainder of his time needed in anger management. It also didn't matter that I was so in love with him that it physically hurt to be sitting next to him. What mattered was that I'd broken an ethical code. What mattered was that, with the way his life worked, I wasn't going to be something special. He'd already told me that he wasn't willing to change his life. Plus, I wasn't willing to live with only half a man who wasn't willing to put me first. I'd already done that. Lived for another man. My father had made sure that fairy tale and reality were understood. This was the real world, where real-world things happened. Sometimes you didn't get what you wanted. Sometimes your mother died and left you with a madman. Sometimes love wasn't in the cards. Turn left up here, and go about 2 miles until you see the old truck on the right. Take the turn just after that, Tate said, interrupting my morose thoughts. Okay, I said softly. Too softly, apparently, because he said, "Did you hear me?" I nodded my agreement. "Why aren't you talking to me?" he asked. Why wasn't I talking to him? I wasn't not talking to him, I just didn't know what to say at this point. What did you tell the man that you loved that you weren't going to have anything to do with him anymore? That you'd transfer his care to another psychologist? That you'd called a realtor to find you a house that was not only not in the vicinity of him, but was in a different town entirely? I'm talking to you, I hedged. I think I'm coming down with a cold. The lie felt bitter on my tongue, but I didn't really want to talk to him, even though I knew I would have to before the night was over. He was acting like everything hadn't changed overnight. Like he didn't have a child to take care of now. A dying child at that. I'd learned more over the last couple of hours since I'd been to the diner. Chrisney had done nothing but text me for the last 4 hours about him, and at first I'd ignored them, but my curiosity had always gotten the best of me. This time had been no different. Although it was all just stuff she'd heard, I was fairly sure that it was true. If it hadn't been, the look I'd seen on his face when he'd been talking to Araya wouldn't have been there this morning. It was kind of hard to hide pain like that. "I'm sorry to hear about your child," I told him. He looked over at me, studying the side of my face. "You heard?" Not a question, a statement. "Yes," I said. The diner was all abuzz about it this morning. I'd, of course, heard little bits and pieces about it earlier than today, but I'd always written it off to the town gossips having some fun. Apparently you confirmed it today with her. He rumbled. "I'm sorry that she didn't tell you," I continued. "I feel terrible." "Turn right there," he pointed. I did. "I mean, if you want to talk about it, I'm always here." "Are you?" I hesitated. "Yes." "Funny you should say that," he said. "Because I got a call from another psychologist, a Dr. Joan McQuaid." My stomach tightened at the lightness in his voice, almost as if he were trying to control his temper. "Yes." I licked my lips as I turned on my blinker and turned where he'd indicated. "About that." "I told you that I could handle it on my end, didn't I?" I worried my lip and nodded. He had told me he'd get it handled. However, I didn't want to chance him getting in trouble. I wanted to make sure that he had it figured out, and if I were being honest, I was scared. Still was scared, as a matter of fact. My father had shown me that, despite what was on the outside, it was the inside that counted. And though Tate had never outwardly done anything to me, it was only a matter of time. My head was fucked up, so fucked up. But I'd always wanted Tate. Always wanted to see what it would be like to be near him, to be sucked into the Tate Casey stratosphere. However, I'd never once thought that it'd be as terrifying as it was. I thought for sure that I'd be able to handle everything that came to Tate. I was naive. I didn't have a single clue. Not until I'd done some serious thinking today. I didn't know that being around him would make me turn into a simpering idiot that only wanted to make him happy. Something I'd promised myself that I wouldn't do after I'd finally clawed my way out of my father's clutches. I didn't know that when it came to Tate Casey, I wouldn't care if I lost myself. But after getting some perspective this afternoon, I knew that what I had with him, while it was fun, wouldn't be something I could continue to do for the rest of my life. Not and live with myself. I don't like what I'm seeing on your face. I winced. Where do I go now? I asked, my eyes taking in the city around me. I'd never once been this deep into the South Side, as everyone in town called it. The preacher's daughter wasn't the kind of woman that went to places like that. Places where drugs were plentiful, and there were men and women on the street that very obviously belonged to a gang. What is that? I pointed to a man in a car. Or at least what I thought was a man. I couldn't quite tell. When I looked at his face, he looked like a he, but the hair on the top, those screamed woman. Transvestite, he said. Turn right at the whore on the corner. I bit my lip to keep the laugh buried. I know you want to laugh, he said. The sad thing is that I was being serious. I knew he was, which was why I turned at the street following the woman dressed in a tight, short blue jean skirt, a white wife-beater that looked like it had already been well used before she got it, paired with red hooker heels, or at least heels that I would constitute as hooker heels. This is where you stop. He pointed to where a set of tracks was already in the dirt off the side of the road. I'll be back in 5 minutes, tops. If I'm not back, you leave and tell Reed or Baylor where you left me. He was smoking something if he thought I was going to leave him here, but I would call Reed if I needed to. I had his number from back in high school when he and Chrisney had been an item. I'd also heard that he hadn't changed his number since then, which was why I still had it. Though that information was gathered from Chrisney when she told me she drunk-dialed him one night, and he'd actually answered. Before I could tell him that, though, he bailed out of the car and disappeared through the woods. I bit my lip and watched him go, wondering if I ever had a life with Tate, if that was what I would have to look forward to. Him saving dogs, repossessing cars and getting shot at, though I'd heard that from Chrisney and not Tate. I was only assuming that Tate was having to deal with that. I worried my lip as I thought about what that would feel like, having to worry about that day in and day out. What would I do if one day Tate was hurt, possibly even killed? I could tell you that I'd feel pain. Even now, thinking about him being hurt, even when I knew I needed to distance myself from him, well, it scared the living shit out of me how much I cared. Before I could get too deep into these thoughts, though, the window of my car was knocked on, dragging my thoughts away from Tate. I said as I cranked down the window slightly. Yes? You pulled over on my property, he said. Can I help you? I shook my head. I'm lost, trying to get myself situated, I said, pointing at my GPS. It wasn't even on, damn it. Where are you wanting to go? I studied the slightly tall man, and I say the term man loosely. He was a man, yes, but he was also very young. So young, in fact, that I wasn't quite sure why he was out here this close to dark, this close to the street where hookers and drug dealers were openly doing shady stuff on the street. I'm going to go home, I said, touching the button on my GPS that would turn it on. Just trying to get the darn thing to turn on. It's finicky sometimes. He grunted. Name's Coleman. I smiled at Coleman and hoped it conveyed my words that I was about to say. Well, it was nice meeting you, and thank you for the offer of help. I started to roll up my window, but he put his hand on the top to keep it from rolling the rest of the way up. You haven't seen a man, have you? I shook my head, my heart suddenly pounding. Coleman shifted, and his shirt rode up. allowing me to see the gun that was on his hip. That was when my heart started to race double time. Why would he have a gun? That was illegal for a kid his age, and he really was a kid. His beard wasn't even all the way grown in yet. He still had patches on his cheeks that he was obviously trying to fill in, as well as 2 larger circles underneath his jaw. He, in all honesty, looked ridiculous, like a mini wannabe gangster. No, I shook my head, hoping that my smile came off as apologetic. Thank you. I rolled the window up the rest of the way, put the car into park, and hoped that the man would walk away. But he didn't. No, the bastard went to his motorcycle that had somehow appeared at the end of the driveway without me noticing, and then followed me out. The moment I got to the main road, he turned around. The minute he was out of sight, I pulled over in the gas station and wondered what in the hell I was supposed to do now. Should I call Reed or Baylor like he'd asked? Shit. I pulled out my phone, bit my lip, and started to sift through my contacts in search of Reed's name. The moment I got to it, a hard knock sounded at my window, causing me to scream. The scream abruptly cut off the moment that I realized that the man wasn't Coleman, but Tate. Tate! I cried out, unlocking the doors. He opened the back door, and that was when I saw the ball of fur bundled in his jacket in his arms. He placed the ball of fur on the seat and closed the door, then opened the passenger side door before folding himself inside. You scared the shit out of me, I accused him. He grinned. Tate was sweaty. His gray shirt that he'd been wearing underneath the light jacket was soaked through, and he was breathing slightly heavier than he normally did. Did you run all the way here? I questioned. He nodded in agreement. Yeah. Why? The look he gave me was one that clearly relayed his thoughts to my question. I laughed nervously. I seriously thought I was going to have to make some dramatic rescue, maybe offer my body in exchange for yours, I teased. His eyes went wide. You would not ever offer that up in exchange for anything that had to do with me, you understand? I cleared my suddenly dry throat. How'd you get out of there without being seen? He looked offended that I'd even ask. I tried to think of something else to say. Where did you learn all that sneaky shit? I whispered fiercely. And how the hell did you get out of those woods 2 miles down the road? Okay, so maybe I couldn't get off the subject, so sue me. I'd been freaking out. If Coleman hadn't been following me, I would have stayed right where I was, waiting for him to get back. The military, honey, he answered, looking back at the dog that just laid limply on the back seat. Learned a lot of shit there. How to fall asleep at the drop of a hat, and the ability to sleep anywhere. How to shoot the nose off a terrorist at 100 yards with my pistol. I winced, but latched onto the sleeping thing out of desperation. I did not want to talk about him killing terrorists, and I did not want to think about the way I was feeling knowing that he was okay. Safe and sound in the seat beside me. I've always wanted to learn how to fall asleep fast like they do in the military. I tried to make conversation. How did you learn how to do that? He started to chuckle. The chuckle made my toes curl. I felt those dark swirls of his laugh deep in my gut, a heat that made my womb clench with need. You want to know for real? He teased. I nodded. This was a safe topic, one that seriously couldn't go wrong, right? Wrong. But it didn't start bad. It started easy enough. Well, you get up at 04:30 on your first day of boot camp, he started. Then you run 6 miles, maybe more, depends on how your CO feels that day. Then follow that up with several hundred push-ups. And not the ones that girls do, real ones that are perfect. Or you'll do a couple hundred more. Then when you're done with that, you do the same amount of jumping jacks, squats, shit like that. My brows rose at hearing all that. Then you get to eat, get some shit done after lunch, possibly run 2 more miles, he continued. Then you do a hike that can range from 10 to 20 miles in full gear. How much does your gear weigh? I interrupted him. He shrugged. 80 pounds or so. You're kidding, right? He looked at me, saw the surprise on my face, then promptly laughed in it. Wish I was, he said.
But that's not even half of it, and that was every day of boot camp, no joking.
I shook my head. There would be no way in hell I'd make it through that. Hell, I couldn't even tell you the last time I'd run a mile, let alone 6. Twice at that.
By the time your head hits the bed that first day, you're out. And when you get up, still tired from the day before, there's no way not to go to sleep that fast anymore. You're exhausted ×2. It only gets easier from there. He finished?
I laughed incredulously. I tried to run a mile a few weeks ago when I first got the office set up. I got about a quarter of a lap around the track and stopped. I don't think running is for me. Or the military.
That doesn't surprise me, he said. Most women can't hack it.
I felt my back stiffen.
You going to leave any time soon? He asked, not aware of what his comment has done to me.
I put the car into drive and slowly nosed my way into the intersection and accelerated out of the south side.
Once we get back on Main Street, I want you to go to the vet clinic on the right, he said. I'll run him in there, and then we can be on our way.
I didn't reply. My mind was elsewhere. When I was 12, my father told me that girls couldn't play baseball because it was a man's sport. When I was 13, my father told me that I had to learn how to do women things so I can make some man a good wife someday. When I was 14, he told me that I needed to slim down because men didn't like fat women. When I was 16, my father told me to dress conservatively because girls that dressed like sluts were asking for men to treat them as such. And that wasn't even the half of it. I could probably recite hundreds of edicts that my father had spouted off during a conversation we'd had, and none of them were good. In fact, I would venture to say that all of them were bad, and that the majority of them were about how women were the inferior race.
Here's the turn,
Tate the asshole said. I gritted my teeth and pulled into the parking lot, pulling up to the first spot that was nearest to the door.
Be right back, he said, pushing the door open and getting out.
I waited for him to get the dog and walk into the building before I backed out of the parking spot and headed home. Fuck him. Doing this, making sure he was taken care of and out of my life, was for the best. I couldn't live with another man that was exactly like the man that had made my younger years unbearable. I just couldn't.
Chapter 19. If only sarcasm burned calories. T-shirt. Tate. I was angry. Very, very angry. Today had been shit. First learning about Araya and her daughter, then going into a situation that nearly had me getting killed. Then I'd taken the dog to the vet and heard that it was likely he wouldn't survive because not only was he malnourished, but he also had heartworms. It was so severe that if he'd been left there like he had been, he would have died in a matter of days. After paying the vet and making sure they did what they could, I walked out and found that I'd been left. Which wasn't even that bad, to be honest. I'd been in the vet for an hour. I'd expected to find her in the waiting room, but she hadn't been. Then I'd decided that it was unfair to ask her to wait when she'd already taken me all the way over there. Though I hadn't thought that she'd do that. I'd thought for sure that she'd still be there waiting. So I'd gone in search of her, once I'd gotten a ride from Travis, of all people. Once he'd dropped me off, I'd gone directly to Hennessy's house, only to find her not there, but a fucking for rent sign up front. Pairing that with the fact that I'd gotten new patient papers from another psychologist a couple of towns over, I was fit to be tied. Seriously, if she were there right then, I'd demand to know what in the hell had happened in the last 24 hours to cause her to lose her damn mind. I started to work on the house and lost track of time. In fact, it was nearly 2 a.m. before I realized that I'd been at it all night and hadn't stopped for food or anything to drink in nearly 8 hours. Once I'd made it to the kitchen, I looked out the window over the sink as I downed a glass of tap water, and my eyes narrowed when I saw her car. It wasn't parked in the normal spot. It was parked on the side of her house, nearly hidden unless you were standing exactly where I was standing. My jaw went tight as I narrowed my eyes. That little shit. I slammed my empty glass on the counter with a thud and exited the house seconds later. The moment my boots hit the front porch, I tried the knob. Locked. Pulling out my lockpicking kit, a handy tool that I'd found worked great when I was trying to get through locks and gates to get to a car, I deftly opened her door without a second thought. The lights were all out when I entered, and I paused at the door as I relocked it to help my eyes adjust. The moment I saw all the packing boxes, my anger returned tenfold. How was she just going to leave when I knew for a fact she loved this fucking house as well as the area? Which blinded me to the fact that the moment that I'd locked the door, Hennessy had started toward me with a freaking baseball bat of all things. She swung. I heard the whistle of the wood in the air as it tried to connect with my head and turned at the last moment so that it connected with my shoulder rather than my head. "What the fuck, Hennessy?" I cried out. The wood bat hit the floor. "Tate?" she asked in confusion. "God, what are you doing breaking into my house?" I didn't answer her, instead shooting back a question of my own. "Why do you have a for rent sign in your front yard?" She hissed at me. "You can't just walk in here like you own the place." I ground my teeth together. "You left me at the vet's office, too. Made me hitchhike home." "I didn't make you do anything. You're a grown man. You could have called a cab," she sneered. Where was all this anger coming from? What had I done to make her this pissed off? "Is this because of Araya?" She inhaled loudly. "No." "Liar," I countered back. She growled under her breath. "You're so freaking annoying. Though knowing you have a daughter with some other person that isn't me kind of sucks, I'll get over it. It's not like we had anything going on anyway." "It's not like we—" I paused. "We did have something going." "Well, it doesn't matter now, does it?" she countered. I gritted my teeth. "Yes, it fucking matters. You and me aren't done, and you're not moving out of your house." She laughed in my face and bent over to pick up the baseball bat. "Get out of my house. Oh, and stop using your goddamn saw in the middle of the night." I froze, surprised to hear her let a curse word pass those lovely lips. "You cursed," I pointed out. She laughed, humorlessly. "Ha ha, go away." Instead of going away, I moved forward, snatched her up by the waist, and moved her until her entire body was flattened between mine and the wall. "How about you check the attitude and tell me what's going through that crazy head of yours?" I snapped. My cock started to stiffen at feeling her lush ass so close, and it took me a moment to realize that she'd spoken. "What?" I asked, unsure of what she said. "You heard me, damn it. I told you that I can do anything you can do." I blinked. "Okay." What was I supposed to say to that? "Okay," she shrieked. "Just okay?" "Yeah," I said. "Okay." She growled. "You don't think I can do the things you do you?" Well, no, but that's just because she'd never done them before. I had no doubt that if she put her mind to it, she could do anything she wanted. "That's not what I said," I started. "What I said was—" "What you said was that you think I'm inferior, useless, and a waste of space." My entire being stilled, and I realized instantly that what I was dealing with now was a wound not made by me, but by a man that was supposed to protect the heart he had control of, by a man that you were supposed to trust with everything. Hennessy, however, couldn't. She didn't even realize that what she had was rotten, and I wasn't sure if she still understood it. I did. I could see that she was ready to fight me over something imaginary that she heard, and that imaginary thing only solidified what she'd already been leaning towards since she'd found out about my fictitious child. "Hennessy," I said carefully, "did your father tell you that you were a waste of space?" I said it so controlled, I hoped, that none of my anger toward her father bled through. This was something I was going to have to step around carefully. There were so many booby traps that her father had been responsible for that I didn't know where to step without permanently damaging something pivotal. "My father told me a lot of things," she laughed humorlessly. "What else do you want to know about how awful he used to be to me?" My belly clenched and anger started to ignite in my blood. That stupid fool she called a father was a sorry excuse for one. Mine had been bad, but hers? Well, he deserved a gold medal for shitty father of the year. Hell, of the goddamn century. As if I needed anything else to hate him for. I took a step forward and lifted my hand to touch her face. When she didn't step away, I pulled her face closer to me and stared deep in her eyes. "Tell me what you want to tell me," I whispered. She took a deep breath and stepped away. "To tell you that, I'd need to get drunk." I grinned. "Then get drunk." And she did. She was drunk as a skunk, as they would say in the South. She was sitting in the chair at her kitchen table 2 hours later, her face twisted as she relayed yet another horrible scenario. This one was when she was 18, and she'd told her father that she was going with Krisney to college 4 hours away, out from under his thumb and his rules. "He thought I was kidding at first," she whispered, staring at her nearly empty bottle of wine. "Kind of laughed, then went on about his business as he prepared for a sermon. But then at church the next day, everyone was congratulating him on me getting into UT, and it really hit home." She paused. "That was the night that he hacked my hair off the last time before I left." I gritted my teeth in order not to say anything. Each time I said something, she went off on a different topic on how her father abused her. Each time she spoke about him, it was even worse than the time before. I was hanging on by a thread, and that thread was the tears that were threatening to fall each time she explained the next experience. Then I had all those blissful years without him, she whispered. Since I got the scholarship and school loans, I didn't have to talk to him but for the occasional obligatory phone call that he deigned to make on Christmas and Thanksgiving. Each year he got more and more angry because his congregation was asking about me and if I would be home that year, and when he said no, they get all sad for him. Fuck him. He deserved to be treated like that. In reality, he deserved to have my foot up his ass, but with me being a felon, that probably wouldn't go over really well with the local police department. In this fucked up community that we had, everyone thought Pastor Haynes was a fucking sweetheart. He was an old widower. I think he cheated on my mother with someone, she whispered. My mom was dying of cancer, and she was so sick that she couldn't get out of bed anymore. She circled her finger around the rim of the wine glass. I got home one night after staying at Chrisney's and found a woman leaving. She paused for so long that I knew what she was going to say next. My mother? She bit her lip and looked at me. Yes. I closed my eyes and looked down at my lap. God damn it, I rumbled. I'm sorry, honey. I wasn't surprised, though. My mother was my mother. There would be no apologies for how she acted. She did what she did, and she didn't care who she offended when she did it, even the teenage daughter of a dying woman that belonged to the man she was sleeping with. She shrugged. That was the first time I realized that my father wasn't a very good man. I winced. I'm not like him, she whispered so softly that I could barely hear her words. I know. She was nothing like him. Then she lost the fight she was having with her tears, and the first one fell. I can't be with you. I resisted the urge to go to her, to pull her into my arms and tell her everything would be okay. Her father wasn't going anywhere. Despite him being a bad person and a shitty father to not one but two girls, he was free to spread his assholeness to everyone that he felt like it. I'm not Araya's daughter's father, I told her, knowing that if I didn't tell her, that I could possibly lose the fight that I didn't know I was having. Her eyes widened and another tear fell. Well, then who is? She cried out. I grimaced. Your father. It took her a few seconds to realize, to really comprehend what was going on, but when she did, she gasped in outrage. You're shitting me! That was another thing about drunk Hennessy. She had the mouth of a pirate. It was as if all those words she didn't allow herself to say when she was sober came out when she was drinking. No, I'm not joking, I promised her. I'm being 110% serious right now. Araya didn't want me to tell you, but considering I planned to make you mine, I didn't want to start this off with a lie. Her mouth fell open. You can't make me yours. I've already transferred your patient care to someone else. I started to laugh. I won't be seeing your recommended psychologist either. Her mouth twisted into an angry line. You will be if I have to take you there myself. I started to chuckle. I reached an agreement with the judge. My 20 hours has been fulfilled. I don't have to do any more. Her mouth fell open. How did you do that? The judge wasn't going to give it to me in the first place, but since it was recommended by the prison psychologist, and I wanted to make sure it was done right, I agreed to do it until it wasn't needed anymore. She started to laugh. That's not something that a person gets to decide who's been in prison. Why are you so special? Because the cops, prison guards, judges, and my probation officer like me. Because I watched over their own quite a few times. Because I get what I want. And what do you want? She whispered, hope starting to fill her voice. You? She looked down at her glass of wine, then picked it up and downed the contents in one swallow. I can't be with someone who thinks that I am worthless. That's when I moved. I pushed the dining room chair that she was in until only the back legs were holding it up. Her eyes were wide and her face was frozen in surprise. I do not think you are worthless, I growled. You said that I couldn't do what you did in boot camp. I stared into her eyes. Maybe not right now, no. But give it 6 weeks and you'd be able to, under the right training. She bit her lip. I also know for a fact that you're smarter than me. She bit her lip. You're beautiful and smart, I continued, my words hopefully penetrating whatever she was thinking. I couldn't ever do what you do. Couldn't listen to what your patients have to tell you about every day. Her lip trembled. There's nothing that you couldn't do if you put your mind to it. How do you know? She challenged. Because you're you, I whispered. Nobody that couldn't handle it all could manage to get through 18 years with your father. She closed her eyes. I have a sister, and I didn't even know it. And we were back to the important words that she'd conveniently not gone into much detail about. Yeah, I said, but at this point I'm not sure that it would be best for her to meet you as her sister. I'm sure you could introduce yourself, say hi. She shook her head. I think that Araya might need me to stay away. Maybe if she were healthy I'd pursue it, but from what I've heard, the little girl isn't doing well. I shook my head. They don't expect her to make it much more than the next week. The words hurt to say. I didn't even know the girl, and it hurt. Children were so fucking innocent. Their view on life wasn't jaded like an adult's view was. I'll talk to Araya. I cleared my throat. She'll be mad at you for telling me, she countered. I shrugged and let her chair thunk down onto all four legs. Her face came to a stop next to my crotch. Before I could step away, though, her arms threaded around my waist and she buried her face into my belly. We'll figure it out, baby, she breathed out. I know. Her words were said into my belly, and I had to bite my lip to keep from bursting out laughing. We stayed like that for long moments, her with her face buried in my stomach and me sifting my hands through her hair. In fact, that had been all I intended to do, was hold her, but she had different ideas. I think we need to forget, she murmured. Tomorrow we'll pretend that this didn't happen, that I don't know what I know, and my dad's not an even bigger douchebag than I always knew he was. Today we'll forget. I liked the way she thought, but one thing wasn't going to happen. We're not forgetting that this all would have been solved if your father wasn't a douchebag, I told her. He's ruined a lot of lives and continues to try to ruin yours. We're not forgetting that he'd do anything to make your life miserable. She breathed out, then stood up, her body so close to mine that we touched from chest to thighs. I know, she admitted, but it's hard to think about. I mean, who the hell has relations with a woman the same age as their daughter and then doesn't follow up with that, even when they're supposed to be a man of God? I had no answer to that, so I brought my mouth down on hers. The kiss was short and sweet, but enough to convey what I was feeling for her. Get naked, I ordered. She laughed. I'm still mad at you. She pushed herself away and walked around the chair, and then even further until she was on the other side of the table. Why? I asked. Because yesterday at boards you ignored me, she said. You saw me. I know you did. I snorted. It was either wave at you or send Araya into another round of questions that only has to do with you, or not piss her off, I explained. She thinks I've always had the hots for you. She didn't need to know that Araya was right. Have you? I paused, contemplating how much to tell her. I've always found you intriguing, I finally settled on. Her brows went up. You've always intrigued me, too. I chuckled and started to round the table. She shuffled to keep the table in between her and me. I paused, my head tilting to the side. You don't want me to touch you? She pursed her cute little lips. I want to have my head about me. It seems when you get too close, I can't remember what I should and shouldn't be doing. Plus, your answer, I've always found you intriguing, isn't good enough. I want the hard, dirty details. I snorted. And before she could do much more than squeak, I vaulted over the table and snatched her up in my arms. She gasped and froze as I pressed my hard length against her hip. You want to know that I'm a dirty boy and had the hots for a girl that was way too fucking young for me? I questioned. She bit her lip and nodded. Fine, I said. I wanted to fuck you from the time you grew those breasts. I made myself join the military so I'd forget about you. Did it work? She whispered. I nodded. It did. Without you under my nose around every turn, I was able to focus on other things. The minute I got back, all bets were off. Her brows rose as she tried to squirm out of my hold. Let me go, you big galoot. She squirmed harder. I held her so tightly against me that all she was doing was moving against the length of my cock, making me want to rip the jeans straight off her legs and throw them out the fucking window. I grunted when one particular wiggle had her breaking free of my hold. Though she wouldn't have done it if I wasn't afraid that she was going to hurt herself by twisting so hard that I had no choice but to let her go, or hurt her by holding on. She took the newfound freedom and dashed out of the room. I followed her, much slower, coming to a stop outside of her room and pausing to lean up against the door frame. She was folding laundry, of all things. You're telling me you'd rather do chores? I asked incredulously. You really did piss me off today, she added as she tucked a towel underneath her chin, pinched it between her chin and her chest, and then proceeded to fold it. I know, I said. If it makes you feel better, I pissed myself off too. She shook her head. No, not really. My eyes watched her every movement, the way she easily folded clothes into perfectly pressed presentation, something that would have literally taken me 5 minutes and a freaking headache to accomplish. Then she started in on a sheet, and I moved in to help her, taking the edges from her without a word. The minute the sheet was finished, I took it from her and laid it on the bed next to her other clothes, then stared in fascination as she finished it up by doing the impossible, folding a fitted sheet. Hell, by the time she was done with it, I was convinced she wasn't human. It looked like she'd taken it straight out of the package that she'd bought it in. That's impressive as hell, I finally told her, eyeing the fitted sheet like it was an alien from outer space. Seriously, I could only fold it in half and then in half again before I decided that it'd never be perfect. Then I followed it up by rolling it up into a ball and shoving it onto the shelf with the other items that seemed to accumulate when you had a house. I learned it from my suite mate in college, she said. Mine used to be big blobs, but one day she walked in while I was folding my fitted sheet, showed me how it was done, and I've never done it the old way since. Once she freed up the chair of the laundry, all the folded clothes now on the end of the bed, my eyes landed on a t-shirt. One that was one I'd been looking for this morning, but hadn't been able to find. Seems like you have some klepto in you, I told her, nodding my head in the direction of the shirt. She blushed. She paused. I don't want to talk about it. Of course she didn't. I took a seat in the chair and stared at her as she tried to make herself busy by putting up the clothes. The t-shirt she tried to hand back, but I just shook my head. Keep it. She bit her lip, then walked to the bed and very carefully laid it on her pillow before turning to me. I've got a little bit of a problem when it comes to men, she said suddenly. I know that you probably wouldn't do anything that I accused you of today, but I can't just turn off that part of my brain. I leaned forward and let my arms rest on my elbows. Your father damaged something inside of you, and it's going to take more than me saying that I wouldn't do something like that to you to fix it. It's going to take courage on your part, but if you're willing to give what we have here a try, then I am too. Her eyes went wide. What if I wanted to be exclusive? She tested. What if I wanted to have you and no one else? She growled. What if you decide that this is too much and leave when I'm head over heels in love with you with no way to breathe without you? I crossed my arms. What makes you think that I'm not in the exact same position? She gritted her teeth. I know next to nothing about you, she blurted. I'm an open book, I said. I have no secrets. Now she was just bringing shit up to throw at me because she was scared. My belly was rolling, and I wasn't sure that I'd be able to talk her out of not wanting anything to do with me. I wasn't the best catch on earth, but I knew one thing for certain. The woman standing there, the woman that stole my shirt, she was the one. She was it for me. There was no one else that would ever be good enough, and I'd always known it.
Chapter 20. No man is worth losing a friend over. Unless she touched his beard, then it's game on. Hennessy to Chrisney. Hennessy. Tell me something. His brows rose to his hairline, and he sat back and opened his arms. Whatever you want to know. Seriously, it was like this man wasn't willing to give me anything. He may act all nonchalant right now, but the minute I started digging too deep was the minute he'd take a step back. What was your home life like? He gave me a droll look. You know about my home life. I did, but I didn't. Everyone thought they knew, yet there wasn't a single person in this town, I didn't believe, that had the entire story. I don't. There's nothing to know, Hen. You have the basics. My mother was gone most of the time. She was more of a roommate than a mother. I guess she loved me in her own way, but at this point in my life I haven't figured out how that was. I sighed. What interests you? His mouth quirked. Pretty women that have daddy issues. I flushed from the roots of my hair to the tops of my knees. And what kind of woman is that? I was playing with fire. This had gotten out of hand very quickly. Why did this man have the ability to do this to me? He always had. You, he said. Only ever you. Something warm started to fill my belly. He'd been slowly filling it all night, but now I was filled to the brim. And it was about to spill over. I'd been seconds away from giving in, from throwing myself into his arms and telling him that I was sorry for being such a jerk. In a last-ditch effort to keep him from getting too close, I told him I wanted to know more about him, knowing that he wouldn't want to give me that information. He never talked about himself. In fact, he went out of his way to not talk about himself. He didn't like his mother. He wasn't very close to his father. The minute any of them came up, he turned and walked away so he wouldn't have to talk about them. I'd seen him do it to no less than 10 people in the last couple of weeks. And when I tried to broach that subject while he was seeing me strictly as a patient, he'd skirted the issue and downright shut it down, unwilling to talk about it. Now, though, he didn't once hesitate to talk about it. Damn it. Are you sure that you don't want to ask about my sister?
About my time in the Marines when I was deployed. He paused. Most of it you already know. When I was talking to you at your office in the beginning, I wasn't doing it as your patient. I was doing it as the man who was falling in love with you. As the man who's been in love with you since way before he ever should have had feelings for you. And the last of my misgivings melted away. My eyes went to the corner of the room. I looked at the innocent-looking toy that I'd had for years. Well, it wasn't innocent to me. My dad gave it to me as a reminder. I was never smart enough to solve it, and when I got frustrated and tried to break it, my father had taken my birthday present back. My dad thought I was stupid. He didn't say anything. "If I give you my heart," I said, walking over to the toy and picking it up, "you better take care of it." His eyes went to the toy that I'd dragged my finger across, then to me. "He laughed at me when I couldn't figure this out," I said. "He gave it to me for my birthday. He'd said he'd ran out of time to get me a present and had seen this at the dollar store. It still had the $100 bill in it. Every once in a while I picked it up and tried to solve it, but I never could. I try to solve this every couple of weeks. Have been steadily doing it since I got it from him," I said, turning and handing it to him. He laughed at me when he found out that I couldn't do it. He took the innocent toy, looked at my face, and then down at the puzzle. Then he stood up, dropped the toy to the floor, and slammed his booted foot down onto it. The puzzle smashed into 100 tiny pieces. I gasped. "Your father doesn't have control of you anymore," he said. "And I never had the patience for those either." I started to laugh. He watched me for a few long moments, and then took 2 long steps toward me. The next thing I knew, I was on my back in the bed, all my carefully folded clothes scattering to the sides and the floor. His mouth slammed down onto mine, and he growled. "Your dad is a fucking asshole," he said. "He probably laughed because he thought it was funny, but it wasn't. It was a shit thing to do, and the moment that he saw that it was frustrating you, he should have done something to help, not made it worse by laughing." I agreed wholeheartedly. I was a psychologist. I knew that I should be practicing the same thing I preached. But when it came to my father and all the crap he'd put me through over the years, it was hard to separate myself from the little girl I once used to be. But before I could tell him anything more, he pushed my shirt up and over my head and pressed a single chaste kiss to the base of my throat. "I want to fuck you." My belly clenched. "I want to show you that I'm not a bad guy." I closed my eyes, which meant I missed him when he stood up and pulled my shirt down as if he was never between my legs. "But I'm going to give you tonight, and most of tomorrow to think about what we've talked about today." My eyes flashed open. "And tomorrow when I come by, we'll finish where we left off." Then he was gone, and I was left staring at what remained of the puzzle that I'd stared at for nearly half of my life. Only this time its shattered remains didn't fill me with a sense of unease. And I found that by breaking that, Tate had somehow set something free inside of me, leaving me with hope that maybe he could set other things free, too. Chapter 21. Never ask a woman who is eating ice cream straight from the carton how she's doing. Hennessy to Tate. Hennessy. I was avoiding the man like the plague. First, it was because I thought that he'd gotten someone pregnant within days of sleeping with me. Then it was because I thought he had a dying child with his old girlfriend. Now I was avoiding him because I was embarrassed. Oh, and let's not forget the guilty feeling that was practically eating a hole through my chest. My father had slept with his girlfriend while they were still technically together. He'd gotten her pregnant. Then, the icing on top, he'd refused to have anything to do with the child because he didn't want anyone to know that he wasn't still worshipping at his dead wife's feet. Despite the fact that we all, Tate, Araya, Krisney, and I, thought that he was a horny toad that did anything with legs. I'd gone to bed last night thinking that I was doing okay. Then, as I'd gotten comfortable thinking about Tate, my mind had wandered.
At first, it had been fairly innocent. I'd been happy to know that he was willing to take a chance on us. I'd been thinking about the future and what that would mean for us. The town, I was thinking, might have a lot to say about us. My father being who my father was meant that I garnered a lot of attention, even when I didn't want to. And Tate being who he was, well, that meant that there'd be a whole lot of gossip coming at us twofold. Pairing us together, though, well, that was just a disaster in the making, I was quickly realizing. For example, the woman standing in front of me, staring at what I now knew was a hickey. "That's not something that I would think a woman of your position should be shown in public," Maria Sandoval, one of my father's sheep, murmured under her breath at me. "You're at the grocery store where little kids can see you. I seriously don't see how you thought that was okay." At first, I hadn't been aware of what she was talking about. It being Saturday, I'd brushed my teeth, put on my favorite pair of leggings and a tank top. Once I'd had my hair up in a messy bun on top of my head. I'd headed out the door to have coffee and pancakes with Chrisney. I'd promised her that we'd go today since I'd walked out on her yesterday, especially since I was still expected to go to my father's service tomorrow or all hell would break loose. I just wanted to stop at the store for some bread for later when Maria had started to question me. She kept looking at my neck like it was disgusting her. So I'd moved to the mirror across the aisle that was made to look at yourself while you tried on the glasses in the display, and saw the damning evidence. "Look," I said, "it's 7 in the morning. There aren't any kids here. The only person here is you, and that's because you work here. I think it's time to take a step back. Let me get my bread and butt out of my business." Maria snorted. "I think that you have a certain obligation to the public, seeing as who your father is. I certainly don't see how it's a good idea for you to be seen with that man," she continued, as if I hadn't said a single word. "He's a bad influence on you. You would have never missed Sunday school before him." I gritted my teeth. "And you most certainly wouldn't be looking at this kind of stuff." She indicated the wall behind me. I hadn't actually meant to come to this section when I'd entered the store. At first, I'd just gone down an aisle, thinking to use it to cut to the bread that was at the back right corner of the store. But something purple had caught my eye, and I'd stopped in front of the biggest selection of lube, condoms, and other intimate products that I'd ever seen in a store. I must have cut down the same aisle at least a dozen times before, but not once had I given it more than just a cursory glance. This time, I had gotten my curiosity piqued, and I'd stopped in front of the display and picked up the purple bottle that had caught my eye. It was KY jelly, hers and mine. One bottle was bright purple and said it was warmin'. The other was said to be coolin'. I'd been reading the label when Maria had walked up. She'd taken one look at the bottle in my hand and the hickey, as well as beard burn on my neck and chin, and started in. Which led me to now. I was getting more and more upset. "Tate isn't good for you or for your father. He's a bad kid and always has been. His mother is a whore, and I'm sure that his sister is too." She paused for a breath. "That father of his was the only smart one in the bunch, leaving before he got sucked into their demented vortex." She smiled like she was imparting some great news to me. "I saw him a few weeks ago. He has a new wife and kids. They're much more well-rounded than Tate Casey is." I stiffened with each added jab. By the time she'd stopped to see what I thought was my understanding, I'd been ready to throat punch her. "You wouldn't be a good match," she continued when she saw what was likely the anger on my face. The basket I'd grabbed on the way into the store, one of the small ones that you held in the crook of your arm, felt like a lead weight around my arm. "And he got another girl pregnant years ago and just decided to kill that girl so he didn't have to deal with the kid." I reached forward and dropped the lube into my basket. Each time she said something, I dropped another thing in it. "The kid's dying, and he just now saw her yesterday." I picked up the ribbed condoms and put them in the basket, too. "I saw Araya and her together a few hours ago, doing everything by themselves," she continued. "Tate's a piece of trash." By the time she stopped talking because she heard the door at the front open, announcing another customer, I'd filled my basket almost completely full. I had condoms, 4 different types, ribbed for her pleasure, ultra-thin, lubed, and glow-in-the-dark, I also had at least 8 different types of lube, massage gel, and what looked to be an anal douche, which I was fairly sure I'd never be using. But the look on her face when I added each one to the basket was too perfect, and now she would have to check me out. Grinning, I made a detour to the cold food section, got 2 bottles of whipped cream, and then got my bread. Once I arrived at the checkout, Maria was there ringing up another one of my father's congregation, Don Williams. I took the basket and upended it on the conveyor belt, then stared at Don for a few long seconds before saying, "I'm in a serious relationship with Tate Casey, and we have lots of awesome sex. I don't care that he has a daughter. No, I don't care that his mother sleeps with married men. No, I don't care that his father left him, because I will be there for him if he ever needs or wants that support. Also, I'm fairly sure that I won't be needing these condoms, because we like to get messy." Dawn's eyes widened into what resembled saucers. "Good to know that, darling." I bit my lip and looked at the other customer that I'd sensed coming up behind me during my tirade, and winced. Had I known that it was him behind me, I definitely wouldn't have said anything. He didn't need to know what the town thought of his family, as well as our relationship. He had bread in his own hand. How the hell had I not seen him when I'd gone to that aisle? We'd have to literally pass right by each other to get to that particular part of the store. I blushed. He laughed and pulled me into his chest. "Don't worry about it, baby," he said. "But—" His eyes went down to my pile of goodies that Maria was still glaring at. "You can ditch the condoms. You're right. We won't be needing them." Then he reached forward and took all of the condoms out, setting them on top of the candy that was above the belt. I had the sudden urge to throw myself at him. Normally, I might not have done it, but that was the old Hennessy, the one who cared what her dad thought. The new Hennessy, the one that was a free spirit now, thanks to the man standing next to her, she liked showing her man how much he meant to her. Which was why I threaded my arms around his neck, pulled him down to my mouth, and fused my lips to his. The kiss quickly ended up getting out of hand. One second I was kissing him with just a little bit of tongue, and the next he practically had me leaning over the checkout counter. "I have the right to refuse service," Maria cried. "Get out of my store." "That's like $100 worth of stuff," came a soft reply. "I'll get you over here." I looked over at Lark and grinned. "Thanks." I scooped everything up, holding some of it in my tank top, which caused my belly to become exposed and Maria's eyes to get even bigger, and dropped it all on Lark's counter. She checked everything out, including Tate's bread, and said the total. Wincing at spending $120 on lubrication, I pulled out my card to pay, when a crisp $100 bill and a slightly folded 20 came over my head. Lark took the money, put it into the cash register, and handed me my bags. Tate took those, too. I waved at Dawn, flipped Maria off, and walked out with Tate 2 steps in front of me. I watched as his back muscles bunched as he transferred the bags to one hand and held out his hand for me to take. I did, and looked up at him. "You're sure you're not mad?" I whispered uncertainly. "No, not mad." I looked up at his jaw, studied his beard as well as the glasses that had magically appeared out of what had to be his pocket. He was dressed for work in a black Hale Auto Recovery t-shirt, stained dark-washed blue jeans, and his normal dirty work boots that still had traces of mud on the tread. His jaw was set, and he was staring straight ahead at his truck. I was parked right next to it, at the very back of the lot. The place that we were at meant that no one was around us, and the brick wall at the back of the lot trying to pretty the place up meant we had nobody that could see us when he rounded the corner of his truck. The moment that we were out of the view of the grocery store, he dropped the bags on the ground, and suddenly I was shoved up against the back retaining wall with 250 pounds of man blanketing me. Then his mouth was on mine, and his hand was in my pants. I was so surprised by it all that I didn't fight him at all. They were down around my ankles before I could even so much as protest.
Chapter 22. The question isn't, who is going to let me? It's, who is going to stop me? Tate to Hennessy. Tate. What are you... Hennessy's surprise was cut off the moment my mouth met hers. 1 second she was following behind my hasty steps, and the next she had her back against the wall with me pinning her in place. Tate, she breathed when I let her up for air. I love you. Her eyes went wide at my declaration. You... what? She sounded so cute and confused that I only smiled at her, waiting for what I said to penetrate that hard outer shell that she protected so fiercely. You heard me, I said. You can't love me, she cried out, pushing away from me. I didn't budge, though. Instead, I held steady, keeping her pinned to the wall with my hips and nothing else. I can love you if I want to love you, I informed her drolly. You can't make me not love you. You can't love me, she repeated again, poking me in the chest. I grinned at her. That right? She nodded, looking fierce. Why? She opened her mouth to reply with something haughty, I was sure, but I stopped and tilted her head to the side. I'm not a nice person when I wake up, she settled on. I grunted. Huh. What does that have to do with me loving you? I was genuinely curious. You've never even slept in the same bed with me for more than a couple of hours, she said. What if I have a weird habit of collecting my toenails or not brushing my teeth in the morning? If I laughed right now, she'd be offended. That I knew for certain. But damn, she was fucking cute. Okay, I paused for effect. Do you collect your toenails? She shook her head. Do you brush your teeth twice a day like a good little girl? She pursed her lips. Yeah, what's it to you? I threw my head back and laughed. The sound was loud around us, and I knew that if we were closer to the front of the store, they would have heard it inside with how loud it was. However, she'd parked at the back of the lot. When I'd seen her car, so had I. Though I'd gone into the store only because I'd seen her in there. Since I'd needed bread anyway, I'd went ahead and collected it. Arriving in time to hear Hennessy tear into the rude cow who never let an opportunity pass by without saying something ugly to me, I'd heard everything. Now I was about 2 seconds away from ripping her pants off. Yoga pants that were fucking amazing, by the way, and turning her around so I could shove my cock inside of her. Yet I knew that I couldn't do that. Not here. Yet when she said what she said next, I lost all desire to keep myself in check. I love you too, she said. It made me so angry today when Maria said those hurtful things. She paused. I've always hated her, though. I pulled her head back to mine, letting my lips touch hers. The moment that they did, I ground my heavily straining cock into her pussy. She moaned into my mouth. Say it again, I demanded. She skimmed her nose along the curve of my cheek. I love you. I growled and twisted, allowing my body to stay against hers, but also stepping even further into the shadows cast by my truck. I'm going to fuck you right here, right now. She only moaned louder. When we're through, I'm going to take you back to my place and fuck you all over again. Please do, she teased. I don't know if she thought I was joking or not, but the moment that I stepped away and gestured for her to turn, she shook her head. No, she answered. Why not? The words were ripped from my throat as I tried to decide how to breathe again. Because I can't very well sex you and suck your cock at the same time. You can't sex me? I found myself grinning. No, I guess you can't. She flushed bright red again, and I found it so cute that I could barely contain the urge to pull her to me once again. She was wearing a tank and some yoga pants. Things like that weren't supposed to make me genuinely excited, yet I found myself running my hand over my belly to steel my nerves. The woman standing in front of me, staring at me like she wanted nothing more than to throw herself straight into my arms, was a breath of fresh air. She didn't care about appearances. She didn't care that the whole town thought I was a fuck-up. She didn't care that she was ruining her reputation. All she cared about was me. I'm not sure how to do this, she said hesitantly. My brows rose up. How to do what? I questioned. How to, suck you? She swallowed nervously, and that too I found endearing. Why is it a problem? I teased. She looked down at the uneven ground where there was dirt, leaves, and rocks, and then back up at me. As much as I want to do this, I don't want to rip my favorite pair of yoga pants, she explained. Can we go in there? I nodded once, taking another step back. If I got too close, then she really would be doing it out here. We can go. Just when I was about to head to the truck, though, she stopped me by taking my wrist. She couldn't even get her entire hand around my wrist. No, she paused. Not go, but go in there. That was when I caught on to what she was saying. You want to blow me in my company truck? There was a lot of room in there. And seeing that blush on the pretty little preacher's daughter's face was almost worth her next statement. I don't have to do it at all, she snapped. I started to laugh and tugged her to my truck, opening my door and sitting on the seat without closing the door. I wasn't totally sure how this was going to work, but before I could tell her that, she was working her hands at my waist, unbuckling my belt and lowering the zipper. I opened my mouth to tell her that this probably wasn't going to work with the way I was positioned when she spread my pants open wide, then dropped a kiss onto my underwear-clad cock. Growling in surprise, I leaned further into the truck so that my back was partially leaning against the edge of the seat and partially leaning against the middle console. The extra room provided her enough space to yank my boxer briefs down. My cock bobbed up, and it slapped her on the chest. In all honesty, it wasn't that sexy. Not at first. But the moment she saw my cock, she licked her lips, ensuring that I was a goner. Her head leaned over my lap and my eyes closed of their own volition as she took me into the wet heat of her mouth. She surrounded the tip, swirling her tongue around the bulbous head. Once, twice, 3 times. I could feel the pre-cum leaking out of my cock, and with each swipe of my tongue I knew that she was tasting it, tasting me. My eyes opened when I heard a sound, and my head swiveled to see a woman getting out of her car and heading into the store. But before I could tell her we should stop, she sucked deeply on me, making it to where I couldn't remember my own name, let alone tell her that we should stop. "Baby," I whispered, my hands closing into her hair. She bobbed up and down, not taking my entire length, but trying as hard as she could. Unfortunately, there was just too much cock for her to take all of it, and we both knew it. "Ah, fuck." She pulled away, inspecting my cock. I used her lack of attention to hook her around her armpits, pull her into my lap backwards, and yank her panties down to around her knees. She helped me, realizing what I was after, and parted her thighs. I knew she was wet. I could feel it on the length of my cock as we situated ourselves. One foot was resting on the running board of my truck, while the other leg was bent at the knee and pushed as far against the console as I could get it. Her legs fell in between mine, pressed together but for a small gap that I used to plunge my fingers between. She gasped the moment that I trailed my fingers over her clit. Her breath caught completely when I swirled one blunt fingertip around her opening. Feeling that she was more than ready for me, I dragged that wetness back up to her clit and started circling. "Grab onto the steering wheel and pull yourself up," I ordered. She did, lifting herself up off my lap high enough that I could place my cock up against her entrance. The comparison of my tanned member against her pink flesh was stunning. What was more stunning, though, was watching as she sank down onto my cock 1 delicious inch at a time. Before she could make it more than halfway, however, I urged her back upwards. My eyes stayed locked on where we were joined. The eye porn enough to make me want to blow my load right then and there. I took everything in. The way her juices made my cock shiny and the way my cock was making her entrance spread wide. But the kicker was the way, when she was all the way up with my tip resting against her entrance, she slid all the way back down. It took everything I had in me not to come. Everything. "Oh, fuck!" I clenched my teeth together, wondering why in the hell it felt like I was a teenager rather than a grown-ass man. It felt like I'd never done it before. "Fuck!" I exclaimed, my eyes opening wide. I looked down just in time to see her raise back up, my entire length coated in her juices rather than just half, and saw why it felt so good. I wasn't wearing a condom. I looked down to the ground where all the purchases were resting, spilled onto the ground from my haste to pin her to the wall, and smiled. "I'm fucking you without a condom," I told her, smoothing my hand down her spine. She shivered and dropped until she'd engulfed me all the way. "I forgot," she breathed. "I was just joking in the store." I pushed down on her lap, grinding my cock up into her, and smiled. "I did too," I said. Earlier, when I'd told her that I liked it messy, I hadn't had a clue. I'd never done it messy. Any and all sexual encounters, I was always gloved. Always. There was no question that I wouldn't be. But now, watching her fast-paced breathing as she tried to get herself under control, I realized that with Hennessy, I wouldn't mind messy. "Fuck me," I urged, slapping her thigh with the palm of my hand. She jumped, causing herself to sink even lower on me, and I growled. Then she lifted up and dropped back down, over and over, faster and faster, until my belly quivered with my need to come. Snaking my hand around her belly, I smoothed it down until I found her clit and slowly swirled around it. Once around, twice, one more time. She exploded. Her pussy clenched my cock, her thighs clenched my hand in place, and her head went back to knock against mine. Even the blinding pain of us hitting our heads together didn't keep my orgasm from rushing through me. Planting myself inside of her to the root, I came with a deep grunt. I don't know what it was about having her bare, but the orgasm of all orgasms rushed through me. The moment my seed shot out of me, it took everything. My breath, my love, every fucking thing. Which, of course, was about the time that her father pulled in beside her car, witnessing the end of our copulation. Chapter 23. Taco Bell doesn't have a playground because it's no fun to play when you might very well shit your pants. Text from Tate to Hennessy. Tate. You're not seriously going after what he did yesterday, are you? I asked her. The following altercation between Hennessy and her father hadn't been good. Although Pastor Haynes hadn't been able to see what was going on, he was far from stupid. He knew exactly what we were doing and didn't bother to hide that fact. In fact, when Hennessy realized that her father was there and she'd hopped down off of my lap as she yanked up her pants, shit had hit the fan. If she'd stayed where she'd been, we might have been able to hide the fact that I was inside of her. Maybe. But by hopping off of me, she'd left my still hard and wet dick sticking straight up behind her. Seeing as it was hard and I liked my dick healthy and whole, I didn't try to shove it into my pants right away, which also meant that Pastor Haynes had seen straight past Hennessy's head where my dick was wide open for the world to see. The moment he got proof of what we'd been doing, i.e. seeing my dick in the wide open air with her juices still clinging to it, he'd gone apeshit. I'd had to pull her back into my truck just in time to intercept a slap that had been aimed at her face. After that, it had gone even further downhill, making me leave before it could get any worse. After taking hours to cool off, I'd spoken to her, and she'd been unfazed. Apparently, that was a normal thing for her. Normally, I'd question her, but she'd been acting out of it ever since. And now, 20 minutes after waking up, she informed me that she was going to church, with the same man that had been less than an inch away from putting a bruise on her delicate skin. You're shitting me, I repeated when she didn't respond to my question. She sighed. I have to go, she replied. I'm going. Her firm answer had me crawling out of bed, even though it was the last thing I wanted to do. Today was the only day that I had off during the week, and I wanted to spend it in that shithole church about as much as I wanted to have a colonoscopy in 10 years. You don't have to. I shot her a look before she could finish that sentence. Shut it, I grunted. I'm not getting dressed up, though. Her mouth twitched. I'm wearing my clothes from last night, she said, pointing down at her jeans and t-shirt, clothes that we'd stopped at her house to get so she could help work on my place. Though we hadn't gotten much work done, and that had been because the moment that she'd been over in her yoga pants, she'd inadvertently exposed the wet spot on her crotch, leaving me with visuals of my cum smearing the inside of her thighs, which then led to a whole lot of dirty sex and us exhausted in my bed for the rest of the night watching movies and making love. Are you going to get into trouble for that, too? I growled. Hennessy shrugged. I'm going because if I don't, the congregation will wonder if you've killed me after everyone witnessed yesterday's fiasco. I gritted my teeth and looked away, unwilling to think about all the accusations that I was sure the town was throwing around. If I didn't have a job and a house that I fucking loved because the woman I loved it, I'd leave this town with her at my side and never look back. But I did. I had that, and I knew that it wouldn't be fair to her to leave. So I got ready for church, forewent breakfast because I thought that it wouldn't go down well when I was about to do what I was about to do, and went to fucking church. It was a wonder I didn't start to burn the minute I breached the doors. We're not going to Sunday school, she said quietly as we walked into the front foyer. We're going straight to church. Yay. Not. Fine with me, I grunted, placing my hand on her back and guiding her into the double doors. Of course, we'd arrived almost too late. Meaning when we'd walked into the church itself, everyone and their brother turned to see who the latecomers were. And that meant that I caught every single grimace, horror-filled look, and surprise that we'd come in all of 20 seconds of being inside the doors. The whispers started immediately, and I grimaced. I fucking hated church. The only reason I'd come when I was young was because my grandmother had begged and pleaded, and sometimes my mom could goad me into attending. Speaking of my grandmother, I immediately spotted her in the middle row. Nobody was sitting around her, meaning she saved me a spot just like she had for likely the last few weeks since I'd arrived back home. She'd always done that, saved me a spot next to her. I'd always refused to attend once I was able to make that decision, but still, she saved the seat. Today being no different, which immediately made me feel guilty for not going to visit her sooner, though admittedly I hadn't wanted to see the disappointment in her eyes that I knew was going to be there. I walked up to my grandmother's side, one of the only people that hadn't turned around to see the latecomers, and dropped my hand on her shoulder. She startled, looked at me, and her entire fucking face lit up. Fuck. You saving me a seat? Her eyes filled with tears, and I realized two things. One, I was a complete and utter asshole for writing her off like I'd done everyone else in this town. This woman loved me and would never stop. Two, I needed to spend more time with her. She was looking old, and that was saying something, since she was old when I left. She immediately scooted over, and I followed her in. Hennessy didn't hesitate to follow, which blanketed me on two sides by women that I knew for certain loved me. It was a humbling feeling. "I'm glad you came," Grams smiled then, holding out her hand. I took it and held it, thinking how delicate she felt. She'd always been that way, though. She was a lot like my mom, or I guess you could say my mom was a lot like her, at least in the looks department. Both of them were petite and fine-boned. Grams patted my hand and leaned slightly against me. Hennessy patted my other hand, leaving me feeling comfortable despite having some of the most judgmental people in the town of Hostel staring at me like I didn't belong. "It's good to see that some of the sinners could make it," I heard someone whisper from behind me. I turned, unsurprised to find Maria on the row behind me. I smiled at her, and she scowled. Turning around when Hennessy smacked my thigh, I wound my arm around her shoulders and pulled her in close, smiling widely when I heard the whispers pick up. The music signaling church was beginning sounded, and I lifted my eyes to the front in time to see Reverend Haynes breach the top steps leading to the pulpit. At first, he wasn't aware of the whispers. He smiled at his congregation. He waved, then he started his sermon. It was about halfway through it that he realized that not only was his daughter in attendance, but accompanying her was the filth that he'd tried so hard to keep away from her. The small smile that quirked my lips caused Reverend Haynes to falter in his words, causing Hennessy to follow his line of sight straight to me. I squeezed her shoulder when she pinched my thigh, causing her to sigh. "Stop it," she murmured under her breath. "Okay," I agreed reluctantly. Reverend Haynes looked away, and he continued where he left off, but it wasn't lost on me that his shoulders kept getting tighter and tighter. In fact, by the time he was done, I thought for sure he was about to lose his shit. But he finished his sermon, giving the appearance that he wasn't worried in the least. Once done, he walked to the entrance and greeted his followers like he didn't have a care in the world. Only, when he got to us, he didn't bother offering his hand. "Hennessy?" Her father took her hand and squeezed. It was the squeak that left Hennessy's mouth that had me latching onto the piece of shit's wrist and squeezing right back. He let go instantly and scowled at me. "You're unwelcome here," he informed me. I shrugged. "There are other churches that Hennessy can attend." My grandmother offered Haynes her hand, unaware of the tension, and said a few nice words. The moment that she was through, we moved through the line and out into the hot, sunny Sunday air. Grams took my hand and walked with us. Hennessy looked troubled, leaving me angry and unsure of what in the hell I was supposed to do. If he was anybody else, I'd fucking off him. However, he was too much of a prominent member of the hostile community to just go and take out like he wouldn't be missed. "You'll both come to lunch with me?" My Grams interrupted my thoughts. "I'd love to talk." Hennessy immediately agreed for the both of us. The smile that Grams bestowed Hennessy was enough to break my heart all over again. "Excellent," she cried. "I'm going to go home and change out of my Sunday finery, and then we can meet. Where would you like to—" Loud murmurs broke out through the air, and I turned to see what was causing everyone to lose their shit, only to find myself staring at a very pissed-off Reverend Haynes. Reverend Haynes, still in his robes, was staring at me like I was a piece of crap that wasn't worth the time to scrape off his shoe. "God doesn't like men who commit felonies," he spat. My brows rose, and suddenly I was tired of this man's shit. "Oh, yeah?" I asked. "How about cheaters? How about assholes that knock young girls up and then forget that the child exists?" I paused, really on a roll now. "How about men that beat their daughters for sins that only God is allowed to judge them for?" "What are you talking about?" my Grams asked worriedly. "My Tate has paid for his sins. He's asked for forgiveness and is working to become one with God." That was a lie, but it was the thought that counted. I wasn't looking to become one with God. I was just looking to make it through the goddamn day without breaking. "Bull," Reverend Haynes said. "He's a filthy piece of excrement that doesn't deserve the likes of my daughter." I laughed. "Your daughter seems to like this filthy piece of excrement." And that was when I realized my mistake. I thought that Reverend Haynes was somewhat sane. Turns out, he wasn't.
Hennessy, I knew that by going to church, I'd be pissing my father off. After what had happened yesterday, I fully expected him to be upset that I was there. However, I hadn't missed a Sunday sermon yet since I'd been home. And today, I wouldn't either. Especially after all the hype that was being generated after the city had found out about my and Tate's relationship. What I hadn't expected was my father to confront us during the most crowded part of Sunday church. The time, directly after my father finished, that everyone gathered out on the church lawn and discussed the week prior and the coming week ahead. The time when some of the most gossip was spread amongst my father's parishioners. "You're a filthy whore in the eyes of God," I closed my eyes as embarrassment swamped me. "Your mother would be so ashamed of you, cavorting with a man that has sinned the rest of us all." That's when I started to laugh. I opened my eyes and stared at the man I thought was my father, but was so far away from how a father should act that it was a wonder I'd made it this long with my head in the sand. "So, your small sins don't equal the same in God's eyes?" I asked. "Your cheatin', lying, stealin' ways are less serious than the fact that Tate killed a couple of gang members that were trying to rape a small girl?" My father's face twisted. "What I do on my own personal time is of no concern to you." I couldn't stop the laughter from continuing to bubble out of my throat. It was harsh and hard to hear, even to my own ears. "That's rich coming from you," I said. "You beat your own daughter, cut her hair every time you perceive that she has sinned, and you've done that for a long time now." I paused. "Oh, 20 years, give or take, ever since my mother died, the mother that you cheated on during her final days on this earth." He snapped his mouth shut, surprised that I'd let that particular cat out of the bag. What? Was I supposed to act like I didn't know when he was practically tearing the man that I loved to shreds in front of some of the most judgmental people in the town? I think not. "What about the time you beat me so bad that I had to stay at home for a week, and you told everyone that I went to a youth camp while my bruises healed?" I questioned. The big man at my side stiffened. He'd been home that week from leave. It had been his fault that I'd been caught ogling him anyway. He'd ran past our house in nothing but shorts and tennis shoes. He'd had sweat dripping down his body, and he'd been drenched. My father had caught me ogling and began to beat me for my sinful behavior. "Do you think your parishioners know that you skim a little money off the top when you feel like having a nice gamble out on the boats?" I asked. "I'm pretty sure gambling is a sin as well, right?" My father's face turned a mottled shade of red, and then his eyes narrowed. "You're delusional." His face wiped clear of any and all expression but pity. "This man has brainwashed you with lies. What has happened to you?" I leaned sideways and looped my arm around Tate's thick waist. "Have a good one, Dad," I commented. "We're going to have lunch with Tate's Grams." It was as we were leaving, both of us walking to his grandmother's car to make sure she got in all right, that it happened. A scream filled the air, causing both of us to turn to survey what was going on. At first, I couldn't place what was wrong. My eyes scanned the parking lot. There was a huddle of groups all likely talking about what had just gone down, and quite a few people were still staring at us as we walked. However, that hadn't been the scream, one of real fear that had caught our attention. "Where did it come from?" I asked. Tate shook his head. "I don't—" And that's when we saw my father coming toward us. The hunting rifle he normally kept in the back window of his truck held confidently in his hand. My belly sank. Tate pushed me behind him. I looked around him to see my father's gun aimed at Tate's lower body. "You will not make this worse than it already is," my father growled, tightening his hand around the butt of the gun. Tate didn't say a word. I was so focused on the two of them that I wasn't paying attention to the woman that was at my side. The door open and her standing beside it. In fact, I was so focused that I didn't know the woman. The sweet older woman was armed until she spoke, drawing our attention. "You will put that down," Grams ordered tightly. My father's eyes flicked to hers and widened. He then lowered his weapon to his side, surprised to find himself threatened enough to momentarily drop his attention from the two of us. Tate still stayed solid in front of me, unable to move because it would then cause me to become exposed. How did I know this? Each time I started to poke my head around him, he countered my move with one of his own, making me get nothing more than a great up-close and personal view of his broad back. "I'm tired of you lot bullying my grandson." Grams held her gun up like it was an extension of her hand. "I've sat by while you spewed your nonsense because it seemed like the easier thing to do. But after dealing with it for so long, I must have gotten immune. Now that my eyes have been opened, I've decided I'm not taking any more of your shit. My father went to raise the weapon, but he didn't so much as pull it up to rest in against his inner arm before Grams cocked the revolver. She aimed it straight at my father's chest, and I could barely breathe. I was about to see one of two things. My father shot, or the man I'd fallen in love with shot. Neither option was good. Let's see who can shoot fastest. My father tensed. Before he could so much as put his finger on the trigger, Grams proved that being in her late 80s didn't affect her speed in the slightest. Grams shot my father in the foot, and my father went down like a stack of stones. I'm old and I've had more practice, Grams said, lowering her arm. Though I have to admit, I've never once thought that I'd actually have to shoot a living being for being stupid.
Chapter 24. Kids up in this bitch. Bumper sticker. Tate. At first, I was worried that she was going to take her own life. But then as I sat there and observed her, I realized that the thing that I once thought was a handful of pills was actually a handful of glittery-looking beads. "What is that?" I asked, walking up to Araya. Araya looked over at me and shrugged. She loved glitter. The pain in her voice physically hurt to hear. "I'm sorry for your loss, Araya." Araya shrugged. "I heard what went down at church a few days ago." I grimaced. "It's okay," she whispered. "By that point, my baby wasn't able to do anything but feel the pain. We kept her sedated and comfortable so she didn't hear anything that she wasn't supposed to hear." "Araya," she smiled then. "For 2 years I watched her battle that beast," she said. My gut clenched. If there was anything in it at this point, I was sure that it'd be a roiling ball of despair just waiting for the right time to come out. But I hadn't eaten before I'd come to the funeral, coming straight from a repossession job for the bank to make it in time. I didn't know what to say to her. Words wouldn't make what she was feeling go away. So I stayed silent and listened to her speak. "I tried for 2 years to get him to talk to her, to acknowledge her existence." She angrily wiped away tears. "I'm kind of happy that your grandmother shot him in the foot. It wasn't anything less than what I wished upon him." "He contracted a secondary infection," I said. "They don't expect him to make it out of this without his foot being amputated." She started to laugh. "He deserves it to be more than his foot," she told me, then turned to stare. "I know that Hennessy didn't come to the funeral because she didn't want to make me uncomfortable, but tell her that she's welcome to come over and look at photos anytime she wants." She paused. "Her father threatened to make our lives a living hell if I told her about my baby. I hate that she never got to know her sister. So if Hennessy wants, I'd be more than willing to share photos with her. Anything she wants." I dropped my head and looked at the brilliant green grass at our feet. "She'd like that," I told her. "Is there anything I can do?" And she would. Hennessy had a thirst for life that really left me feeling humbled sometimes. She didn't have a hateful bone in her body, though that's not to say that she couldn't get mad. Araya shook her head. "No." 6 hours later, I arrived at home to find my Graham's car in my driveway, right alongside Hennessy's. Yesterday, Hennessy had gotten word that a young woman, just moving to the area, was interested in her house and had already signed the lease. The landlord had asked Hennessy to forego the usual 4-week notice because the woman sounded like she was in dire straits. When Hennessy had called me in a panic, I'd solved it all by telling her that she needed to move in with me. At first, she'd been reluctant, but once I'd talked her around later that night, she'd come to realize that she wanted to live at her own house alone about as much as I wanted to live at my house alone. Now, 12 hours later, my living room was filled with not only power tools and half-finished projects, but also floor-to-ceiling boxes. I pushed through the front door, smiling when a wall of garlic hit me like a battering ram. "Please let it be her lasagna, please let it be her lasagna," I chanted to myself as I skirted past the boxes that were now spilling into the hallway, making my way to the kitchen to find both my Grams and Hennessy sitting at what was now Hennessy's and my dining room table, spreading what looked to be garlic butter onto slices of toast. They both looked up at the same time, and 2 large smiles graced their faces. "I invited your grandmother over," Hennessy said, gesturing to Grams. "She showed me how to make your favorite dish." I grinned. "I can see. She also shared a secret with me." My brows rose. "What's that?" "She said that your feet used to be ticklish, as well as the soft skin right behind your knees." Hennessy turned toward me. "Can we test that out really quick?" I shook my head, hopefully showing her that I wasn't scared of her and her tickles. though just thinking about someone touching me behind the knee, even Hennessy, was enough to make me start sweating. It wasn't that I was ticklish, it was because I was fucking freaked out by it. Though it wouldn't do to tell her that. She'd use it against me. You ladies need to find something else to talk about, I informed them as I walked into the kitchen and reached into the fridge for a beer. Oh, and also, the new neighbor is some weird chick that tried to ask me to take her tire off, with her husband standing right there. Hennessy snickered. That's really not nice to classify them as weird just because somebody asked you to help. You're a big strapping boy. It's plain to anyone with eyes that you can likely do things a whole lot better than they can. I rolled my eyes. My grandmother was such a soft soul. Speaking of which, Grams, did you go visit someone in jail today that you weren't supposed to? Grams shrugged, and Hennessy turned curious eyes from me to Grams. Who did you go? Oh. How was he? Her father was an ass, and I couldn't understand why either one of them cared. It was ironic as hell, though, that Reverend, who wasn't a reverend in town any longer, had to go to anger management classes. He'd be spending 2 years in jail, too. After being arrested for pulling a gun on me, thanks to the multiple witnesses, i.e. the entire fucking congregation, witnessing his breakdown, there wasn't a shortage of stories that pointed their finger at Haynes. He was going to be serving another year and 11 months in that place, with the possibility of 4 more years if he didn't watch his step. While he was in there, he was informed he'd be seeing the prison psychologist who'd help him get his anger under control. He was fine, dear, Graham said. He was angry, though, just like he was last week. I snorted. Sheer my grandmother. He doesn't like me at all. I paused. So it's only understandable that he'd do the same thing to you that he did to me, and still does to me. Grams smiled. Reverend Haynes was supposed to marry your mama, and then you came along. My mouth fell open. What? What? Hennessy echoed. Grams nodded. Needless to say, Hayes never liked you all that much because you signaled the end of his relationship with her. Damn, I said. Finally knowing the reason he disliked me all these years was actually quite freeing. Well, I guess he did have a good reason, I muttered. That's not a good reason, Hennessy snapped. In fact, it's a pretty freaking bad one. My heart warmed at her words. And you, my dear, are the reason they didn't get married the second time. My mouth fell open. What? Grams nodded, seriousness written all over her face. When your father left Tate, your mother and Reverend Haynes got back together. Only a week or 2 later, Hennessy's mother found out she was pregnant with Hennessy, and the entire process started all over again. I just shook my head. Well, I'll be damned. As my Grams left that night, she stopped on the walkway leading to her car and turned. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small silver pouch. I know that you haven't asked, and you never intended to ask since you seem to think that I need it, but I want you to use this when the time is right. I furrowed my brows and took the small silver bag, immediately realizing what was inside the moment that my fingers closed around it. Grams, it was never your mother's. My brows went up. She stole it to hawk it at a pawn shop, and I bought it back from Sandy. It was never hers. Knowing that, I started to smile. I'd not asked for the ring, because I wasn't willing to put something on Hennessy's finger that had once belonged to my mother. It was as if it had had bad mojo or something, so I never bothered to ask. But hearing that about the ring, it started to make me understand. Thanks, Grams, I said, pulling her into a tight hug. You coming over for the 4th? Grams patted my shoulder. Maybe, maybe not. It depends on how long I play bingo. If I start losing early, I'll come over. If not, then I might be there all night. After letting her go with a laugh, she climbed into her car and I watched her drive away. What's that? I turned to find Hennessy there, staring at my hand, the same hand that had the ring pinched between 2 fingers. This? I asked, holding it up. She nodded, her eyes widening. Knowing what we both wanted, I decided that it was time to stop wasting my life and start living it. I dropped down on one knee, held the ring up between my fingers, and said 4 words. Will you marry me?
Epilogue. Tequila doesn't solve problems, but it's worth a shot. Taco shop welcome sign. Hennessy. 8 months later. I bobbed my head to the beat, then pulled the handle of the mop I was using up to my mouth and belted out the lyrics. Hit me, baby, one more time, I bellowed. Brittany's voice was drowned out by my god-awful voice, and seconds later the song ended just as abruptly as it had started. But then, my jam came on. Oh, yeah, I cried out, dropping the mop and twisting around on my sock-covered feet. Putting these hardwood floors into the house was one of the best decisions Tate and I had ever made. They allowed me to slide around on socks just as easily as I would on slick concrete floors, only they looked 10 times better. Bye, 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 I cried out. Then I danced. 2 days ago, I'd started my mad cleaning frenzy. During that time, I'd discovered that NSYNC radio on Pandora was the perfect thing to listen to while you were cleaning. It kept me moving, never once failed to entertain me, and I didn't have to stop every 5 minutes to skip the song. It was literally the best station since sliced bread. It's gonna be May, I cried out. All that I do. I paused to pick up a piece of trash, only instead of bending at the waist, I squatted down, doing a shimmy shake as I came back up. Not only because I was dancing to the music, but because I was also 6 months pregnant with the Hulk Jr., a.k.a. Tate Casey's fat kid, and was as big as a brick shithouse. They say that at 6 months with your first child, you'd just barely be showing. I apparently was an anomaly. I, Hennessy Harmony Casey, was so pregnant that it looked like I was carrying twins. Only, I wasn't. I only had one baby in there. One single fat baby boy who apparently took after his father in the size department. Good one. I froze with my hands on my knees and looked over my shoulder to see not just Tate standing there, but Evander, Travis, Baylor, and the 2 guys that I didn't see all that much, Parker and Rafe. They were all staring at me with various shades of laughter on their face. It was the look on my husband's face that had me turning bright red. On his face wasn't laughter, but a sexy look that clearly said, I'd fuck you right now if I didn't have the boys with me. I paused, then turned. All eyes went to my stomach. I'm surprised you can move that well with that thing poking out there. I snorted and walked to the radio that was playing my music, then turned it down before I answered. Y'all here for lunch? I asked, looking at the clock. All of them shook their heads. Negative, Tate said. They're here to help me raise that stupid fucking windmill blade up on the wall. I grinned, wide and huge. Really? I squealed. I'd gotten a windmill blade, which was 8 feet in diameter, from a trades day of sorts that ran along the state line once a month. I'd gotten it for our wall, and it had sat against the side of our house, until today. Tate rolled his eyes and walked up to me, pulling me into his arms. How you feeling, wife? Good, I said. I needed some motivation to clean. He snorted and pressed a kiss to my forehead before backing away. His hand went to my stomach when he felt a kick from our baby, and I watched him smile as he felt our son move. He stayed like that for a few long seconds, then patted my belly twice. Those sandwiches wouldn't go unaccepted. I rolled my eyes at the subtle hint to make him a sandwich and went to the kitchen. Anybody else want one? Every last one of them raised their hand. 8 sandwiches later, I had a windmill hung, and it looked flippin' awesome. That's beautiful, I breathed, staring up at it in awe. Fuck! I turned to find Baylor staring at his phone. What? Lark. He need not say more. Lark and Baylor had a thing. One that I wasn't sure I understood. But the thing they had they kept private, and it left the rest of us to wonder what in the hell they were doing. Gotta go. Then he was gone, leaving without another word. $50 says they're doing it. 200 says they're married by the end of the year. 500 says she's pregnant by the end of the year. I started to laugh and walked to my man, who was finishing off the remains of his sandwich. Thank you. I wrapped my arms around his waist. He pulled me in close, then said the words that never got old. I'd do anything for you. Anything? Anything. What about get me a puppy? Anything but that. We compromised, and 2 days later I had a puppy. One that Tate pretended to hate, but secretly loved.